I am going to grant the motion to dismiss Bonnie Willis in her individual capacity. Having said that, however, I'm denying the motion to dismiss Bonnie Willis as the DA, and I'm denying the motion to dismiss the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, and here's why. Number one, as to Madam DA Willis, the district attorney, I agree, has some broad immunity that attaches, but I agree with the plaintiffs that the traditional understanding of immunity that attaches to a district attorney was not intended to limit or inhibit the public's right to access non-prosecutorial documents, non-investigative documents.
Did you earlier say that you just wanted to get someone locked up?
Yeah, I said it.
Okay. Were you willing to lie to just get someone locked up?
Yeah, in my frame of mind, yes, I will.
They can look. I'm sorry they pissed off. Justice is now actually blind. Lady Justice is blind. Everybody can get it.
Minimizing disruptions in court, how many witnesses there are to go, and what you expect those witnesses to say.
Everybody can get it.
Would you like to address the assertion that you are goading the defense into a mistrial?
Not really, but several parties have asked for mistrials.
It was a goal of my predecessor and any person or prosecutor in this office to make sure that
Justice is now actually blind. Lady Justice is blind. Everybody can get it.
Let's try to conduct court in a way that minimizes disruption.
very shortly after me becoming the DA, I sat down with Mr. Thomas's mother and I made her a promise.
There is a rule that lets me exclude cumulative evidence, and I might end up using that.
I was a prosecutor, as you know, for 16 years, 4 months, and 4 days in this office. The murder of Donovan Thomas in 2015 created violence like Atlanta has never seen.
Justice is now actually blind. Lady Justice is blind. Everybody can get it.
Not really, but
Dang, I'm struggle streaming like a mug. I didn't even turn my mic on all that time. My bad, family. I'm tripping. And I had the volume off. That's my bad, family. Let me run that back. Let me send another shout out again. Shout out to Texas T. Shout out to Laugh Always. Always Lion Love. Plans and Pins. I see you, family. Texas T. Let's see. Tony Angel. What up, what up? Chad Diggy in the house. I see you. Appreciate you, family. One Nation. The world's in. Okay, I see y'all. My bad about the mute. I'll run some of that back. I think that part wasn't on mute though. Let me check while it's playing. Anyway, let's keep it rolling. That was just intro anyway.
Right, DA Bonnie Willis shared this screen grab of a post supposedly made on Christian Eppinger's Instagram account saying that he'll be home soon. But she says she's doing everything in her power to ensure that that doesn't happen. Court records show that a bond was set on Monday for Christian Eppinger in the amount of $65,000, and it ordered him to wear an ankle monitor if he is released. He's facing 13 charges, including attempted murder after allegedly shooting Officer David Rogers 6 times in February. Under Georgia law, defendants have a right to a grand jury hearing within 90 days or to be granted bond. DA Willis says Eppinger had been in jail for 71 days, and she planned to indict him before the 90-day mark. She also released video from the shooting that she says shows Eppinger is a danger to the public and should not be released. We want to warn you, though, what you're about to see is disturbing as the officer tries to arrest Eppinger on an outstanding warrant. You can see the officer squad car pull up in the video she released to us. It's on a road in southwest Atlanta. He immediately gets out. He struggles with a man for a few moments. Then you see that man shoot the officer, who falls to the ground. The shooter then runs off as Officer Rogers lays there. Rogers survived, but he is now facing a long road to recovery. DA Willis says the bond should have never been considered given how this shooting happened and Eppinger's criminal history.
He had already been revoked on his probation. He had such crimes of violence already against him that was an inappropriate act. I want to be very clear for the public, though. Mr. Eppinger is not getting out of jail.
Yo, shout out to Sustain Overruled in the chat. Hey, Sustain Overruled, I got a clip too I want to play before you roll out, and I want to bring you up on the panel. We're going to do a panel too, but I want to bring you up and see what you think about this clip I'm going to play in a little while, probably like 20 minutes or 10 minutes or so once we get a little more people, and then I'll bring you up after if you want to come up real quick and let me know your thoughts. Appreciate you, family. Let's get into it.
If I heard you correctly, you found out, or you came to find out after the fact, after your encounter with this guy, that you were shot a total of 6 times?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were taken to the hospital, and you were there for a period of time before you recovered?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you are back to work at this time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you described the person who was on the screen, the person you encountered, the guy you encountered as a Mr. EPPINGER?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. I'm sorry that happened to you, sir. Thank you for your questions. That's all I have. For your answers. That's all I have.
Any other? All right.
Officer, good afternoon. In this courtroom, correct?
No, sir.
No further. Courtroom, correct?
All right.
Officer, good afternoon. You don't see that gentleman in this courtroom, correct?
No, sir.
No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Anybody else?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right. Officer, thank you for your time and you are excused. Call your next witness.
It'll be Sergeant J.C. Davis. Your Honor. Let me just confirm he's outside.
So the objection that I made at the bench was that.
What's good, Becky Einhorn? I see you, family. Appreciate you joining. What up, Joanna? What up, Joni Ford? Hey, Joanna, we're going to be opening up the panel if you want to join a little later on. Appreciate you, family.
At the contents of the body camera and the dash camera that the state intends to introduce, the contents are going to be hearsay. Understand that there is a business records exception that they are relying on. However, that does not necessarily automatically admit the hearsay that's contained within the images and the voices and so forth on both of those items. Johnson versus State is the case that I wanted to cite to the court. It's 347 Georgia Appeals 831. That's actually a case that deals with text messages. And in Division 2, I believe, of that case, 2B, there's some instructive language. If the court will give me 1 second.
Sure, and I don't think, I mean, certainly you can put it on the record. I don't think anybody disputes the proposition that a business record certification isn't going to get around hearsay, do they? No. Y'all are going to have other exceptions that you rely on.
Yes.
I mean, you can make the record if you want, but.
And thank you. Let me.
What up, Chan? My black is golden. My bad, I didn't see you. Had to scroll back up. See you there. Appreciate you, family. Much love.
Add to that also that I believe there's going to be a 4-3 analysis for the contents again of the body camera, the dash camera, and I'm saying it as though there's 2, but I think I may have heard the prosecutor at the bench say that there are more than 2. So my objection is going to be to all of those.
Let me get clarification. There's a body cam and a dash cam of this shooting incident, right? And yes. Some of it will obviously show something different. Are there more than 2 with regard to this incident?
Yes, Your Honor, and because you just said that, I know we talked about it because the court asked the same question during the hearing, and you actually asked whether or not we were going to play the entirety of all of the body cam, and I told the court, no, Your Honor, we were only going to play the relevant portions of the body cam video.
Right.
And the surveillance video.
Yeah. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I mean, I've got those notes, and we talked at the bench about that, and it was all of it together was an hour total or something. You were going to get timestamps, and you did do that. And they know that. They just hadn't set forth. They believed they had not yet set forth any objections, and were under the impression we were going to get to it at another time. I think the state was under the impression, frankly, the court was too, that because nothing else got brought up, we were good with everything, but be that as it may, we're going to litigate it now. So.
Yes, Judge. And to add to my objection, it bears noting that the officer, Officer Rogers, who just testified, now Mr. Eppinger, of course, is in the indictment, but he's not here.
Right.
So this is about Eppinger, the one who shot the cop. He shot Officer Rogers. But the video, as I'm looking at it, it ain't really adding up because he got shot all in his back. But the video show him getting shot in the front. So I'm kind of confused.
Not here on trial with us at this point. There's been testimony given by Officer Rogers detailing the incident, his account of what happened, how it happened. And so to an extent, I think just showing the body camera that presumably, let's say it's going to show the same thing that he just testified to would be cumulative. And so I'd add that to my objection as well.
All right. I'm going to overrule that objection because the officer, in fact, said, he didn't even know how many times he'd been shot. He was kind of like weak and wasn't sure what happened. So I think it'll show things that we were not able to get through the officer's testimony. But with regard to whether there are more videos than the dash cam and the body cam, I don't know that we got that answer.
Yes, Your Honor. So there's 4 videos total.
And what are they going to show?
So the body cam will pick up parts of the shooting, Officer Rogers' movement and kind of trying to.
What up, Brooklyn? I see you in the house. You gonna join the panel tonight? What up, Sapphire Ridge News, Daniel Berry Sports Highlights, Survivor Speaks, Stacy Sibbett in the house. What's good, family? I see you, Stacy. Appreciate you joining.
Apprehend. Sure. The dash cam, you can actually see it because you're unable to see everything on the body cam. The other is the overall surveillance video that picks up a different image because if you heard when Officer Rogers testified, he talks about Sergeant William Johnson who comes in and gives him aid, but what Sergeant Johnson also does is he sees Mr. Eppinger firing, returns fire, and then Eppinger actually turns and returns fire towards Sergeant Johnson. And
that's on surveillance video from where? Just like
so the community had surveillance video, so it's from the furthest entrance at the complex. Okay. And then the last video, Your Honor, is the apprehension of Mr. Eppinger, and that we believe is relevant because there initially, and I think this is before this court took the bench, there was cross-examination about
that guy Nick in the house. What's good, family? Pearl Lee, I see you. Becky Einhorn, I see you. Texas T.
Officers and their response in certain communities, and this video shows their response to Mr. Eppinger on this particular day, given everything that happened, and how they apprehended him outside of the home. He ran into someone else's house with children. And with a gun, Lady Justice is blind. Everybody go inside and retrieve the gun that was used, and that is the final body cam video.
All right, and how long? Or let's just watch them.
Okay.
I mean, or watch the parts that I'm going to need to watch. Does every one of them have hearsay or potential hearsay on them? Are they all audio too?
They're all. The dash cam, I don't think I have the dash cam has some audio, but yes.
Okay.
But minimal. The surveillance video does not have audio.
Okay. All right. Let's just watch them. The parts you intend to play.
Appreciate y'all being here. Make sure y'all hit that like on your way in.
How long are they off for total, approximately?
Would think total, if 30 minutes, but I think it's probably less than that.
Okay.
Come on, lady, get it together. Y'all don't know how to push play?
Star, you copy? I'm going over. On Steel Road?
Why do we need this part with him driving?
6170, 6161 for SOS.
Pick it up from like a second before there.
Well, it's about to occur right now.
On the ground, boy. On the ground. On the ground. On the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground, bro. Get on the ground. Get your paper. Get on the ground. I ain't did nothing, bro.
Be safe out there, survivors speak.
Hey. 17.
Okay.
And you're right. The reason why the first part is important is because that is the Cleveland Avenue area, and so that the jury can see.
Okay.
That
All right. Any objection to that? Stopping at 1917?
Yes. I'm going to object because looking at the video doesn't show the shots, doesn't show the shooting. It truly doesn't show anything that the officer testified to. And so I would say that what we're looking at is not relevant.
Okay. Overruled. All right. Move on to the next video, please.
That's going to be one
Add a 403 objection to that, please, Your Honor.
Overruled.
What's good, Dee Dee? I see you. Appreciate you joining.
Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to, if the court allows me, I think when we watch all of these videos, they may become cumulative as well. So
They might. That's why I'm watching them all.
right, and so
Hey, Joanna, that's a key point, too. Some of them say that he was in the undercover car, and some of them say he was in the marked car, which is weird. I mean, well, it ain't weird. We see how much they lie in this case, but we going to get into it, family.
I don't want to just say I don't have any objection. I believe this is going to be cumulative to other videos that we're about to watch.
All right. Possibly.
Lacey Ann, what's good, family? I see you.
This time, say what like the 10 girls. Stacey did with 30 and into. And we'll be starting at timestamp 103.
All right. Hang on just a sec. Go ahead.
Well, I gotta catch up on these chats anyway. Y'all show some love and drop some slime brellas and some blue hearts and some slime emojis for Cha Diggy. Show her some love for the gifted membership. Appreciate you, family. Shout out to Emerson Gray. You was gifted a membership.
And we will conclude at 2:05.
And what is that showing?
So that just shows Mr. Eppinger walking into the complex. So what happens immediately before, and then the two cars. So what's more important, the second car is Sergeant William Johnson's vehicle that followed behind Officer Rogers' vehicle. So what happens is Officer Rogers goes in to apprehend him, and then Sergeant William Johnson, and he'll testify that he was coming from a different location, came in right behind.
Yeah.
So he's able to actually fire back at Mr. Eppinger.
Are we going to hear from Officer Johnson?
Sergeant William Johnson, yes, you are.
Or Sergeant Johnson?
Yes.
That boy
Can't
was
he
not
just say,
firing
am I
back.
followed right behind him in a second car?
He can. This was just
Okay,
evidence
we
of
don't
that.
need this video. All right, show me the apprehension.
No, there's one more surveillance video, Your Honor. This
Oh,
is the,
so there are 5 videos then.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
This is,
Now it's 5. What?
start over, because, all right. If you look towards the back of the video.
All right, well, anyway, before it get too late, because I know Sustained Overruled got a show tonight, I'm going to open up the panel so you could join if you want to join. But I'm going to play this clip right now until you join, and then after this clip, then you can give me your thoughts on it. I know you have your own perspective on both these people, so that's why I want to play it for you. So shout out to Sustained Overruled, and then we get back into Eppinger after this. 1 second, family. Okay, here we go. 1 second.
Okay, she got kids. I you know, respect. I just want to have, we finna have a real conversation then. We just gonna have a real conversation, you know. And I would never be disrespectful to Ms. Bumpers. I keep telling y'all, I rock with Ms. Bumpers. I rock with her. But I want to have a conversation. That's it. That's it. Never disrespect her. Let's do it, y'all. Hey, Ms. Bumpers, how you doing?
Y'all, you give me a second. You called me 3 minutes ago, and then y'all just attacking me. I'm sitting here. It's Sunday. I'm with my kids. God, please.
No disrespect. No disrespect at all. Okay? Let's get into it, Ms. Bumpers.
Whoever says give her a minute, she can have kids. That is so. Thank you for understanding. Look, she's sitting right here. We are sitting together. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. No, and I'm not trying to get into your personal life, ma'am. I'm not. Kayla, okay, yes, ma'am. Miss Kayla, you from Atlanta, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm from Atlanta. I'm
Yes.
from California.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Okay. All right.
Do you feel like YouTube and the world have a different understanding and perception of this whole ordeal as opposed to people out of Atlanta?
As it pertains to what?
Rudy.
I mean, I mean, it's always different. Just like I feel like people have a different perspective of me in Atlanta than anywhere else. And I feel like a lot of people on here say I'm clout chasing, I'm this, I'm that. But if you really like in the city and outside, people know me. Like I know a lot of people. I'm very popular just because I've been blessed to know a lot of people, and I think a lot of people rock with me because I treat people right and I have a good reputation. So I've been blessed to be kind of popular and be around a lot of lit people and have a lot of lit experiences. But when I get on here to the world, they're like, oh, she's clout. Like I've never really had to do that, but they don't know me, so they don't know, you know. So I guess so, yeah.
Absolutely. Okay. But my question was, does Atlanta have a different understanding as to what YouTube have when it comes down to the situation?
What up, Lacey Ann, real quick? I see you, family. What up, Miss D in the building? I see you. Appreciate you joining. Yo, the link is in the chat. If y'all want to come up or really for a Sustained Overruled, because I know this is 2 of her favorite people that she been talking about recently, and I just want to see your thoughts on this conversation, because he been going wild. He been crashing out on Kayla, but he act way different when she showed up there.
Well, I think I just answered
Okay,
that.
what I'm saying is this. Do Atlanta look at the situation a lot different than what YouTube and the world are taking it to be?
Child of Scotland, what up?
I just answered that. Like, I can't speak to anyone. I don't know what everybody thinks. I mean, I can only speak to me, but like I said, from my perspective, I see people in Atlanta think differently of me compared to what YouTube does. So I can imagine that it would be similarly situated.
Not you, Ms. Bumpers.
But what I'm saying is I can't answer that.
Tall Glass, what up, family?
Okay, what I'm saying is,
Appreciate you, Tall Glass.
Let me,
And DD, I see you.
What I'm saying is, in Atlanta, do we have a certain perception of Woody as opposed to what's being portrayed to the outside world? Do you feel like Atlanta knows what people for the sheep?
I don't know. I can't speak for Atlanta.
Okay. Oh, when you in Atlanta, do you feel like he full of shit?
I mean, for me, because I've gotten them out of jail. Not anything, weird or nothing like that. But I'm saying they have respect and a certain loyalty to me because, hey, she looked out for me. Even though I'm doing my job, so I would never speak bad on any of my clients. That's not my place to say.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And I definitely respect that. Okay. And then, so now when you were saying that you worked for Paul Howard, and did you work for Paul Howard as a public defender?
A district attorney.
Y'all know Paul Howard. That was the one there before Fanny. Y'all show Tat Cloud some love and drop her some slime brothers in the chat. Appreciate you, family, for the gifted membership. If y'all got a gifted, please say thank you for the gifter. You was gifted a membership for Rice Street. You got Rice Street up in here. Shout out to Rice Street with the gifted. Shout out to Tat Clouds. Appreciate you, family.
You was a district attorney. Now, as a district attorney, did you ever have information come across your desk that pertained to certain people that was giving up information?
No. I was only in the district attorney's office for about 11 months. I've been practicing 8 years, so I haven't been there in so long.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And my thing is, overall, very respectfully, Miss Kelly, I you may not know my background, but I'm a real Ford accountant. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I've been through the system. I know the system very well, and I only say that right now because I'm not trying to use color, but as a black woman, as how you handle your business, you have done very well. You see what I'm saying? And my whole ordeal about this whole thing is when you come into YouTube, they try to tarnish that. And so I wanted to talk to you on a real perspective. You know what I mean? Now, Fulton County is very corrupt. They do things and they try to say things. Okay, let me ask you this. When you was in Fulton County, when Paul Howard was there as opposed to now Miss Fanny.
Keep the slime brothers going for laugh always. Appreciate you, family.
Do you see a change? Do you feel like it's absolutely?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You see a change. And now, was it better when Paul Howard was in office?
I mean, yeah, in my opinion. Overall, yes. But that, that can be taken so many ways because, I guess the state may feel like it was better because he wasn't tough on crime. You know what I'm saying? That can go so many ways. I'm a defense attorney, so for me, it was better.
Right. Okay. Absolutely.
But if you're somebody that want to keep some people in jail, then I guess they feel like it's going the way it's supposed to go,
Yes, ma'am. I got you. Now, okay. All right. At the end of the day,
do you feel like it is?
Do I feel like it is?
Yeah.
Keep them going for Cha Diggy with another gifted membership. Appreciate you, family. And FFS making it rain crazy in here. I see you must have came back from his flight. I see you, family. Appreciate you.
You been from Atlanta? I most definitely feel like that. I feel like this, Ms. Bumpers. I feel like the whole trial stopped because after the situation happened, I feel like they stopped the trial because now they're saying that this is real. In Atlanta, it's real. So, hey, let's stop this trial because we're seeing where we're putting.
These is moving kind of quick, so let me hit this before it disappears. Shout out to Lacey Ann. Appreciate you. Y'all drop her some flying brothers for the gifted memberships. I see y'all going crazy with the FFS. Appreciate you, family. He's still going. Appreciate you, family.
People's life on the line.
Make it rain.
And not that was the overall, you know what I'm saying, end game. But when you become let me ask you this while we talking. do you think the feds will pick this case up?
No.
You know, but you don't think the feds will pick this case up, but is it known information that Woody is a federal informant?
Oh, I've never heard that.
But when he was in the interrogation room and he was doing all this talking, was he not talking about federal charges?
I didn't watch that. That's foolishness.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I respect
What
it.
up, Northern Dame?
You know.
I see you, family. Appreciate you joining. Christina Diaz.
And following this trial or anything really for real until I became involved, because I really am a lawyer, so I'm really in court and I really have, not trying to be funny, but just didn't have the time or the social or emotional energy to invest in watching it and know exactly what was going on. But so some things I just really can't answer because I don't know.
You simply don't know, and that's respectful. And you know what, Ms. Bumpus, I thank you so much just for even having a conversation with me. And you know what, as I'm talking to you and I'm saying certain things, you're taking it so humbly, And so I'm just trying to say it to you, you know what I mean? Like, I'm from Atlanta, I'm kind of poor. So I'm doing the every step I can, and you taking it so well, and I thank you for that. I really do, And at the end of the day, I just been trying to get a better understanding for the crowd, and from a street perspective.
Well, why is the title of this that I'm crashing out? And why are you saying he blocked you? What's that about?
He blocked me last night. You remember? Okay, so
he
last night.
didn't block you. He don't know how to do that. He didn't block you.
Well,
I'm sure
they blocked me. They blocked me because.
Well, you probably said something to be blocked because he had
I absolutely did. I did.
Okay.
So I'm not going to woo. But one of the things I said, well, he can't hold water. They come and say, I want to drink water. I said, well, shit, how you going to drink it? You can't hold water. You should not. Okay, Ms. Bump, I'm often going into this part. Don't let Seti Nash crash you out. Seti Nash is not a person that got your best interest at heart. He's a person that wants clicks and views. He said on the thing when y'all was talking, he said to you, well, can I say this? And you said, you misread it. You misread it like as far as like talk your mind. But he went to talking about, he said something about the district attorney. He said something like, nigga, no. He was like, what the fuck? He was like, can I say it? He was like, well, Love put information out about the Xbox.
You is not answering my question. I asked you a question. And then, but finish your question. What I'm supposed to be answering about SETI? We don't have to talk about SETI.
Fuck SETI. What was your question to me?
Why you say I'm crashing out?
Well, because you're doing these interviews and you allow SETI to lead you.
I talked to SETI one time.
Well, I say you crashing out because you talk.
Yo, FFS going crazy in the chat. Show him some love. And what up, Jerome in the house? I see you, family.
Watch your mouth!
Okay, too much.
And whose opinion?
The world.
Guess who
You're
cares?
Things that we like.
Go crazy with the slime, bro. Let's drop Miss Dee some love. Dee, not Miss Dee. Excuse me. Dee some love. Appreciate you, family. Y'all go crazy with the slime brothers and drop some Dees. And another one from FFS right there.
Shut the fuck up. Okay.
Give me an example.
When you said, for example, right? Woody, when Woody said on the thing that you took his money, he said, well, you went in there to get on the bond thing. Now, mind you, Seti Nash the day before that said that you had tried to get that person who shot the 12-year-old a bond. And you said, no, he said you tried to defend him. And you said, well, I just tried to get him a bond. And then they came back with the same bond situation.
Because everybody know I can get them a bond. And Woody said that on yesterday.
Woody said on that was, you didn't get me a bond.
No, that's not what he said.
Okay, he said that. I said,
take meeting.
Hey, Miss Kayla, I'm rocking with you. 100%. And I got a lot of respect for you. You see what I'm saying? Okay. And I know what the title say, but I wanted us to talk. No, seriously, I wanted us to talk. Because at the end of the day, tell Woody to pull up. Let's have a real conversation.
The title say YSL Woody blocked me and Caleb Bumpus is crashing out.
It crashed not. Because let's keep it real, Miss Kayla. Listening to Sadie, you crashing out. Have you been on my TikTok?
No, I don't go on nobody's page but mine.
Hey, it sound a lot different than when he be talking recently, right? Them other times, or when she don't be on the channel. Even before this, before she came up there, he was banging all on her, talking crazy.
And they saying the shit that you
TikTok is
told,
the only stuff everybody. Yeah, that's the only platform people don't love me. Everywhere else they love me. Like Woody said.
Baby, we love you, baby. We love you. I'm from.
I don't owe nobody no explanation.
I ain't got nothing but love for you, Mikal. I'm not gonna sit here and be.
Nameless said, "Why that dude not blinking his eyes? That Tucci pink got him. The Tucci, not the Tunchi."
Yes, you know what? It pissed me off. You allowed that nigga setting ass to come on here and play Atlanta like he did.
I don't know what he did, because I don't know about
he
nothing.
Talked shit about you. And he said what he said, and he did what he did, and tried to smile in your face. One thing about me.
Why do y'all, hold on. Why do y'all believe everything on the internet?
Fuck the internet. We heard it out of his mouth.
On the internet.
Nigga, they're just like,
and
I can't come
me and Sadie have had conversations.
Come on up, Sustain Overrule. Where you at? I want to see your input, or anybody, whoever want to speak on it. The link is in the chat. I'll drop it again right now. But y'all go crazy with the Slime Brothers and the Jerome Romes. Top stream sponsor right now. Him and FFS. Appreciate y'all, family. Y'all go crazy with the Jerome in the house. Jerome in the house.
Say Jerome in the house. Watch your mouth.
That's what I'm saying. So, I mean, I'm not worried about that.
Y'all had conversations after he came. This is YouTube.
How do you know when I talked to him?
I don't, because he said it. Listen.
Oh, okay.
He said it. He said so much in it. He even said that, hey, can I say it? And you was in a whole nother atmosphere. He was like, yeah, say it. And he was like, well, Miss Love, when she put out the ex parte meeting. He didn't say that?
I don't know. I don't remember.
He said it.
I'm not saying.
I got it right here recorded.
Well, what's wrong with that?
He said she put out the ex parte meeting. Who? Miss Love? But even when he said to you, oh, I've been editing and I'm trying to get the views up. He's doing that YouTube nigga shit. I'm an Atlanta nigga. You from Atlanta. We don't care about that. We got to look out for each other because just like anything else in life, we taking over. And they don't want us to do that. You feel me? Miss Bumpers, you a bad attorney. You bad. I want to tell you about something that they tried to do to me in Fort County. You know, I want to try. I ain't got nothing but love for you. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to put in your ear that what people trying to do ain't right. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, have a good night. Hopefully I see y'all all at 7.
No, I'm going to pull up. It's okay, I can pull up on yours. I'm not going to say nothing.
Yeah.
Support.
Yeah, come on over. You got the link. You subscribe to me, I subscribe to you.
Hey, I'm definitely subscribed to you. I've been subscribed to you from day one.
Thank you.
When you had the green on, you was sitting out of you. I'm rocking with you. Thank you, Miss Calvin. Thank you.
Thank y'all so much.
Absolutely. See.
Oh, now he hype. Look, he crunk. Look, he was loving Caleb for that one. Hey, Sustain Overruled. If it's not working, I know you about to launch your stream. So if you want to start yours and just send me an invite link, then we can start. You can start yours with me right here, and then you can switch over if that's a possibility. I don't know how hard that is for you, but if you're able to do that, we can start the call with yours and then switch over. Appreciate y'all being here, family. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, tap in, share with a friend. Let's see how you end this real quick, and then we gonna get back to the Eppinger and wait for a caller.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. You see how beautiful the black community work together? That's what I'm talking about. When I put up this title and things of that nature, I did that because I said, that's a marketing strategy. Let's talk. We was able to talk. It threw me off guard, but we was able to talk. I can't ask for nothing more.
I'm talking on mute. I see somebody up in here. Let me give him a minute to set up the mic. Appreciate y'all, family. Shout out to Star, though. He be wilding on her, but he was showing her love in this video, it seemed like, or trying to. What up, what up? Who we got on the call?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep, I hear you. What's your name? Where you calling from? I think you pushed mute. There you go.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm calling from the road. Hold on just a second. I think I got a bad connection. Hold on. I'm gonna try again.
All right. She gonna drop down and try to come back up. Let's see where we at. Appreciate y'all being here, though, family. We got some more for you.
Lawyer's laptop. They accuse the lawyer trial. This time, the state seized a lawyer's laptop. They accuse the lawyer of allowing a defendant to use the...
And keep the slime brothers going for Chad Diggy. Appreciate you. Dropped another gift of membership.
Computer to communicate with gang members on the outside. The attorney for alleged gang members...
That Mr.
Eppinger responded to the claims in the warrant.
They allege that Mr. Eppinger could possibly be speaking to YSL gang members that are not in custody, speaking about the route that we take from transport to the jail. None of these have been substantiated whatsoever.
Okay. Eppinger is one of a handful of defendants facing charges. He's also been accused of shooting an Atlanta police officer early last year.
I want to hone in specifically on your training, right?
Okay.
I heard you say that you've given a presentation about gangs, but I'm asking you about gangs and specifically rap music and rap lyrics as it relates to gangs. What is this presentation that you've given, and are there any literature? Is there literature or any material that you have that you can share with us that you've used in this presentation?
I don't have the presentation with me, but in the presentation, it's my own accumulation of entertainment, music, and presenting. I present to kids, I present to adults and other cops and educating them. In the gang unit, a lot of officers don't understand what's happening right before their eyes. And so for myself, I was tasked with educating not only our department, but other departments when I worked for the ATF, them as well as students about this information.
What literature specifically have you used to educate either yourself or other investigators in regards to the relationship to rap and rap lyrics to gangs?
You mean, when you say literature, you mean like books, or are you talking about magazines?
I'm talking about books. I'm talking about learned treatises. I'm talking about studies, anything like
Training
that.
materials.
None of it.
None.
Our magazines, we might use any hip-hop magazine or different examples that's in a magazine might be something that we are able to reference because of the wording or something along that. When you reference books, I've read different gang books from other officers. I've read a book out of Compton. I think it's A Lonely Day in Compton or something, and it was written by gang detectives out of Compton because a lot of gang...
Hold on, I found that book too. He's talking about A Day in the Life of Compton, or what did he say? Hold on.
And I've read a book out of Compton. I think it's A Lonely Day in Compton or something, and it was written by...
Once upon a time up in Compton, yo. This is where he got his gang training. You can get it on Amazon right now. You could become a gang expert by reading this book. Let me see. Hold on. Hold on. For 20 years, gang unit detectives Tim Burnett and Robert Lade patrolled the streets of Compton. They witnessed the birth and rise of gangster rap with acts they knew, oh, that's why he likes it, because it's about gangster rap, such as NWA, DJ Quick, the chaos of the LA riots, its aftermath, and the gang truce. Gang Training book out now on Amazon.
Gang detectives out of Compton, because a lot of gang, they were privy to a lot more information than we were in their own work over the years.
Right, and what specific information? Here's what I'm trying to get to, Detective. I'm really not trying to trick you or anything. But I want to know specifically, is there a book, is there a training manual that specifically deals with rap lyrics as it relates to gangs?
No.
Okay. You referenced before, I think you used the words, my own background is used to decipher this information. You talked about movies. So are we talking simply about you looking at the movie Menace to Society? Yes,
I've seen it, yes.
Right, looking at the movie Boys in the Hood?
Yes.
And you're saying that that is what you have used to form your expertise in regards to rap lyrics and the relationship between rap lyrics and gangs?
What I'm saying is, based on my own upbringing, growing up in a gang-infested environment, my own education, my own training, as well as watching these said movies, is where I formulated my opinion.
Have there, other than what you yourself have experienced in your own personal life, right, have there been any, for example, instructors, professors, or anyone else who have taught you using material or lesson plan in regards to the relationship between rap lyrics and gang? No? Those are all the questions I have.
Anybody else? Any redirect?
Nothing from the stage, Your Honor.
And then has a part of...
Shout out to Deidre Williams. Y'all dropped some slime umbrellas. Appreciate the gifted membership, family.
What you have done, how does that intersect with what you know about gangs?
What?
The music and the lyrics.
From listening, I'm a rap fan myself, and from listening to music and watching movies.
I'm a rap fan myself, and listening to music and watching movies, that makes me a gang expert, Your Honor. Shout out to Deidre Williams joining the Copper fam also with the gifted membership. Appreciate you, family. Y'all show her some love and welcome her to the family.
Videos, YouTube, I'm able to understand what is being said and what is being expressed. Of my life, it's just like watching anything. I can understand it. And by me being a gang investigator, a regular person might listen and think it's art. And it may be art. But for myself, with my education and my background and investigating gangs for a number of years, I'm able to understand exactly the message that's being kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? That's being given. I can't even think of, but I understand when someone says, I caught somebody down bad. To you, you may look at that and say, oh, they caught somebody down bad. But for me, that means you caught somebody and you were able to hurt them, kill them, or what have you. So I'm able to decipher what is being said. Regular lay person does not understand that. They look at it as just art or a lyric in a song.
Okay.
When someone
All right.
says, I caught somebody down bad.
Once again, I'm satisfied that based on his training and experience, he can testify as an expert as to...
What up, what up, what up? Joanna,
What's crack-a-lacking? What's crack-a-lacking? What's crack-a-lacking?
What's good, cousin?
Oh, no, but I want to slap Dennis across his forehead.
Right.
If somebody sit up here and call themselves a professional. Anyway, I'm sorry for being rude. Hey, slime cousins. Happy holidays to you all, and to you all a good night. But anyway, this professional man literally sat up there and said he considered himself a professional because he watched TV, he watched movies, and it would just not be the life of him if he didn't know.
Right. You watching
I'm
Boys in the
sorry, but
Hood for his training. Menace
and
to Society.
I'm born and raised in LA. And you could ask me some stuff and I'll be sitting up here like, I don't know. You get what I'm trying to say? But that was the most funniest part of that trial to me, when that N-word sit up there and said that he watched movies.
Yeah, you know, I'm originally from LA too, and we know from watching Boys in the Hood and Colors and all the gang movies, that ain't gonna tell you nothing about them gangs.
Nothing at all.
That just show you specific incidents that may have happened, but that don't give you no details about how gang life work.
None. Him, Viverito, Cat had me cracking up with Viverito in the bushes with the binoculars on. And what's the other homegirl name that's now basketball security? What's her name? Shoot.
Alligator.
Yeah, Gaither. Them three are the most let me say no, not them three, them four, because let's throw Love in there. The most embarrassing part of this trial. Should I turn my TV out? Can you hear me well? Because I don't even have no headphones on. I'm talking straight through my phone.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
All right. But yeah, they definitely was Velasquez, Quinn, Viverito, Gaither.
Have y'all seen Cat Williams?
Robeson L.
Have y'all seen Cat's page when she had Viverito's in the bushes with her binoculars?
Yeah, I seen it.
And then for her to say, when the defense told her,
hi guys,
the 24 mil diamond is because it was an old boy forehead. She was like, I still would say the same thing.
Right, I was just listening to that again yesterday. I just reposted that video.
Ain't that crazy?
That's crazy.
Like, you literally just got outed and you still gonna sit up here and say this in front of the judge like you misleading her. I still would say the same thing. She had no idea. She literally thought that when he said 24 mil on your head, that he was talking about putting a bounty out on somebody. That's what gets me, bro.
But the thing is that she know that's not what he was talking about. What up, Chloe
Exactly.
Albert Revenge? I see you, family. Appreciate you joining. But yeah, she for sure know. Like, she even said, even if she knew, she still would have did it.
Yeah, she still would have said it. But you don't think that, okay, honestly, and then I'm gonna tell you my opinion. You don't think that when Max said that to her, that she was caught off guard? I mean, not Max. It was Thug Lawyer. God dog it, how he slipped my mind. And I love that man. But I think that was the first time she heard of that. Because she was definitely shocked. She was definitely shocked. Yeah. You don't think that was her first time hearing that?
I don't know. I think that they had a specific practice, like rehearsal that they was planning on doing, and anything that was off that script, it just threw her off. She didn't know how to answer.
Right. And they even was shocked. Like, damn, how we missed that? This like, it's just so much going on. Like, you know how, and then when you get like on the phone and you've been live, I just like forget a lot of stuff until after I hang up. Because there was some other things that I wasn't going to say. Kristen S. Epter, now, okay. Fanny said he ain't never getting out. Okay. He didn't know that man was undercover. He claimed self-defense, right? The police officer. He didn't know that the police officer was undercover. He was claiming self-defense. He studied hollering, get down, get down. Wait, he right here. You got his wrist. What are we doing? What are we doing? And then the other guy, the one who made clothes, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead.
The one who makes clothes, what's his name?
Farley.
The one that was, yeah.
Miles Farley.
Do you see how they're using him as an scapegoat? Like, you have 4 people charged with this M. One got found not guilty across the board, except for the possession, because the gap was in his girlfriend's name. The other two, y'all threw the case out, and now it's him. And all he did was walk in the store and turned around because, you know, they was messing with him. And then he walked back out the store. So they want him to admit to manslaughter. You done lost your mind.
Right. Well, they got that. They threw that one out. Now he pled to the gang charge, and that's it.
The one, number one. Okay, so who's the one that they want plead to manslaughter? Is that Eppinger? Then he's like, no, we're taking it to trial. Because they try to give him 2 life sentences plus 120 years.
What's his name? Dang, I forgot. I got the clip though. I got it coming up.
Yeah, because they want to give him 2 life.
It's like I forgot it.
Yeah, you know what it is. That's like I said. When you get on live, you get to like go like.
Yeah,
forget.
It's like I'm reading chat, trying to listen to you, trying to hear, checking sounds and everything.
But they wanted. Okay, so now the prosecution, oh boy, the one who left. He want to give him 2 life sentence plus 120 years, and that's his deal. If you don't go sit down somewhere.
Oh, I got it coming up. They trying to give Eppinger like 145 years plus life.
Just because y'all can't find it out, you think, okay, so 3 people that already got discontinued from this M case, and now I'm the only one left, and you want me to take it, or we ain't gonna charge you with M, we'll just charge you with involuntary manslaughter. Hell no.
Right.
You could take that and shove it up love ass.
Right. What up, Allie? I see you. Appreciate you, family.
Hey everybody. Hey no one. Hey Becky. So what I was saying earlier in the chat, y'all know that when Love first started this case off, she was making $46,000 a year. Her annual salary went up to $120,000. Did y'all know that?
No,
From 46,000, she went to 120, and that's when she became the chief assistant, CAADA, the chief assistant attorney, deputy attorney. That was her new title. She went from 46,000 to 120,000.
Sound like they all got raises.
Man, out here spending them boys' money. And then the one who was making the clothing, the slime clothing, they took his car. He had just purchased that car like 3 or 4 months prior to his arrest and paid cash. He has receipts and everything to show from his business. He adopted that business from his father, you know, the knowledge and everything. When the judge asked him, not judge, damn, I keep forgetting, what's the prosecution name? The old boy that's left by himself. Agati. When Agati asked him, do you have a high school diploma? He was like, I got an associate degree. Nigga, leave me alone. 24 years old with an associate's. Like, I ain't up here telling you I got no GED. I got an associate degree. Fuck them up. Right, and that's the one, that's him. He also is one who they want to put voluntary manslaughter on for oh my God. See, my brain is all messed up. For the one guy when it was at the stoplight. They want him to plead guilty to manslaughter.
For drinks?
Yes, drinks. But they want him to plead manslaughter on drinks. Is you crazy?
Right. But,
so he took
check this out. I was opening up for to talk about that Kayla piece real quick, but I'm gonna open it back up.
I'm sorry. No, I had ran upstairs, so I didn't hear you.
I'm gonna open it back up for open panel a little bit later if you want to come back in. I just want to play a couple of these Eppinger clips so we can see, because a lot of stuff that you was talking about to be coming up in this video. So then we can come back up and talk about them if you still want to chop it up after.
Okay, my apologies, chat. I didn't know.
Problem,
I ran upstairs. I ran upstairs and came back. All right, then I'll holler.
All right, appreciate it.
I'm still here. All right.
All right.
maybe a double meaning within rap lyrics.
Your Honor.
And it's obviously ultimately going to be for the jury to determine whether they, believe and accept as credible anything he or any other witness says. Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, that's my issue. I understand the court's ruling. I just ask you to consider what he has testified to. He has no specialized knowledge beyond the ken of any layperson. I understand his saying that what he grew up around. I grew up in Brooklyn too. And maybe there are members of the jury who have the same life experiences as him, but that's not what the purpose of
I understand. I'm not basing it just on where he grew up. It's
Right.
his training and experience as a gang investigator.
But specifically in regard to the interpretation of rap and rap lyrics as it relates to gangs, he has not given the court any information whatsoever to indicate that he has any specialized knowledge that will qualify him as an expert, such that his opinion could go to the jury for them to look at him as an expert in that field. None whatsoever. And I'd maintain my objection. I'd ask that he not be qualified in that particular area.
All right, I understand, and your objection is overruled. I mean, this just happens to be words that are set to a beat. It's no different. All right, let's get the jury in here.
That guy Nick said he an expert in the Italian mafia. Watching The Godfather.
Whose Instagram is that? Let me ask.
It appears to be Shannon Stillwell.
And what was the Instagram handle?
OG_Bool, BOOL.
And
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Could you use the microphone, please? Thank you.
and is there a date on that image?
Likewise, Mr. Kendrick's prior criminal history should not be considered in further relevance to this case. I am sorry for the delay. I need to give you all an instruction. Defendant Kendrick's prior criminal history has no relevance to this case except as to count 63 in Overt Act 189, and it should not have been mentioned by retired investigator Dennis. And further, Investigator Dennis, as a former law enforcement officer, should have known better than to make any mention of it. Likewise, Mr. Kendrick's prior criminal history should not be considered in connection with any of the other defendants in this case. I'm going to strike the testimony of Investigator Dennis that was given today. You're to disregard today's testimony and the exhibits admitted through Investigator Dennis today in their entirety. We'll collect your notes from today and shred them. If there's anybody that is not going to be able to follow those instructions, please let the court know that now by raising your hand. Everybody good? Okay.
She said, y'all got to shred y'all notes. Just tear that up, don't worry about that. Throw that away, disregard that. Remember they did that with Woody too?
And he's all we've heard today so far. Anyway, we're going to hear some further testimony from other witnesses. So just, I know some of y'all are trying to conserve paper, so we'll do the same thing we did before if anybody's written on both sides, but otherwise, is that what your question was going to be? Okay. All right. So just flip to a new page now, and we've got a couple more hours, and we'll just collect them at the end of the day. All right. Okay. Call your next witness.
United States Officer Rogers then.
What's the last name?
Rogers.
Okay, thank you.
No spaces, Becky, no spaces. So this is the guy that got shot. This is Officer Rogers, the one that he shot in the video.
David Rogers, D-A-V-I-D.
As you can see, the swelling of his head never came back down, unfortunately. Y'all put your prayer hands up for your boy.
O-D-G-E-R-S.
And Your Honor, for ease, this is starting of the Act 159.
Okay, thank you.
Officer Rogers, where are you employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
What up, no one? I see you, family. Appreciate you joining.
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
My bad, y'all. Real quick, shout out to Fatima. I see you.
I just entered my 14th year. Wanted gang members and the apprehension of those persons, and that was about the gist of it.
And how long did you work as an officer in the gang unit?
I was only there for 8 months.
And in those 8 months while you worked as an officer in the gang unit, What, if anything, did you do differently than the investigators in the gang unit?
If you watch Fulton County, if you watch Fonnie's press conference, you could be a Fulton County DA. That's a fact, because you can see, all you got to do is make it up as you go. That's what she's showing you. But we got that coming up, actually, too. We got that press conference coming up about Eppinger from Fonnie Willis. So appreciate you, family. Y'all drop some slime umbrellas for Chloe Albert's revenge.
Typically, we were out in the streets more, certain high crime areas, presence, things of that nature.
And as an officer with the gang unit, did you have a specific zone that you worked, or did you work the entire city of Atlanta?
Citywide.
And how closely did you work with the investigators in the gang unit as an officer in the gang unit?
We worked hand in hand. If they had certain targets or subjects that they wanted apprehended, we would go out and look for them.
What up, Kimberly? I see you, family. Appreciate you joining.
And was that one of the primary responsibilities as an officer to assist with the apprehension of suspects?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to February 7th, 2022.
Okay.
Were you working that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your normal shift when you worked as an officer with the gang unit?
My normal shift was Tuesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
And let me ask, in 2022, were you working as an officer in the gang unit?
Yes, ma'am.
When you began your shift today, were you assigned to assist in any apprehensions on that day, February 7, 2022?
At the start of that day, we didn't have any activity. We were actually waiting on fugitive to go and serve a paper that day, or serve a warrant that day. And we were made aware that the target got mobile, and that's when we were called.
And who was the target that fugitive was looking to arrest that day?
Mr. Christian Eppinger, for the charges of armed robbery and aggravated assault, I believe the case was.
And how did you get involved with the apprehension of Mr. Eppinger?
Well, we were contacted by the surveillance investigator at the time, Investigator Storno, and so we made our way from Marietta Boulevard over to Cleveland Avenue. Me and my partner for the day, we staged for a little bit and briefed while we tried to gather more resources and be updated on current information of his status and whereabouts.
Okay. And you said your partner for the day, let me first ask you, was your partner in the same vehicle as you?
No, ma'am. We were in two separate cars.
Okay.
Partners riding in two separate cars, one of them in an undercover vehicle.
And if you're in separate cars, how was that he was your partner for the day?
We typically do everything in twos, but we were the only two officers for my unit working that day.
And who was this other officer?
Officer Jay Teasley.
Teasley?
Yes, ma'am.
Teasley?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you said that, were you both at Marietta prior to getting the call to assist?
We were in the area. I was on Marietta Boulevard. I don't know his specific location on the west side that day, but we were over there.
And you said that once you received the call to assist, is that when you made your way over from Marietta Boulevard to Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you got over to Cleveland Avenue, did you go directly on Cleveland Avenue, or did you stage somewhere else prior to getting on Cleveland Avenue?
No, ma'am. Prior to, so we briefed him and myself. We briefed on.
Tell us what happened once you got over to Cleveland Avenue.
All right.
Wait, what'd she say?
Tell us
what?
Tell us what happened once you got over to Cleveland
Avenue. Tell you.
All right. After the brief, Investigator Storno told us that he had left the gas station and was out on foot.
Just a second. If you hear an objection, if you'll just pause.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
It's okay. I know it's a little bit hard to hear. Everybody needs to use their mics. Hearsay.
Yes.
Your effect on the listener.
Sustained.
Okay. Without some.
I'm sorry, overruled.
Okay.
Overruled.
That should have been he should have been part of the peanut investigation.
Based upon what Investigator Storno said, what did you all do?
He told us he was on foot walking from the gas station into the condominium complex. At that time, we left the side of the interstate, moved in, coming down Cleveland Avenue, turned on the Steel Road, at which time I locked eyes on Mr. Eppinger, pulled into the complex.
Let me stop you right here. You said the condos in which he was going to. Do you recall the name of those condos?
I don't. The address, I believe, is 2637 Old Hateville. I don't know the exact name. The Steel Road entrance, I don't think it's a specific signage at that entrance. I think the signage is on the other side.
Have you heard of Colonial Square Apartments?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that sound familiar? No.
Not at the moment.
Okay. That's fine. Is this location within Fulton County?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you said that the address is 2637 Old Hateville Road.
Man, it'd be a lot of stuff going down on Old Hayfield Road, huh?
Does the apartment complex have multiple entrances?
Yes.
Okay. Is one of those entrances on Old Hateville?
Yes, ma'am.
And is the other on Steel?
Yes, ma'am.
If you can just describe for the jury, if you're on Cleveland Avenue, what are some landmarks where that apartment complex is?
Steel Road sits between now it's a Chevron and a Checkers restaurant. I think the address, well, I don't remember the exact address for the Chevron at Cleveland, but it's Steel Road sits in between the Chevron right there at Cleveland and Interstate 75 and the Checkers.
Okay. Once you got onto Cleveland Avenue, what did you do?
Turn left on the Cleveland Avenue, coming southbound from the interstate. We crossed the overpass, pulled up at Steel Road, made a left turn onto Steel Road, at which time I could see Mr. Eppinger walking through the complex, at which time I to go make contact with Mr. Eppinger.
And at the time when you went to go make...
Y'all help me get them likes up, family. Help us get up in the algorithm.
Contact with him. Were you inside of the gate at 2637 Old Hateville Road?
Yes, ma'am. It was it's a block of homes right there at the entrance. I think I remember him being on the sidewalk.
And at that time, once you made entrance inside, do you know where your partner was?
I don't. Last I checked, he was behind me, turning off of Cleveland Ave
Shout out to Tack Clouds. We be riding through these YouTube streets together.
On the Steel Road.
Okay. Once you got into the apartment complex and you see who you believe to be Mr. Eppinger, what did you do?
I tried to pull ahead of Mr. Eppinger, get out. I gave him commands, advising him that he did have paper. Also told him he had warrants. He kind of looked at me, looked past me, proceeded to walk past me. At this time, I'm traveling behind Mr. Eppinger. I go to put hands on him, start to pull on him and things of that nature. And as I'm pulling on him, trying to grab him, I kind of start to look over my shoulder, trying to locate my partner, because Mr. Eppinger at the time was non-compliant, still walking, still kind of doing what he was doing. And when my partner wasn't there at that time, I chose to transition from lethal force, downgraded to my taser. Went to go tase Mr. Eppinger, but when I went to go access my taser, I couldn't drop the hood. I didn't drop the hood, and so when I turned my body to access it with my right hand is when I started feeling these shots.
So let's kind of...
So he tried to grab his taser, but he couldn't grab it, so he tried to grab... Wait, he couldn't grab it with one hand, so he tried to grab it with his other hand? Wait, what?
I could transition from lethal force, downgraded to my taser. Went to go tase Mr. Eppinger, but when I went to go access my taser, I couldn't drop the hood. I didn't drop the hood, and so when I turned my body to access it with my right hand is when I started feeling these shots.
So let's kind of slow that down, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you this. At the time and when you went to go apprehend Mr. Eppinger, did you have your body cam on?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have dash cam in your vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now you said that you got out the car and you went to go and grab him. When you got out the car, did you have your gun?
Yes, ma'am. I had my gun drawn on him at first. Came out lethal force. He was known to carry weapons and things of that nature.
So why did he switch from lethal force to his stun gun? Yo, y'all show some love to Jerome Street. Antac Clouds just dropped one. Show some love to Jerome Street. Keep them slime brothers going. Appreciate you, family. Out here gifting memberships. That's what, 25? Showing love. Appreciate the love, family. Watch your mouth. Jerome in the house. Watch your mouth. Oh, motherfucker.
That is written on both sides, but
To walk past me. At this time, I'm traveling behind Mr. Eppinger. I go to put hands on him, start to pull on him and things of that nature. And as I'm pulling on him, trying to grab him, I kind of start to look over my shoulder, trying to locate my partner, because Mr. Eppinger at the time was non-compliant, still walking, still kind of doing what he was doing. And when my partner wasn't there at that time, I chose to transition from lethal force, downgraded to my taser. Went to go tase Mr. Eppinger, but when I went to go access my taser, I couldn't drop the hood. I didn't drop the hood, and so when I turned my body to access it with my right hand is when I started feeling these shots.
So let's kind of slow that down, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you this. At the time and when you went to go apprehend Mr. Eppinger, did you have your body cam on?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have dash cam in your vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now you said that you got out the car and you went to go and grab him. When you got out the car, did you have your gun?
Yes, ma'am. I had my gun drawn on him at first. Came out lethal force. He was known to carry weapons and things of that nature.
Who's been in hot water has now been severed from the case, meaning he will now face a separate trial. We first told you last week a Fulton County deputy was arrested for trying to smuggle contraband to Christian Eppinger. Now today, a judge severed him from the case after the state accused his attorney of allowing him to use a laptop to communicate with that deputy on Instagram. Officials seized that laptop last week. Eppinger's attorney, Eric Johnson, has denied these claims. Still, the judge said the accusations presented a conflict of interest and cited safety as the reason for the severance.
With an update on the officer shot by an armed robbery suspect yesterday afternoon in southeast Atlanta. Officer David Rogers has been with the Atlanta Police Department for 11 years. Authorities say Rogers was shot 6 times by known gang member Christian Eppinger.
Rogers is recovering at Grady Memorial Hospital in serious but stable condition, while Eppinger remains in jail tonight after a judge denied him bond during his first court appearance today. Fox 5's Angelique Proctor has the latest.
The assistant district attorney talked extensively about Eppinger's alleged gang activity in that Cleveland Avenue.
What up, Rainy Rain? I see you. What up, AK? I see you in the building. Appreciate you, family. Y'all show some love to Tac Clouds and drop some TCs and some slime brothers in the chat.
Area. She says he even has a gang tattoo on his face.
He is charged with several counts of unlawful gang activity.
Prosecutors told the judge the man accused of shooting APD officer David Rogers is a well-documented street gang member. They say Christian Eppinger's run-ins with the law started as a teenager in 2013. Yesterday, Atlanta police were trying to execute an armed robbery warrant on Eppinger, but the 22-year-old refused to cooperate. Police say he pushed Officer Rogers before pulling out a weapon and firing.
The officer attempted to tase Mr. Eppinger. Mr. Eppinger pulled out a weapon and discharged his weapon at Officer Rogers, striking Officer Rogers 6 times, including 4 hits to the right shoulder, 1 hit to his right knee, and 1 hit to the back of his head.
Prosecutors went on to say members of Eppinger's street gang posted about the officer-involved shooting on social media.
I want the court to be aware that Mr. Eppinger is a documented member of YSL street gang, and a lot of his criminal activity takes place in the area of Cleveland Ave, which is a YSL neighborhood, Your Honor.
Fox 5 News has learned Eppinger was arrested in May of 2016 for a violent carjacking and was on probation when police were trying to arrest him for an October armed robbery. The judge did not mince words when she denied bond.
I believe that it's appropriate to indicate that this is in fact a flight risk, a danger to the community as well, and that he shows that he is likely to reoffend based on his criminal history, both juvenile and adult.
She got that blade cut going on up there.
We learned today during the hearing that suspect Eppinger actually shot at 2 officers, but only hit Officer Rogers.
We're going to have the police department would like you to see the video of when this officer was shot, and then we will continue with questions, sir.
Chief Hampton will walk us through.
So again, what you'll see is, the subject being followed by Officer Rogers. Again, as Madam DA indicated, that he was wanted. Officers were hot on his trail. And again, we just want to show the level of violence and the total disregard of life that this individual had on Officer Rogers, as well as Investigator Will Johnson. What you will see is Officer Rogers will get out of a marked patrol car. Right there, trying to take him into custody. There was a struggle, and it was at this time, with total disregard of 6 shots fired into Officer Rogers. And so again, this is why we are displeased with this.
So wasn't it looking like he was facing forward? He said he got shot in the back of the head, back of the arms, back of the legs. All 6 shots was in the back, but that didn't look like he got shot in the back.
Decision. Disregard of right there, trying to take him into custody. There was a struggle, and it was at this time.
Oh, well, nah, maybe he did turn around a little bit. Maybe so, my bad.
With total disregard of 6 shots fired into Officer Rogers. And so again, this is why we are displeased with this decision.
This video will be posted on the APD News website.
Okay. 1 second. Ms. Converse. Good morning. We are here today because of some events that have taken place over the last few days within our county. As many of you are aware, what the state considers to be an extremely dangerous gang member was given a bond. It is the position of the state that that individual should not have been given a bond based on his history, based on where he was within the process here in Fulton County.
Shout out to the World's End. Appreciate you, family.
And so it is something that has upset my law enforcement partners and also me as the district attorney. The gentleman that we are talking about is Christian Eppinger. Mr. Eppinger has a long history of violence within our community. Back in May of 2016, May 11th of 2016, he was a juvenile. He was 16 years old. But unfortunately, at that time in his life, he chose to commit an armed robbery. The wisdom of the district attorney's office at that time and the Superior Court judge, and because of a very, very kind victim, he was given what I would call a second chance. He was only at that time sentenced to 10 years to serve 4 in custody. He in fact did serve all of those 4 years in custody, but then he was released on probation. When he got on probation, as many of you know from an earlier news story, he decided to commit other acts of violence. Those acts of violence, and let me be clear, he was released on May 10th of 2021 from that 2016 case. When he got out, though, he did not choose to do the right thing. He again became involved in gang activity, and he committed an act of violence on 10/12/21. At least those are allegations and the charges of robbery and aggravated assault. He also, on January the 22nd of 2022, so of this year, completed a felony theft of a car. He then, on February the 7th, when the police were trying to arrest him for the acts that he committed while out on probation, he shot an officer, and he shot him 6 times. That was when they were trying to execute the warrant for the behavior that he did. The mayor and me have been really disgusted with this, as well as the chief of police, because while he was on probation, it is clear that he was not monitored, he did not report, and he was never revoked. And so our local law enforcement went to arrest him for that other crime that he committed. And that crime, as I said, was a robbery. That was on February the 7th, 2022, where he shot one of Atlanta's finest, an officer, and he shot him 6 times. He really attempted to assassinate him. Just by the grace of God, this officer lived. He also shot at another officer. And so
person like Fanny saying, just by the grace of God. Just by the grace of God, that officer lived.
So this is why we are so offended that this could go on. He was brought before a Fulton County Superior Court judge, the Honorable Judge Schwall. Judge Schwall actually heard the revocation. He found that there were enough facts to revoke Mr. Eppinger's probation, and in fact had already done so. However, he set the sentencing date of that revocation off, and that in fact has been set till April the 27th, 2022. So 1 week from today, he was actually going to sentence him on his finding of being revoked. During that time, he is also waiting to be indicted in the other cases, and in fact it had been 71 days from his arrest until when the hearing is, and a judge here decided to grant him a bond over the opposition of the state, and that is why we are so offended. We do not believe, based on the fact that he had already been revoked on his probation, he had such crimes of violence already against him, that was an inappropriate act. I want to be very clear for the public, though. Mr. Eppinger is not getting out of jail. There is a hold on him from the Fulton County Jail as a result of that revocation, so he is not getting out of jail. We quite frankly believe that Judge Schwall, who is the judge hearing the revocation, is likely going to sentence this gentleman between 50 and 60 years in jail, which is the max that he can get because he took that plea under first offender. And it should be known to the public, his 90 days had not run, and so an indictment will be coming within those 90 days. All of those are facts that we are confident about, but we want the Atlanta Police Department and the public to know that we stand with them, that we are against acts of violence, and especially those that choose to be involved in a gang and commit acts of violence. This is not something that the state supports. It's not something we're going to stand for. Once the Deputy District Attorney, Ms. Convery, brought to my attention that at 5 o'clock the evening before that a bond had been set, we immediately went and filed an emergency motion to have that bond reconsidered, and in fact it is on a calendar tomorrow at 5 p.m. And so although he is going to court next week, we want to make sure that this gentleman does not get out of jail. In fact, we want to make sure that in my lifetime he never sees society again. He has chosen to do this with his life, and now is the time for him to be held responsible. I'll let my police chief speak.
Thank you, Madam DA.
Y'all know him, right? This the dude that started the new Apex and the Titan unit, the new Red Dog. Basically, the one after the Red Dogs got ended, he started all the new programs, the new gang units.
I want to thank you, the Mayor's Office, Fulton County Sheriff's Office, for being in alignment and having solidarity as it relates to the actions against Officer Rogers. But I want us to be clear that we're not standing here in solidarity just because this was action against a police officer. This was an action against our society as a whole. The officers represent the community, And when you strike out against the Atlanta Police Department or any law enforcement official who is standing in the gap, it's a strike against our whole society. This is a most atrocious act of violence against our people when one strike out at a police officer. What we saw, as the DA stated so clearly, is an attempt to assassinate one of our police officers. We must hold people truly accountable for their actions. Police officers are, and I am in agreement, that officers ought to be held to a higher standard. But what comes with that level of higher standards is the protection of the responsibility that they have to the community. And when one takes action against that trust, then the community must galvanize together to protect those responsibilities. And I think what we are seeing here from the DA's office, from the mayor's office, from the Fulton County Sheriff's Office, and all of us that are standing here in solidarity shows that we will not tolerate that in the city, in the city of Atlanta, and in the county of Fulton. It cannot be tolerated. And so we find it quite appalling that the individual will receive this level of bond, but we appreciate the actions taken so swiftly by this DA's office to address the wrongs of this, what we find that happen in this judicial system. Thank you.
Are there any questions?
I'm curious, why did the judge do this, knowing that prosecutors opposed it? What would the reasoning have been with 71 days when you have 90 days?
I think that this is just a problem with our process at this point. And I am going to be meeting with our chief judge. One thing that happened in this case is the Superior Court judges have written a standing order which allows judges that are not elected by the people to set bonds. That's issue number one. And the process that I'm discussing is that those defendants come back before the judge approximately every 6 weeks. This defendant would not have been back before a judge for another 6 weeks. I think the judge had some concerns that he would hit his 90 days and then legally he would not have a bond. But that's process over common sense. What should have happened is the case should have been set down for 19 days. If the state had failed to indict him, at that point the judge would have had to given him a bond by law. A bond should not have been set. This gentleman is just simply too dangerous. We are very pleased, though, that the Superior Court bench has given us an opportunity to readdress this issue, and that will happen, as I said, tomorrow evening at 5 p.m. And what I believe will happen next week, Wednesday, is that this gentleman will be sentenced to over 50 years, and that you will also see an indictment for this crime against these officers.
Over 50 years. And then they're going to be coming for Thug and them, too. This is before they arrested Young Thug. He about to ask him about it in a minute.
Long before 90 days hits.
And VA, we need to refer to the video.
Yes. We're going to have the police department would like you to see the video of when this officer was shot, and then we will continue with questions, sir.
Bill Johnson.
All right, we'll come back to that. Appreciate y'all, family. Let's see what we got next.
If I heard you correctly, you found out, or you came to find out after the fact, after your encounter with this.
Was too that because nothing else got brought up, we were good with everything. But be that as it may, we're going to litigate it now. So.
Yes, Judge, and to.
Okay, this is when they arrested him.
Don't look behind you. Focus on top. Cover this window for me, man. I'm wide open. Straight to the back. Right hand side. And we need to know what door. We're on the back. Right, tell them 6 They said he went out. Tell them 6 7. Right hand side. Straight in the back on the right hand side. Christian. What's his name? Christian Eppinger. McKesson. I got one bit. Christian. Hey, Christian. I know you hear me, bro. Yeah, 35 apartments every day. Christian Eppinger. If you hear me, say something. Switch places. Switch out one apartment. Switch up here. Christian Eppinger, if you hear me, say something.
Looking at the building from the front, all right across, is that correct?
Up here, I want you up here on point. You know? Christian Eppinger.
Copy that. We have an officer on the back corner. We get one more with him.
If you hear me,
I want you up here on point.
show me your hands and come out your hands in the air, sir.
How do we get this house from the back side?
Christian, I know you hear my voice.
There should be a motor scooter blocking the gate. You come through that way.
Come on out with your hands in the air.
He can't hear you. Right. You talking real low. 2491.
What's his last name?
Christian Effinger! It's the Atlanta Police Department. We know you're inside. Come out with your hands out. We have the place surrounded. Do not make this hard. Christian! Come out! All right, let me see your hands.
Hands first, hands.
Crawl! 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 No, sir, crawl. Get on your belly. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up, Perry. Get on your belly. Get on your belly. Get on your belly. Get on your belly.
On your belly.
On your belly.
On your belly. Okay.
On your belly. Crawl backwards. Crawl backwards.
6'7", 6'7".
Crawl backwards, Christian. Christian, crawl backwards. Come, hey, come, we don't want to shoot you. Listen to me. I want you to crawl backwards.
On your belly.
Take the rope.
Get on
Christian,
your belly.
get on your belly.
You got one more time. You're going to take the cross.
Step out here. We don't want to kill you. Step out.
Step out.
Step out, Christian. Nobody wants to shoot you, son. Listen, Christian. Hold on, guys. Look at me, son. Look at me. Step out here. Just crawl out here.
Let me call my mama.
Christian. All right, y'all feel comfortable?
Yeah.
Okay. Who's taking stairs?
I'll take hands.
You got stairs?
I go.
Go.
Call my mama. I got it right here. Ain't nobody in there.
And why is that relevant?
Previously, there was cross-examination of how officers treat individuals in this particular neighborhood and community, and this shows a complete opposite of that type of inference that officers are harass individuals in that community. Given what happened on this day where Mr. Eppinger is alleged to have shot a cop, these officers were tried to get him out in a way that was keep him alive, keep him safe, and that's a complete contradiction to some of the inferences of how officers respond in this community.
So Lady Justice is blind. Everybody can get him.
What kind of inferences and with what witness?
So this was early, probably around November, December. There was a line of cross-examination.
Okay, well, their trial didn't start with testimony until January. So.
No, it started in November. Our testimony started, we started opening statements in November.
Oh, Lord, it's even longer than I thought. Okay, good.
Oh, yeah. Also, Juwana, drop your link in the chat for those who want to sub up. Y'all go show her some love. Y'all sub up to Juwana. That's who was on the panel earlier.
Yes,
sorry, my bad.
That's okay. So there were officers that initially we talked about a lot of drug cases that were happening in this neighborhood, and there were cross-examination about the fact that officers solely focus on this black community. No one, I mean, essentially that no one, they primarily harass in this community. I can't remember. I remember there were certain officers that were questioned with that line of question. I believe even maybe
My bad. Rainy Rain, what's good, family?
Testified earlier as well about why there was a lot of police enforcement in that community, because it's a high crime area. And so a lot of the officers who testified earlier were on either crime suppression teams or teams that respond to high crime area. And there were questions about the fact that in this community, police just police this community, overly police the community. And so given that line of questioning, Your Honor, we just thought that this was an opposite effect of that, especially given on the day that this occurred, their interaction with Mr. Eppinger.
Your Honor, if I may, that is a complete mischaracterization of the testimony and the cross-examination that came out.
Why they be lying so much? What up, blue-eyed hillbilly? I see you, family. Why they gotta lie to win? You ain't gotta lie to kick it. They need a new job. They need a new profession for real.
First of all, what's happening in this video, this is a terrible video, but what's happening in this video is completely different from what the prosecutor's talking about. What she's referencing specifically is that there was some testimony earlier when this court was not, with the previous court, about the arrest of an individual in a parking lot, and when the police pull in, people yell 12 and some people run, and there were conversations and cross-examinations about whether those people run because they're criminals or whether in that neighborhood they see the police and they're fearful of the police. That was that, specific to that. This video has nothing whatsoever to do with the offense that Christian Eppinger is accused of committing, for which he's been indicted. There is nothing probative about him being, about children running out of a house at gunpoint with assault rifles and with him being told to crawl and him saying, kill me, kill me. That adds nothing of relevance.
Yeah, there was more kids. I had to skip past the kids. I didn't want to show them running out. That was crazy. Why would they show that?
To what's charged in the indictment.
Well, I guess it adds some counter to whatever might have been inferred otherwise, but I don't believe, I'm going to rule it out under 403. Okay, so we know what comes in, so let's...
And I'm going to withdraw my cumulative objection.
Okay, all right, so let's get the jury out and let's get through these, what, is it 3 witnesses? Do you think we can get through them by 5-ish or 5:30?
Yep.
Well, let's just get started. All right, let's get the jury out and whomever it was back on the stand. And are you showing them with this witness?
$61.70, $61.60. You up on SLS? On the ground, boy. On the ground. On the ground. On the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground, bro. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. I ain't did nothing, bro. What's that? 3637 on Hayville. This is what that's
Sorry, we'll stop the plane at 17:42 seconds. Sorry, we'll stop the plane at 17:42 seconds. And did that conclude your involvement in this case, Sergeant Davis?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any defense questions?
Sergeant?
Yes, it is.
Davis, true?
Correct.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Keith Adams, and I represent Jeffrey Williams, gentleman sitting right there in the black. I want to ask you a couple questions about what we just saw, what we just saw on the screen, these two videos. One was a dash cam, one was a body cam, true?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say that you weren't involved in the case, but your role as manager of the dash cam
Facts, Sapphire Ridge.
department, body camera department, is what brings you in here?
Correct.
Okay. But you did have an opportunity to look at these videos and observe them, true?
I did.
And so you're able to testify that they are what they purport to be. They show images that are accurate, as best you can tell.
Correct.
Okay. And so what we're seeing is actually what happened out there that day.
Yes.
And what we're hearing is what happened and what was said and all the sounds and everything that happened at that time, true?
That's correct.
All right. Now, on the first one that we saw, which was, I believe, the body camera.
Correct.
That is, it starts with us, we see from inside of the vehicle. Is that right?
Correct.
Is it clear to you from looking at that, from the handcuffs that are hanging from in the front, that this is a police car that this gentleman is in, the officer? So it is a marked police car, and am I correct that we see it pull up and then come to a stop?
Yes.
And you saw in the video, did you not, and heard when the officer gets out of the car, right? You saw that?
Yes, yes, I saw
right.
that.
You'd agree with me that he encounters this one person, the person who we come to know as Mr. Eppinger, right?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Eppinger, this guy's by himself.
Yes.
Right. So you have an officer in the video that you can see getting out of a car, and he's confronting this one person. There's not a group of people with him. This is just this guy, Eppinger, by himself, walking, right?
That's what the footage showed, yes.
And would you agree with me that the footage shows the officer telling him to get on the ground, trying to apprehend him, right?
That's what it showed, yes.
Now,
another question is, how was he walking down? How did he recognize him walking down the street in a big bubble jacket with the hood on, with the hoodie on? Like, how'd you even know that was him? How long y'all was following this dude?
The video, that body camera from that first one, it doesn't show, there's a point where it kind of goes on the ground and you can't really see much more, but you can still hear what's going on, right?
Correct.
And you hear the shots.
Correct.
Okay, now, so this guy, Eppinger, that we see first in the first video, we see him again in the dash cam, the second video that was shown. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would you agree with me that the dash cam from that second video is not from Officer Rogers' car, it's from the other car? Is that true?
No, that's from Officer Rogers' car that he exited out of.
That's Officer Rogers' car?
Yes.
Okay. So you see the dash cam pointing out, and there's a point where you see both Officer Rogers and this guy, Eppinger, both in the frame of the video. You agree?
I think you're kind of mistaken. What you see initially, the position of the body cam of him exiting the car, the door open. Once he closes,
I was high every day for a whole year, and I was at anything. I was at done anything to get out of here. I was at done anything.
See the body camera as he has interaction with the gentleman.
Okay.
The second video that was shown was the actual car, that's the camera that's mounted inside of the vehicle, the dash cam itself.
Right, and that's what I was talking about, the second video.
The right, left, excuse me, the right, left side. Front.
Okay, all right.
And you agree in the second video, at some point, they come into the frame of the video and you see both individuals, right? You agree with me that the officer doing his job is trying to interact with Eppinger, this guy Eppinger, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you hear a series of shots. And at the time that you hear the shots, you actually see Eppinger shooting at the officer. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. You'd agree with me that there doesn't appear to be anyone else around.
Not that I saw, no.
Right. There's no one advising or encouraging this guy, kid, whatever he is, Eppinger, to do what he's doing. He appears to be acting on his own. Is that right?
That's what it appears, yes, sir.
And then you hear a second set of shots, and am I correct that is after this guy Eppinger runs off, You hear some other shots, which will be another officer shooting at him, right?
No one was shooting. I don't know who was shooting, but you do hear more gunfire.
Okay. And at that time, when Eppinger runs off and runs around the corner, there's no one else with him.
With Eppinger, you mean?
That's
no,
right.
I didn't see anyone. No.
Okay. There's no one who appears to be running with him or anything like that, right?
Not.
Hey, OBD, what you mean you not subscribed? What you need, Jack to dance for you? I got you.
Not from the footage, no.
Okay. You don't know this kid, Eppinger, do you? And I say kid, out of this guy, Eppinger.
No, I don't know the young man, no, sir.
Okay. All right. Would you agree with me? And this is what I heard, and I want you to tell me if I'm correct, if this is what you heard as well. In the very first video, when Officer Rogers gets out of the car and he's telling Eppinger to get on the ground, did you hear Eppinger saying, I didn't do nothing, I didn't do nothing?
Yes, I heard something to
all right.
What you said, correct.
And again, Rogers pulls up in a marked police car, as far as you know, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so, you know, this verbiage, I didn't do nothing, it appears that he is, I mean, you don't say I don't do nothing to someone who's not a cop.
Objection, speculation.
I'll withdraw it. I'll withdraw it. All right. I don't need you to
Lady Justice is blind.
I'm correct. He had
Everybody
on some white pants and a silver bubble jacket kind of thing.
That's what it appears.
Okay. Video. All right. Sergeant Davis, I think that's all I have.
All right, any other defense attorneys' questions for this witness?
I do.
So this was the other cop that pulled up behind him in the second car behind him in the unmarked car. Although they say the other dude was in the unmarked car, I don't know which one is which. They confusing me. I'm confused. And what up, Ash Bay? I see you. What up, S-Lo? I see you. Appreciate you, family. Make sure I ain't missing nobody real quick. Okay, Joni Ford, that guy Nick, Becky. Okay, I see y'all, family.
William, W-I-L-L-I-A-M, Johnson, J-O-H-N-S-O-N.
And where are you employed?
The Atlanta Police Department.
And what do you do for the Atlanta Police Department?
I'm a sergeant in the homicide unit.
And how long have you been a sergeant with the homicide unit?
In homicide, about a year, a little bit over a year.
And tell the jury briefly about your time with the Atlanta Police Department.
I had about a year, a little bit over a year.
And tell the jury briefly about your time with the Atlanta Police Department.
I have been here for 17 years. I've been in Zone 1, which is the west side of Atlanta. I went to Apex, which is a proactive enforcement unit. More recently and more appropriate to this case, I was in the gang unit, and I had a collateral duty as an FBI task force officer at the time of this incident. And then currently I am a sergeant with the homicide unit.
In 2022?
I did.
All right. And let me ask, back in 2022, did you work a particular shift?
It varied.
Okay. How did you get involved with an incident involving Christian Eppinger?
So on that morning, I was on my way to work, and I was going to stop by the FBI task force or the FBI office to swap out vehicles. The vehicle I was in, I'm sorry.
No, you're sorry.
The vehicle I was in at the time was, a Chevy Malibu, I think, or maybe it was an Impala, and I was supposed to be switching to a Jeep. So I was going to swap to this vehicle, get a new Jeep, and then head back to APD headquarters to start my day. While I was swapping vehicles, I swapped all my stuff out, get to the Jeep won't start, so I had to swap everything back out. Anyway, so I ended up taking that vehicle and heading towards APD headquarters to start my day. While I'm on my way to APD headquarters.
All right, I'm going to skip some of that. Oh, well, actually, he's getting into it now. But shout out to Blue Eye Hillbilly. Hey, I'm going to have to make a clip for Mondo, because I noticed y'all be hitting Mondo a lot. I'm going to have to bring a clip in for that prompt.
Headquarters, we get a text or a call from another investigator said he has eyes on a wanted fugitive who happened to be Christian Eppinger.
And you said you were coming back down towards headquarters. Where were you at? Where's the FBI
It's in Chambly.
And who was the investigator that you received information from that he had eyes on the suspect?
Investigator Storno?
And is Investigator Storno with the gang unit as well?
Yes.
Once you heard that call, what, if anything, did you do?
So he was just looking for help. He's had eyes on him. He didn't think he was going to be able to keep eyes on him without being made. And so he was asking for help.
Storno. I thought it was Rob. I mean, what was his name? Not Storno. What was the dude's name that was just up there with the big head?
I was on the way down to Atlanta, so I said, okay, I'll help you out.
And you said without being...
Nah, that guy, Nick, I'm not a fan of Mondo. But I'm a fan of his clips, though, because they funny.
Made. What does that mean?
Identified as law enforcement. He was in an undercover vehicle. He was in an undercover capacity. So he didn't want to be identified as a police officer following a wanted gang member.
Okay. What happened once you... Did you ever make it to APD headquarters?
No. So when that call came out, I just rerouted and went straight to assisting him.
Okay. And where did you go in order to assist Investigator Storno?
221 Cleveland Avenue.
And what is at 221 Cleveland Avenue?
It's a gas station. I think at the time it was a Chevron.
And prior to February 7th, were you familiar with that location?
Oh, yes.
Start Fishing Coffee. What up, family? I see you.
Stronghold for the YSL gang.
Objection, foundation, relevance.
Have a rule. Did you make it to 221 Cleveland Avenue?
I did.
Okay. What happened once you got to 221 Cleveland Avenue?
Once I got to 221 Cleveland, I pulled into one of the pumps and just started surveilling Christian Eppinger. Pretty much immediately, like I said, that vehicle I was in was either a Malibu or a Impala, which is basically like a cop car. And as soon as I pulled in, I started...
Hey, happy birthday, Always Lying Love. I see you. Appreciate you, family. Y'all show Always Lying Love some love.
Everybody started watching me, and they literally started almost like sharks going around my car, checking me out.
And as you saw that, what, if anything, did you do?
I relayed that information. We were communicating over the radio, so I relayed that information to the other officers in the area.
Okay. And after you relayed that information,
Ash Bay, what's good, family? I see you.
Did you stay at 221 Cleveland?
Appreciate you.
For a while, because I had to maintain eyes on Eppinger. And so shortly after that happened, that's when Eppinger started to walk off.
And when you arrived at 221 Cleveland, was Eppinger at that location?
Yes.
And where was he at in relation to where your car was?
So I was pulled into a gas pump facing the store, and he was in front of the store.
Okay. You said you kept eyes on him. Did you see where he went?
Yes.
Where did he go?
He walked up to Steel Ave, towards 2612 Steel, and he interacted with another person at the gate, and then continued on to the apartments directly behind 2612 Steel.
Okay. What did you do once you saw him interact with the individual and walk into the gate?
I pulled off because I didn't expect him to stop, so I kind of pulled off into the parking lot nearby. And that's when the marked units were getting called in to go ahead and effect the arrest.
What happened once that occurred?
So that's when Officer Rogers pulled in with his marked patrol car as Eppinger walked up the roadway. And when he pulled in, I pulled in kind of behind him as well.
Okay. And as you pulled in behind him, what, if anything, occurred?
And so normally in that situation, like I said, I was in an undercover vehicle, I was in an undercover capacity. I wouldn't normally get out. I would normally just kind of be eyeballs,
That would be
right?
the
And
right
just
front,
watching what's
the right left, excuse me, the right left side.
happening
Front.
and relaying that information. In that situation, I saw Rogers get out, and you could see just from the behaviors from Eppinger that he didn't appear like he was going to just give up.
Objection, speculation.
Were you observing his behavior?
Correct. So just based on my own knowledge and experience from being a police officer 17 years.
Right. So think about this. They out there, they put together big old units, enforcement units. They call backup. They have dogs and all that to get a little bitty piece of weed. But going to get this robbery victim that they know got guns and all that, they just come with 2 officers and he try to use his taser. What?
The physical actions that he was taking, for instance, when he pulled up, the roar of his Charger, when it came kind of pulling up behind Eppinger, he didn't even turn around, right? He's just kind of glued forward. And obviously Officer Rogers giving him commands, he's not acknowledging him. He's not even acknowledging that he's there. And so when all that happens, that's when I exited the vehicle, because I could tell something. I didn't expect what was going to happen, but I didn't expect him to give up.
And let me ask you, you said you were looking at him. Do you recall today what kind of warrants he had?
Armed robbery.
Shout out to Eslo, got the gifted membership.
Once you exit the vehicle, what occurred? What, if anything, happened?
And this all happened very quickly. As I exit, Officer Rogers is trying to engage with Eppinger. As he goes to go hands-on, a bit of a scuffle occurs, and that's when basically Eppinger just ambushes Officer Rogers and just begins to shoot him repeatedly.
And when you saw that Eppinger shot him repeatedly, what, if anything, did you do?
I ran into the incident and started engaging with Eppinger as well.
Okay. And when you said engaging with Eppinger, what do you mean?
Shooting.
And when you started to engage with Eppinger, what, if anything, happened?
He started shooting back at me.
Shout out to Sapphire Ridge. Y'all go sub up, show them some love. Got a Christmas show coming up.
When he started shooting back at you, what happened next?
We engage in a gunfight, and he ends up running. I end up running out of ammo. I run over to Officer Rogers, who's bleeding in the grass. And at that point, another officer arrives on scene.
And then do you subsequently render aid to Officer Rogers?
Yeah, so when I get to Officer Rogers, he's laying on the ground, he's bleeding all over. But at that point, I didn't realize that Eppinger I didn't realize that he had ran off. In my mind, I was thinking that he was reloading or trying to find a better spot to.
Speculation. And non-responsive.
So I'll ask a foundational question. When you went over to Officer Rogers,
Bridgetta L says, who is just a regular police officer? I don't know. Nobody in this case.
Were you focused on Officer Rogers, or did you think an emergency might still be in place with Mr. Eppinger?
I thought that we were still in danger.
Okay. And because you thought you were still in danger, what, if anything, did you do?
So Officer Rogers was in an open area, and so I drug him. I just drug him around the corner to just have a better area for us to start triaging all of the injuries.
Hi guys, how is everybody?
And then subsequently, was Officer Rogers taken to the hospital?
Yes.
All right. And was that an ambulance or some other vehicle?
No, we just threw him in one of the undercover cars. I think it was Investigator Storno.
And did you stay on scene at that point, or did you go with Storno and Officer Rogers?
No, I stayed on scene.
And have you had the opportunity to view the surveillance video from the apartment complex in preparation for your testimony today?
I did.
And does the surveillance video accurately depict your involvement in this case?
Yes.
Permission to approach?
You may.
Showing you what's been marked as 4SS.
From that day, okay?
Okay.
Now, and if I'm going to recount some of your testimony and make sure I got this correct. So I hear that you've been with APD, I think you said 17 years, right?
Yes.
You were a gang investigator at some point, true?
Yes.
You were with the FBI at some point.
Yes.
You were detailed to the ATF, if I heard you correctly.
Yes.
All right. You were...
Oh, yeah, I missed the part when he said it, but he said also he was Apex, too. Y'all know Apex, Red Dog. I say it every time. All that same thing, the gang unit, the gang member unit.
Familiar, at least on February the 7th of 2022, you're familiar with this guy named Christian Eppinger.
Yes.
Okay. And so when you received notification or a call about the fact that APD officers were looking for Mr. Eppinger, you decided to go and assist. Officer asked for help.
Yes.
Okay. And what you knew when you were going down there to assist was that there was a warrant out for the arrest of this guy, Mr. Eppinger, right?
Yes.
Now, although you'd been in the gang unit, it wasn't what you knew about.
I believe it's Always Lion Love birthday tomorrow. I think that's what she was saying. Shout out to Always Lion Love. Say happy birthday.
About him being wanted was that he was wanted for an armed robbery that he was alleged to have committed. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. So that is the offense that you were aware that you were going down there to assist in apprehending him for.
Yes.
Okay. And I heard you testify that you got down to the Chevron down at 221 Cleveland, and that is where you first saw Mr. Eppinger.
Yes.
He was by himself.
No, there was a group of probably 8 to 10 people at that gas station.
He was standing in front of the store.
Yes.
Okay. And at some point he walked away from the store, and you saw that.
Yes.
Okay. And he walked away by himself, correct?
Yes.
And I presume you saw the video, or if you didn't see the video, you mentioned seeing him interact, is your word, with someone at the gate going into the complex, true?
Yes.
All right. And I think I saw this correctly, and maybe your memory is better than mine, but it was pretty empty out there that day on the streets.
In the apartment complex?
In the apartment
Yes.
complex, right.
Yes.
And in fact, the last video that we saw, the only one that you were shown, where we're looking down that driveway, we see your vehicle, and we see the interaction at the far end. You don't see anyone else out there in the complex, do you?
No.
Okay. And so, in fact, when you see him, Eppinger, interact with this guy at the front gate, he walks off, and you're still watching him after that. Is that right?
Yes.
Other officers were called in, and they were coming in to effect the arrest for this robbery that he was charged with, right?
Yes.
Okay. They weren't coming to arrest him for any sort of, well, strike that. Let me ask you a tighter question. When you pulled in behind Officer Rogers.
Yes.
And so you had a good view of everything that was going on.
Yes.
And it is fair and accurate to say that Officer Rogers got out of his car and tried to apprehend Mr. Eppinger.
Yes.
Mr. Eppinger resisted.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Eppinger seemed like he didn't want to, he certainly wasn't getting down on the ground. Correct? He was by himself, though, at that time.
Correct.
Right? There wasn't anyone around him.
No.
There wasn't anyone who seemed to be advising him to do anything. Right? There wasn't anyone who was helping him with anything that he himself, by himself, was doing on that day, at that moment.
Correct.
Okay. And so when you saw him fire and shoot at Officer Rogers, who was just doing his job, Mr. Eppinger appeared to be doing that all by himself on his own. True?
Yes, Christian Eppinger fired the gun by himself.
And then Christian Eppinger,
Was this in furtherance of the gang?
You got out and you engaged because you see this guy who is obviously committing a crime, firing on one of your officers, and you intended to make sure he was no longer a threat. He wouldn't hurt your officer anymore. He wouldn't hurt you. He needed to be taken into custody, right?
Correct.
And he fired back at you.
Correct.
And then he ran off. In the video, he runs around a corner from where you are. Is that accurate?
Yes.
There doesn't appear to be anyone who's helping him or soliciting him or aiding him to get away. He's doing all this all by himself.
At the time, I didn't know.
Okay. Well, there wasn't anyone else around, right?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Sashay Tucker, what's good, family? I see you. Appreciate you joining.
Naturally, you stayed and you assisted and rendered aid to Officer Rogers, correct?
Yes.
And other officers came in and ultimately ended up affecting the arrest and arresting Mr. Eppinger.
Yes.
Okay. Sergeant, that's all I have. Thank you.
Any other defense questions? Go ahead.
Sergeant Johnson, I just have a couple questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how long the warrant had been out for this guy, Mr. Eppinger's arrest?
Not off the top of my head.
Had you all, when I say you all, had any of the
Lady Justice is lying. Everybody will get
meeting to decide when this particular arrest was going to get made?
So I remember, I'm going off of memory. For at least 2 to 3 weeks prior, I remember there was a lot of discussion about apprehending Eppinger.
Okay. Was that a lot of discussion with...
Where was the team at? Where was the team? Yo, shout out to Jack Glanville up there dancing for subs.
A group of APD officers?
Within the gang unit, yes.
Okay. Any particular reason on this particular day only one officer decided to get out and effectuate this arrest as opposed to a group of officers?
No. And that's not normally the case where one officer would have been effecting that arrest.
Is it fair to say that that was not protocol?
Oh, it's protocol. I mean, we arrest people all the time by ourselves. I mean, that's kind of how Atlanta PD has always done it. Like hindsight 2020,
right.
We should have had 5 or 10 people there. Obviously, he was willing to shoot it out with the police. We definitely wanted more than one, but it wasn't a
shout out to Becky Einhorn. Appreciate you, family.
Violation of protocol.
I understand, but you all had huddled at some point prior to that day about this particular individual, Mr. Eppinger, correct?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Any other defense questions?
I remember he had a co-defendant in that case. I don't remember his name off the top of my head.
And was that individual also associated with YSL?
Yes.
Does the name Durante Beebe?
The state believes. The state believes that the evidence will show.
On cross-examination, you were asked whether or not did you see anyone advising Mr. Eppinger about this shooting? Do you remember being asked that question?
Yes.
Or did anyone else aid him or abet him? Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
As a gang unit investigator, have you had training as a gang investigator?
Yes.
And you said you were in the unit for 10 years?
Yes.
As a investigator within the gang unit, did you find that sometimes...
I'm going to object to the question. He's not being qualified, and there will be no foundation for him to answer the question.
It's also calls for speculation and an opinion on the intent of others.
And leading.
I don't know what the question is going to be. I mean, it may be that it's sustained to leading, but the rest of them...
As a member...
Yeah, rephrase your question and let me consider it.
As an investigator in the gang unit, have there been other cases of gang members shooting at or in the direction of law?
Action, relevance.
Sustained.
Appreciate y'all being here, family. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, tap in, share with a friend.
Interrupt you. We have Mr. Eppinger here with us at this point in time, position number 1. I was just going to ask him some questions about representation. Mr. Eppinger, good morning, sir.
Good.
Sir, do you have an attorney?
No.
Would you like the court to go ahead and appoint you an attorney for this case?
Yes, sir.
All right.
This time, say what I like to tender. Stacey said with 30 and into.
I'm going to have Mr. Siminoff, who's with the Public Defender's Office, talk with you in just a minute and qualify you to see if you can qualify for the services of the Public Defender or Conflict Defender, and we'll go ahead and let him do that this morning.
I'm sorry. I actually have information on Mr. Eppinger. His case was already submitted for C3 counsel on August 19th from our office, and it was approved and forwarded to the state office. So if he doesn't have a lawyer at this point, I believe the state office is still working on securing representation for him. But our office's part in that process has already been.
So you've already started that process.
We've already submitted the forms, and they've been.
What up, Prentice Jones? I see you joining. What up, Just Lee? I see you. Appreciate y'all joining, family.
Approved by my supervisor and forwarded to the state office, Judge.
Okay. Mr. Chamberlain, since he's in GDC custody, can we put him back on for the 5th of October and see if that counsel will join us at that point, by that time? Okay, all right. Mr. Eppinger, I'm going to go ahead and put you on for the 5th of October. So it looks like the quest to have representation for you is already started. So somebody should be reaching out to you very soon to talk with you about representation, okay?
Yes, sir.
But I am going to go ahead and put you back on for the 5th of October, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Unless you have any questions, sir, you're welcome to remain, or I can go ahead and release you, okay?
I'm good.
Say again?
I said I'm good. I'll leave.
Okay, all right. Thank you, sir. Okay, all right.
YSL RICO case. We're talking about a Fulton County Sheriff's deputy arrested earlier today and accused of trying to smuggle contraband to a defendant in the case. This deputy, Akiba Stanley, in this mugshot here, in the past hour, the Fulton County Sheriff announced she has been fired. And we have learned she was previously fired from the Atlanta Police Department when an investigation found she was unfit to serve as an officer. 11 Alive's Natasha Givens joining us now live in studio tonight. And in the past few hours, we received the arrest warrant for Stanley. So, Natasha, what is going on here?
Well, there's a lot to unpack, Jennifer. The deputy is accused of having an inappropriate relationship with Christian Eppinger by communicating with him on Instagram, visiting his cell, and trying to smuggle items to him. Now, you may recall Eppinger is accused of shooting an Atlanta police officer last year. He remains behind bars tonight, and the deputy is too. Akiba Stanley took an oath to serve and protect, but officials say her track record as an officer is now criminal. Her arrest warrants detail her having an inappropriate relationship with an inmate, visiting his cell, communicating with an inmate through Instagram, and trying to smuggle contraband to Christian Eppinger from one of his relatives. Eppinger is accused of shooting a veteran Atlanta police officer several times last year while he was being taken into custody. He's also a defendant in the YSL RICO case awaiting trial. Stanley's charges include a violation of oath of office, reckless conduct, and conspiracy to commit a felony. But this isn't the first time her conduct as an officer has been questioned. According to state records, Stanley started working for the Atlanta Police Department back in 2016. But during a 30-day period, she received several complaints. Some are outlined in this investigation obtained by 11 Alive. It states her actions during traffic stops made her unfit to be an officer. The investigation also found other officers complained about her behavior. She was terminated from APD back in 2018. Post-certification records also show Stanley was ordered to complete a 6-month ethics and professionalism course at her own expense back in 2020. She then began working at the Fulton County Sheriff's Office last October. And in a statement late this afternoon, the Fulton County Sheriff announced Stanley has in fact been fired, and he calls her actions reckless and put the lives of others in danger.
All right, family, the panel is now open. We still got some more clips, but if y'all want to come up and get anything off your mind, just come on up and let us know what's on your mind. Appreciate y'all, family. We still rocking and rolling.
Okay. 1 second. Ms. Converse. Good morning. We are here today because of some events that have taken place over the last few days within our county. As many of you are aware,
custody, I had to go myself, and luckily he's very loved in our community.
Real quick, let's tap into this Ashley Merchant talking about Brian Steele when he got arrested.
community, and so many members of our team went down there and were there, and so we had a very strong showing of force, but it was definitely something I did not expect to happen. During my hearing, the judge is admitting that he had this ex parte communication, and it seems like that should be what everyone's focused on, not whether or not Brian is going to tell him who told him the judge had this ex parte. It just seemed like deflecting. You know, the judge was in trouble, got caught with having this ex parte hearing, and instead of admit to that and handle that, you know, when Brian brought it up, they're going to throw Brian in jail. It didn't make a lot of sense. But like you said, it's unheard of. These proceedings are supposed to be what we call adversary, where all the defense is there. The defendants, the defense lawyers are all supposed to be present. But instead, they chose to have this meeting without inviting any of the defense, without letting them know.
What up, what up, what up, family? We got Joanna in the house again. And we got who else is calling? I don't want to say the name. I don't know if that's the right name you're going by. I can't hear you. Hello?
What's going on, Flesh?
Prentice, what's good? What's good?
How you doing, bro?
All right, all right. I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Oh man, just when we thought this first trial was over, it get worse, man. You see how they doing Yak, man? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I've been following it. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. Oh, you see Fonnie Willis got kicked off the Trump case today, her whole office.
Yeah, I saw that too. I saw Cat Knott Williams reading through the paperwork earlier.
Yeah. Yeah. Did
What's
you
your thoughts on
it? Yeah, good for her. I think that's the beginning of the end for Fonnie Willis. Are you familiar with Professor Nez?
Not off the top.
Okay, he got a channel, and I was watching him earlier in the week. He had a couple ladies on there who were spilling the beans about Fonnie, how she went to Washington, D.C. and met with Kamala Harris and the dirt they was doing trying to get Trump and all of that. She's in trouble. Yeah. Yeah, if you check Professor Nez out, man, you'll see that.
Okay, I'll check it out. I'll check it out. Before we go too far, let me say what's up to the ladies in the building. And you can stay up though. You ain't gotta go off yet if you got more to say, Prentice. What up, Joanna and Dee Dee? I see y'all in the family. I see y'all in the room. Y'all got something to say?
What's up?
What up, Dee Dee?
So remember I said this day. There's something majorly wrong with that EPPINGER case, because with something that severe against an officer, it should have been from what we're hearing, it should be a slam dunk case. But instead, they're surrounding it with all this other stuff. And it could be tried separate and still used in the RICO, like Little Rod's case. There's something majorly wrong, and I'm hoping that this lawyer is on max level and is able to bring it out. Mark my word.
Right. It's crazy because he was severed early in the case because of that clip that I just showed a little while ago with the security guard or whatever he was messing with, and he was talking to him through the laptop, which is like, I don't know, that whole situation seemed kind of suspect. And even when he got arrested, the whole cop thing, I don't know, it all seemed kind of like, I don't know, it's like you can't exactly guess what's going on, but it seemed like something that they not showing is going on.
There's so much going on. Like, for instance, the officer, I mean, I hate that happened to him, but he straight up lied. Like, when he was telling his story, you can tell it was to draw sympathy and empathy. But then when you show the video, none of what he said, he did not have a conversation with him. He did not tell him that he had a warrant for his, he didn't do none of that. He immediately started yelling at him.
Right, and
Something
that's not what he said when he was on the stand. He talking about I said this and I said that. He didn't say none of that when he jumped out the car.
And I'm
Yeah.
willing to also assure you that when he said that he had his gun and then he put it away and decided to go for his taser, I'm telling you right now, that's bull. That is to soften a jury. There's no way that he went from a gun to a taser with no obvious reason why, when you know what that guy had a warrant for. That's crazy.
Right, you hop out with a gun, but then you say I'm a downgrade to a taser.
What sense does that make?
Right, that's what I'm saying. Oh, I don't want to take you out. I just want to take you down after you just done blasted on me 6 times.
Right.
What
Oh,
up?
and you're
That's
going to use a
Joanna,
taser
right?
on a bubble jacket? Are you serious?
How nice of you.
Yeah,
That's
hey,
crazy.
that was crazy because the first thing you hear him say is, what do you say? Stop, boy.
Stop.
He called him a
Stop,
boy.
boy. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Stop
Before he
resisting.
even got out
Stop
the car.
resisting. Yeah, stop resisting. Get on the
But
ground. Stop resisting. And then you looking like, where's all this coming from?
yeah, because you heard Eppinger say, I ain't even do nothing, man.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And I'll just say I have a lot of trainings and a lot of different things. And I want you to find me a military, police, any kind of academy where they're going to tell you to get out with a violent criminal by yourself.
And
Right,
then
you
don't
know-
forget, let's not forget that he said prior to them even pulling him over and stopping you, they had knowledge that he was a carrier and that he will, blast on you. So he already had all this knowledge. Already had all this knowledge. But yet and still, you gonna put your gat away and bring out a taser?
Right. And he got on a bubble jacket and you don't know what he might have under that. That's
Right.
crazy.
And
That
how
was a
long
soften
y'all
the
was
jury,
following
man.
them? Y'all had to been following them for a while to know that was him with that
Yep.
hood
Yeah,
on and
because-
everything. And then just y'all two pulling up in 2 separate cars and he just hop out like it's his first time ever doing anything like this or something. Like what type of stage setup was this? And what? Right.
Yeah.
That
And
looked
I
like,
have
it
to
looked like they was trying to rob him.
And I had to listen to it again. But the guy, first of all, I want to know, when did that other cop get out of his car? Was it after the gunshot started, or when he first saw? Like when did he actually get out and do it? Because if you listen to the gunshots, they're pretty much in succession. Bam, 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 bam.
And
so he's
and still
saying that they
hadn't
got
addressed
into a
themselves as who they were. They still hadn't addressed themselves as, police, get down. They still hadn't identified themselves, as I meant to say. They still hadn't identified themselves.
Plus, if you listen to how the shots went off, he said that then he got in a gunfight with him. When that man have time to reload?
From the back. I mean, he was in the front. The police was in the back.
Like, none of that makes sense. None of it.
And I heard, now don't take my word, I just heard it on somebody else's show, and it came up, this was about 3 weeks ago, and it came up that the other officer actually shot Rogers.
No, I heard it too, sir. So you don't.
I believe it.
No, I heard
believe
that
friendly
too.
fire. Absolutely.
I heard that also. So
but
you're not
let me.
alone.
Cops will never admit when they're wrong. I could tell you like this one case that I went and participated in a press conference with. They said that the guy shot at the cops and that's why the cops shot him. Now this guy, they accused him of stealing in Walmart. When the cops get there and they're checking him out, he has a gun tucked in his front waistband. He breaks away from the police. Now he's handcuffed to the back. He breaks away from the police. He's running through the parking lot. And it was very convenient that the sound wasn't working on their body cams. But they shoot this guy. So if you look at the police reports, they stated that the reason they shot was because he was shooting at them. But you can see on the body cams when they shoot him and they walk up to him, his gun is so tucked into his waistband, they have to like wiggle it to get it out. Now tell me why the gun was tested. It was a brand new gun, never fired. Now, Ask me what happened to the officers that lied on written
I'm scared to
reports.
ask you, but I know you're
I
gonna
don't,
tell us anyway.
I don't,
What happened?
I don't think
Nothing.
anybody, right, I was gonna say, I don't think nobody with common sense would have to ask you that question because we know what it is.
Okay,
You
so
know,
let me put y'all in this scenario. Dirk and Vaughn. Where am I going with this?
I don't know, but
okay, well, maybe I could leave Dirk out of it. But Vaughn, when they said that old boy did what he did, and come to find out the police did what they did. You get what I'm saying? But nobody was gonna confess to it. And then it all turned out to be the police is the one who, fired, took him out. Now what happened to that officer?
nothing. Same thing that happened with 90% of the other ones.
Exactly.
Yeah. Let me say this, and just in the Christian Eppinger case, if he did shoot that officer, and that other officer shot the other officer, then Christian Eppinger will get charged with that, because it'll be he's in the commission of a felony, so he'll get charged with that also. That's how it works. Like if me and one of y'all go out and commit a crime.
Oh yeah, we both going down.
No, I'll say me. If we're together, we commit a crime, and I end up dead, you'll get charged with that murder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was with you at the time that the crime was committed. Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll charge me with it. But did you see Whitaker had to correct herself when she was reading off the charges, when she said that he was committed of shooting 2 officers, and then the attorney said no, 1 officer, and then 1 officer was shot at. She said, I stand corrected. You're correct. She was like, you're correct. I stand corrected. He shot 1 officer and shot at the other. Yeah.
That's also because Fonnie keep on saying that he shot 2 police, but where was the charge or anything about the other police that he shot?
There's something wrong with that case.
They said he wished not to testify.
There's something majorly wrong with that case. I'm telling you. And they're
what?
wrapping it up in all this other stuff to cover up whatever that flaw is. But there's something major wrong with that case.
You know what I'm thinking, and I could be 100% wrong, but what I'm thinking, Christian Eppinger didn't shoot at all. When he started tussling with the one officer, the other officer, they both start with the other officer fired. I don't know if the arresting officer fired because
Well, it looked like Eppinger from the video. If that's him in the video, it looked like he turned around and fired.
Well, I don't know if I seen that part. What I did, I just seen him running away, so he probably fired. But here's what people don't know: even with police officers, and this is in the Constitution, but they never let you get away with it. If a crime is being committed against you from an officer, you're allowed to defend yourself, and you're allowed to use deadly force.
In most states, not all states. And then I don't know if you know about it, but you know about the ozone case, right?
Nah, what is that?
Look up Orthel Wallace. It was a case that just finished up, I think, last year in Florida, where I'm 99% sure that man was defending himself against a crooked cop, but they still gave him 30 years.
Oh yeah.
While y'all talking, y'all can keep going. I don't mean to cut you off. I'm gonna play that clip in the background, so if you could see it, it'll be playing in the back. I zoomed it in so you can see it a little better. But go ahead, my bad. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, you're good. I'm driving. I wish I could see it.
Can I bring up something like a little off topic that I said in the chat?
Go ahead.
At the beginning of this trial, they were speaking on Fanny having a relationship with Nut, right? And they were saying that's she promised his mom that she was gonna get to the bottom of it and somebody was gonna get arrested for this case. Since then, I've heard like I don't know how many of y'all have heard, but I've heard several people speak on that same case. Like, y'all remember when, found he used to mess around with him. And then you see how it's like so personal for her. You get what I'm trying to say? It's like personal. Personal for her.
I don't. What I heard about that is that she wasn't actually messing with Nut, but I think she's messing with like his manager or somebody.
Oh, okay. Somebody in the circle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but
okay.
they also said that she was messing around with YSL.
YSL.
Mondo.
I was just gonna say with Lucci. Yep.
No, YSL Mondo.
Mondo, I heard Lucci also, but then I said, well, Lucci should have, he would have been way younger than her.
Well, I know
but,
she was Mondo's lawyer. I don't know for sure if they was messing around. He said they wasn't. He denied it, but I heard that too. But I think Trump was actually the one who started that rumor. Trump said that she was sleeping with Mondo.
Mondo said that she acted the auntie role for him, and that he was going to be on that list, but she couldn't put him on there because she once defended him, and he said that's the only way he escaped.
Right, it's a conflict of interest.
Yes, that's the only reason why he escaped that list.
That's why Brian Steele was gonna call him as a witness.
And yep, and Mondo done said it. I done heard him say it like 2 or 3 times. He was like, that's the only way he escaped it, because it was, like you said, a conflict of interest.
No, that's not why he escaped it.
It was conflict of snitching.
I'm saying that's why he said. That's what he said.
Listen,
conflict of snitching.
Yeah, that's probably what they said. But let me tell you, everybody keeps saying that Woody is the one who got the case. No, it was YSL Mondo.
I don't believe Woody did it.
No, I'm talking about as far as snitching and all that. No, it wasn't Woody. It was YSL Mondo, because remember, him and Thug was going back and forth on social media about who started YSL.
Yeah, I remember. I just remember hearing it during the case, because I'm from Cali, so I didn't know a lot about Atlanta till this case. So I never really paid attention to them on back and forth on the web and all that stuff. So a lot of the stuff I found out during this case.
Yeah,
right.
I mean,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
This is a huge question that's been bugging me for months with this trial. I remember they were really, really stressing and asking about the affidavits for the wiretaps of the phones, right?
Mm-hmm.
Were they ever produced? I never saw, no matter what I look at, how many times I look, where those affidavits were produced. And let me tell you why I think. I think that when Gaither was with Lil D's aunt.
Lil D auntie.
And he was living with them. I think that Gaither probably was paying for them phones, and it could have been tapped with her permission, and he would have never known it.
But in actuality, if you think about it, they really didn't have a one-person tap.
I don't know. Now she definitely may have had access to maybe tap their phone, or she had numbers and stuff. All you really need is their number. You don't have to provide their phone, because they was like young drug dealers, so I don't think she was buying their phones or nothing. But it's easier for her to have they number and tap their phone, or get their number and know they numbers and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
With Garlington, if it was a phone on her plan, they wouldn't have never had to ask him. They would have never had to get permission. She could have gave permission.
Demetrion Garlington is the only one who ran his mouth through this whole thing.
But listen, that wasn't Lil D's aunt. That was Garlington's aunt that Gaither was. I guess they was said they were married.
There's two little D's.
Yeah,
he was called Little D too.
It was Zachary.
No, he was called Sick D.
Quindarius Zachary.
Yeah, he was called Sick D, because they said he stayed in the hospital all the time. So they had asked Woody, how do y'all differentiate the D's? And he's like, one was called Sick D and one was called Lil D.
You know what? But
there was never an affidavit. I'm telling you,
Zachary. That young dude got sickle cell.
Yeah.
That dude, they went and arrested him and put him in jail straight from the hospital just so they can get his testimony.
They put a warrant out for him in the hospital. Yeah.
And then the girl, the Bennett girl, the one that Hamilton, the investigator Hamilton was trying to
Bennett.
Lion.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, her. Okay.
They arrested her and she lost her job just to get her testimony. Like you're destroying people's lives just to get a conviction that you wasn't gonna get regardless.
Right.
Because
Well, I can tell you, I'm not the same person that I was 5 years ago.
Exactly.
These people done went on. I would hate to think that
10
something I
years.
did 10 years ago came back to bite me when I got my life together. I have children. I have a job. That's crazy work. That's insane.
No, that's nasty.
That's why I feel sorry for Muntu, you know, the way they did him and shit. Cause like Love, she took that shit to heart. You know what I'm saying? She put that charge, you know, then they sentenced him to 5 years, you know. He was like, I was told that I was gonna be able to come up here and tell my truth, you know. And now that I'm telling my truth, y'all don't want to hear it. Him, Woody, and Lil D said the same thing.
But see, with Woody made a fool out of him.
I swear he did.
He did, but Muntu made a fool out of Miss Love. That's why she got pissed off when he said, I ain't your child. Don't be talking.
Hold on real quick. Candace, you said Jimmy Winfrey got locked back up already since he got out?
Yes, I saw that.
Miami. He was in Miami and they said he had a probation violation and locked him up in Miami.
What?
Is it put a probation violation on him.
Was it on the news?
Yeah, it was. Well, not on the news. I seen it on YouTube. Oh. They were showing the news caption on YouTube. I didn't see the news live, but they showed the news caption. Yeah, the warrant was out of warrant was out of Atlanta. Yep, sure was.
Wow,
I'm about to look that up. My bad, y'all. Keep on talking.
Yep, the warrant was out of Atlanta. But he was in Miami and they locked his ass up on a probation violation. I said these mother effers ain't shiznit.
Let me run this. Let me run these couple things by y'all. Tell me what y'all think. Right. Listen, those plea bargains that they offered them, dudes got to go home. Except like Lil Rod, who was doing life already, and he has an appeal in that is looking good from what. You know, I heard from his attorney on one of those shows, but
hold on, I'm gonna stop you. I'm gonna allow you to finish because that little chick got up there and lied her ass off. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sure did.
Go ahead.
Oh, so why they did that as a setup? Who's going to be able to do 10, 15 years?
15 years
of probation. They gave Thug 15 years probation, and his lawyer Keith Adams was on the show last week. With Fit Lawyer ATL. And while they were in the middle of talking, Thug called Adams.
Yeah, I seen that.
And so she was like, yeah, we all we praying for you. We support you. He said, well, help me get off this probation.
Still begged him though, bro. Still begged him. Let's go all the way. We can win it. You know, Brian still was so disappointed in Thug taking that deal because he was like, we can do this, we can beat it.
Right.
And then you get down to the last two and they beat that. They beat it.
But look at this. Thug would have beat everything except there's no way the drugs and the guns.
Yeah.
Gun
but he took them anyway, so I mean he took them anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, the gun with the switch. That's why he took them. I mean, the plea bargain was good for him, but he wouldn't have did no time, no way.
I don't know, bro. I just don't understand how they can tell you can't go home.
But you know what? He filed his lawyer filed a motion for him.
I understand, but that's still 3 more years before he can go home.
But he's allowed to go. Like they should have had it where you can come visit your kids.
Anything, but how can the law tell you can't go home somewhere where you was born and raised all your life? I understand them saying do not affiliate yourself with the other co-defendants. I understand all that. But How can it be legal for somebody to tell you you can't go home when you own homes there?
Oh yeah, that's banished. That's saying it's our state. If you own something, you could banish
Yes.
anybody. You ain't gotta have a reason if you run the state. But hold on, let me read this comment real quick from No One. He said, "Remember they gave a young man 68 years because police ran up on him and ran up on him and the friend got killed by the police. They charged the other friend with his murder."
Because they was committing a crime together.
Yeah. You're gonna get that charge. So for anybody that's committing crimes, do it by yourself.
That shit is raggedy.
That's what I say. I tell everybody, if you gonna do something and it's illegal, do not do it in the fashion where you create a co-defendant.
Hey, cousins, do y'all know what I think is messed up? It's like they charged these dudes with RICO, and they didn't even have no idea how to even charge RICO. They had no fucking idea. They like had to bring in old boy to come in and try to teach them how to do RICO, and he act like he didn't even know how to do RICO because RICO is normally ran by the feds, not the state. So
Well, you know what? There are a few states that do have state RICOs. But here's the thing.
Normally ran by the feds, not the state.
Yeah. But here's the thing about that with the RICO. How do you got a RICO and everybody that was in there, none of them have money hardly?
And yet they on the jail call saying, send me $5, $10, and then the one who I feel sorry for, I keep forgetting his name, the little young boy, the one who made the slime shirts and all that. He had a whole back Garden at 24 years old. He has a bachelor's degree. He has no record, and he admitted how you say Archer, not Arnold. Well, how you say that plea?
Alfred plea.
Oh,
Alfred plea on count 1. That's all he did. And
but he didn't
now
even
he on parole.
You know how he got messed up on this case? How he got involved?
By walking in the store.
By just walking in the store.
And that's all he did was walk in the store. Shannon came behind him, pump faked him like he was gonna do something. They was playing around, and he turned around and walked out the store.
That's all they got for the drinks murder. But he actually got some other charges. Actually, I got the indictment open. I can pull it up.
Okay.
But
still,
he got charged with stupid stuff like posing. He got charged with being in a music video for one. He got charged with posing in a picture. So it was just the gang charges. But I'll pull that up while we talking. Y'all keep on going.
And they asking all the rest of these dudes, how far you go in high school? Oh, I dropped out in 6th grade. I dropped out in 8th grade. They said, how far you go in high school? He said, I got my bachelor's degree.
Educated, brother. And they just the only good thing is if he do that 5 years, he clean.
That hurt my feelings. That really did hurt my feelings. 24 years old with his bachelor's, and then his attorney was like, he got all this from his dad. His dad is also, make things, shirts or what have you, and so entrepreneur. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Yeah, and then it's like, and then they throwing up these petty ass charges, like you said in a video. That's all the state's evidence was Instagram. That's all the evidence was.
But the thing that scares me.
Excuse me?
No, I said that's what the state used to always say. The state believed that was their evidence. Well, the state believes.
Well, if you look at Hilton's closing, she kept saying, "I submit to you."
That was just crazy to me.
Where's the evidence? Because your closing argument ain't evidence. But what she got me at was when they was talking about, well, where's Yak at? Where did he get in the car? He got back in the Bonneville. She said, well, I submit to you that they went behind the gas station and switched cars.
Did y'all notice how ghetto Hilton was though on her closing?
We ain't even gonna go there.
What y'all gonna do?
That was
they
insulting.
rolling down the street and they pull up on him and then they go roll the window down. And I was like, damn.
She said he walking down the street, just chilling.
Hilton. I was like, where that come from, Hilton? I was like, let her snatch it out. You pull it out. She was like, and then they pull up on them. You know, they up in there, they smoking they weed, popping they pills, they doing whatever they do. And then, you know, they pull out that gat. Oh, and I was like, is this Hilton talking?
But you remember Woody said that she's like
Woody
that.
said
Said, why
that.
don't you
He
talk
did.
good?
He said she
Talk to me
she
like you
talked
was
to me
talking to me in
different.
the back.
Yep. He said
Right.
she talked to me different when we was one-on-one.
He said
She
like,
talked to
she
me
said,
like
how was
this.
I talking to you? He said, like
you was my homegirl.
like yeah, somebody I know from the streets.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he told her. He
She
like, talk
got
to me.
ghetto as fuck at that closing. I was like,
Yes.
damn,
And
Hilton.
them jurors said, the ones that went on I'm Not a Lawyer, but
Them
225, 387, and 508,
Uh-huh.
they said they was with her when she first started her closing. But they said when she got to doing all that yelling, they felt offended because they felt like she was talking to
I
somebody
did.
that wasn't educated.
But
And
how
they
did
said
y'all
we're all educated.
how did y'all feel when y'all found out that fucking 56 was the foreman? And he was like, I'm ready to
I
dip.
about
He was
died.
like, I'm ready to dip. The state is turning this shit around. We tired of being here. And then come to find out that he was the foreman and he was black.
I was like, oh, they good. They good. When I heard that voice when he was talking, I said, oh yeah, they good.
I didn't know. No, when Whitaker was talking to him, when he popped that letter, his voice didn't come to me as black. At that point, it did not until he made the video after the case, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm juror 56." And I was like, "Damn!"
When they came in for them first questions, and I heard that voice, I was like, please tell me that's 56. I said, please.
56 came in and like, look, we over it. We over it.
Hey, did y'all? This a little different thing. First, let me say this. Y'all might have talked to it. I came in a little late. What do y'all think about how they playing Yak Gotti?
Oh,
That man got found not guilty of everything. They fucking that brother over. Hey, I'm sorry about that, Flesh. You know the language, because I don't want to get you demonetized.
Yeah,
it
bro.
doesn't surprise me.
They fucking, excuse me, they screwing him over for shit that happened in jail for something he just got acquitted of. And if he wasn't in there, he wouldn't have been charged with this, isn't it? You get what I'm saying?
But here's what it was.
Right, and so hold on real quick on that note that she just said. That's a fact. If he, and then on top of that, he got found innocent, not guilty. But when even when you look at that warrant that everybody been reading, that warrant shows that that whoever signed that paper take possession of that body. So you are now responsible for his body. Anything that happened for his body, anything that he does, is supposed to be their responsibility.
Look, Flesh. Guess when the warrant got signed?
Yesterday morning.
Yesterday,
The day after. The day after they was in the court and said he had a warrant. He never even had a warrant.
That is wrong.
And when the judge signed it, the judge that was sitting his butt up there.
No, it wasn't that judge. It was a different judge that signed it. It wasn't the judge he went in front of.
They went back, and it was the same judge. The same judge.
No, it was a different judge. It was the first judge denied it, and then another judge came and signed it the next day.
Right, but they showed paperwork. They showed paperwork on SETI's page where the judge who initially heard the case, his name right there, and then the judge who signed it yesterday is the same judge because SETI had a circle.
Oh yeah, that is. Yep, I saw that.
Yeah,
but it wasn't the judge he went in front of the other day.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
okay.
I'm saying the one who initially heard it, and then the one who signed it is the same judge.
Yeah,
that's true. His name started with an L, and I think the one that he went in front of was what, Bernie?
McBurney.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
That's messed up though. And then old boy leave the Metro Atlanta. This is a different person we talk about. Go to Miami, getting away from the Metro Atlanta, and then go out there, and he got a warrant for his arrest for probation violation.
I'm telling you, I tell everybody, if you can get a deal where you can maybe lay it down for a year in lieu of doing probation. My definition of probation is basically all it is delayed incarceration. That's all.
It. I wouldn't even worry about it because if I didn't have anything, if I wasn't doing anything wrong, that probation shit wouldn't bother me. But the thing is, 15 years of probation?
I'd rather lay
Yeah.
it down for 2 years or 3 years
Yeah,
than to have
exactly.
15 years of
Lock me up
probation.
for 2, and if my 2 years wipe away that 15 years, just take me down for 2.
All day. Yep, lay me down for real.
Take me down for 2. But don't nobody want to be in Rice Street.
Well, no, it ain't
Well,
safe.
true.
Look at this
It
real
ain't
quick.
You could just push
Look.
open the inmate's door and go in there and do what you do.
Look at this real quick. Overt Act number 141. Defendant Miles Farley did pose for a photo released on social media wearing clothing with the word "slime or die." That's an overt act.
They ought to be shamed.
Yeah.
Listen, slime don't have nothing to do with YSL.
At
You
all.
go back and look.
MTV,
Lil Wayne and his music always talking about slime.
I played the clip on here. Hey, I played the clip on here a couple times. Noriega said he started slime. He said he started the word slime, talking about a turkey sandwich.
When the little kids used to sit in the audience on MTV Nickelodeon when the slime pour over the head.
You know what got me when they was in the trial and they was talking about all that nose wiping, when Steele went there and put them pictures of LeBron James wiping his nose.
And then they did that to Muntu. They said you walked out and looked at the jury and wiped your nose. Remember they told Muntu
Did
that?
y'all see that short where they got Paige wiping her nose?
Yeah,
She wiped her
behind
nose and then started playing with her hair.
what's his name? Yeah, I was just about to say that.
I about died.
The Caucasian lady.
Did y'all see the interview after Nichols took his plea where
Harvey.
Bruce Harvey was on there and he wiped his nose?
Yeah.
Oh,
But I just think, for some reason, I don't know, I just got Mutuk on my heart. I just feel so bad for them. They did. Love did him wrong.
I hope they're able to get him out. I hope they're able to get him out.
The fit lawyer says she's working on his case right now.
And
I was just going to say he got representation. They just said this yesterday.
She said she's working on this case for how you call it, free.
Yeah, pro bono.
Pro bono. Yeah.
But
yeah,
she's also the other guys helping too. Was it angry lawyer, but there's another guy. There's 2 of them.
And then isn't it nice that I'm not a lawyer, but she's going to school for it now. But she said she's not going to take the big law exam. She's just going to take the small one. I was like, oh, I'm so happy for you.
She's probably just going to be a paralegal.
Yeah, she said she's just going to take the smaller
So
test.
real quick, Always Lying Love said his guilty plea caused the probation violation. That's why the warrant didn't come until the next day. Because it was because of the guilty plea that
you
caused
see
the
that?
probation.
Talk about
There's always
Winfrey.
a catch-22. You see that
Talk
shit?
about Kendricks.
No, I'm saying
He didn't do a plea.
That was just a bond hearing.
Yeah,
Listen,
he didn't do that plea.
He caught
Oh
that
wait,
case.
no, because that's right. Because he was found not guilty, so it couldn't.
Yes,
have
He was
been
found
that.
not guilty of
right.
everything.
And then what about God dog it, the one who what was his name? The one they said shut up Lil Wayne Bus.
Oh, Jimmy Winfrey.
Yeah, Jimmy
Pee Wee
Winfrey.
Roscoe.
Yeah,
Roscoe.
like that. See that? What I'm saying is all of this shiznit is just.
That's the one that they saying just got locked up again the other day. That just got out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All of this shit is just shiznit. You get what I'm saying? Like
That sexy voice he got.
Yeah.
Ugh.
but
sorry.
you know they was a sexy looking pair sitting up there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But-
they look like they was a couple up there.
You know what I mean?
Hey,
You cut them-
they the
Cut some
old
dreads
Pappy
off
Remy.
and get you a nice pair of glasses and sit there and look
What?
the part. Look the part.
Nah. Hey, he came into court like he's supposed to, well dressed,
Yes.
haircut.
Groomed.
I mean, yeah, well groomed. I mean, young brother. Listen, and he was well spoken, and he got his high school diploma while he was locked up. Not a GED, but a high school diploma. So,
Yep.
all of that. But that was all a setup.
Yeah,
You know?
all of it is. Because at the end of the day, Fonnie gonna have just put it like this, y'all. 2.5 years, 3 years, whatever, of this whole indictment, charges and everything. And what did the state of Georgia walk away with? One conviction of a firearm from Shannon. That's all they
Shannon.
walked away with. A
Right.
conviction, a felon with a firearm. That's all
What,
they walked away with.
what I didn't understand is why Miles Farley took that plea, because he wasn't even locked up. He was on house arrest. So
Exactly.
He
he
took
at
the plea
home.
because he didn't want to go to trial. He
Don't
would have had to
nobody
go to
want to
trial,
be
and
in
then
Rice Street,
trial
bro.
costs money and hella time. So he just didn't want to go to trial, so
We
he just
seen
gave
that
in and
jail.
took the plea.
Yeah,
We seen
Listen,
that
if
jail.
he do 5, if he wasn't doing anything wrong in
No,
the
he
first
not in
place.
jail. He
If
got
he keeps
5
his
years
nose
probation.
clean for 5 years,
Yeah, he been out on
he has
bail.
no record.
Wait, what
Why
you say?
Atlanta
Wait,
don't like to
wait,
have
hold on,
people
hold
have
on, hold on.
bail?
What'd you just say? I didn't hear you. Sorry, I was talking.
Oh,
that?
I was saying that one thing about Farley, he wasn't doing anything in the first place. If he keeps his nose clean for 5 years, all that comes off of his record. So I think that he
Everything.
did the right thing.
But why
Everything.
Atlanta don't like to give people bail?
But listen to this. Say he comes off of it, he's successful, and he comes off, he get all his rights back. But if he catch another felony, they're gonna bring that one back up.
She
Yeah.
said 20 years. She said 20 years.
No,
Yeah.
no, not he didn't get no jail time. His total sentence was 5 years probation. But what I'm saying is, if he successfully completes his probation and get everything, but he happens to catch another felony and get convicted, they're going to bring that case back up. It'll be expunged, but if you catch another case, they're going to bring that back up.
That's what I'm
It's gonna-
saying. She said you can get up to 20 years. She said that.
Yeah, that's because the count one, the RICO charge, you could get up to 20 years
yeah,
automatically.
5 to 20.
She said that.
But-
Yeah, she said you can get up to 20 years. That's what I'm
Mhm.
saying. And
If
the
he
way
viol-
the way the other judge was talking to Shannon, she said, I'm letting you know right now, you come back in this court.
He'll never get out.
You're facing a lot of time. So
He ain't
I'm
get
gonna
out. Yeah, he
advise
ain't
you.
get back out.
I'm gonna advise you to do what you need to do and do it right. She said, because looking
But-
at all these charges you got, you facing a lot of time.
Yeah,
But
and they
here's the
said
part I don't
no,
understand.
nobody's going to ask for probation.
Yep. That's
Right.
what she said.
But here's the
Every-
best thing Shannon did. Sorry, sis. Look, can I say this real quick?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Here's the best thing Shannon did, and people was going at Caleb Bumpus. Marrying Caleb Bumpus was the best thing he could have did, because the other girl, he'd have went right back in the streets, because she does her thing. And don't get me wrong, she don't have no felonies or nothing. But when you in the streets, listen, you do what they do in the streets. It's going to get tempting to you. You get low on money, you hurting, then the itch is going to come. And
when you
and
itch, you want to scratch.
most people scratch that itch, because ain't nobody. If one of y'all heads start itching right now, you're going to scratch it.
Yep.
So
When you itch, you want to
for him,
scratch.
the best thing he did was him and Caleb Bumpus got married. She's an attorney. She can't have nothing crazy on her. And then
Or around her.
he got banned from Atlanta for 5 years. But that's good, because he got a wife to go out to Houston, Texas with.
Now let me ask you a question, bro. How serious do you think that relationship, or do you think it was a business relationship?
No, I think
Because she
listen.
do know all them, but do you think it was
Yeah.
a business relationship?
No, I don't think so. Because you got to remember, like one of y'all just said, she been knowing them. You know, she's Thug's nephew's and niece's godmother.
Right. 3 of them. No, Woody's.
No, Thugs.
It's Thugs? I thought
Yeah.
it was Woody's.
Nah,
Yeah,
it's
no,
Thug.
she
It's
said.
Thug.
Oh, it's Thugs? Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's some of his nephews and nieces'
Yeah, no,
godmother.
okay. That's what I was just saying. Do y'all think it was
You know-
business or personal?
Because before she got involved in the case, when Melnick asked her to do that for her, she would come into court and she would hug all them dudes, Shannon, Yak, and Thug.
Because
was right up there hugging.
she just a civil attorney. She never really did criminal, just like Weinstein. What?
No.
Yeah, he
No,
never did
she's-
criminal.
She's a criminal and personal
Yeah,
injury
she's a
lawyer.
criminal. Yeah.
A personal injury lawyer. I'm saying not
criminal.
not like but
No, she's a
Weinstein.
criminal.
This is Weinstein's first case.
Yeah, this
on
Weinstein.
first case on
She
that
mostly
was
do
his first
bond hearings,
trial.
though.
That was
She's
his
the bond
first trial.
queen.
trial. Yeah, whatever.
That
You
was
know
his
what I mean.
first
Y'all
jury
know what I
trial.
mean to say. I ain't into it, but y'all know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no, that was his first jury trial, because he did bench trials. He did a couple bench trials before and plea bargains, but that was his first. And for that to be his first, that dude, he wasn't nothing to play
Oh
with.
no.
But I'm gonna tell y'all something. It wasn't a lawyer on there better than Keith Adams, and he didn't say much. You know, wasn't nobody on that case better than
But
Keith
I just
Adams.
love the whole tag team.
Oh yeah, nah, they
The
was
whole tag team from Brian Steele to Adam to Weinstein to Sharp.
Mac, yeah.
The whole tag team. Like if one didn't stand up, one stood up for them. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
The whole tag team was on it.
You see, Max and Keith Adams was ready to go to jail when he got that contempt. And Ashley Merchant said last night she was on somebody's show, and she said, "Oh, she was on there with Did y'all watch Caleb Bumpus? What WTF?"
I did.
You see, she brought all them up. Ashley Merchant say, "I'm finna go to jail." She said, "Cause I wasn't leaving that court without Brian." Yeah, like if I had any lawyer, them lawyers right there, any one of them, Bruce Harvey was funny, but when he got mad,
Yes.
he went
He's
in.
tall. I didn't realize he
Yeah,
was that tall.
yeah.
I mean, I'm 5'7", but I was like, wow, because the day that Nichols was the first one that took a plea.
Bruce
So
Harvey
that,
at least. Sorry about that. Go ahead, sis. I
oh no, I was gonna
apologize.
say that day I was at the courthouse, and everybody was in the cafeteria, getting their food. And I spoke to everybody. I met Adams, like met all of them and everything. And it was funny because I mean, I didn't realize what was going on at the time, but everybody else, after they got their food, they went back into the courtroom except for Doug and Matt. And I actually stayed in the cafeteria and we had like a great conversation. They are like what you see on the TV or whatever, on YouTube or whatever, they are really just that daggone nice in person. They are the sweetest two guys I've talked to in a long time. So, but I remember
Yeah,
seeing Harvey and Westmoreland. I just remember thinking how tall he was. 'Cause
yeah, because he's about 6'2".
got
He's
to be,
about
yes.
6'2" because Thug is 6'3", and he right almost shoulder to shoulder with Thug. So I think Thug is like 6'3", 6'4". He tall. And Bruce Harvey, I see them standing up, both of them. Bruce Harvey is just as tall almost. He just maybe an inch or two shorter. Yeah,
You gonna get mad at Milo?
yeah, they nah. Hey, that's the best team of lawyers I've seen since O.J.
Yes.
Simpson.
Yeah, right. O.J.
So
Simpson.
now,
They was called the Dream Team, huh?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Listen,
yeah,
They was
I've
the
been working
Dream
like
Team.
crazy this week. Who do we have left? We have what? Eppinger and Garling. Who's left out of the 5?
Okay, so let me ask y'all a question. The little young guy, what was his name? The one they just threw in the courthouse and nobody even knew.
Lil Rod.
Yeah, Lil Rod and lying Lisa, whatever goddamn lying her ass got up there and lied the whole time. He's appealing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Okay. Okay, so how did that look for y'all with him appealing
Well,
it?
they saying it's looking all right. His attorney D. Williams, and she was court appointed.
Yeah.
She was a public defender for him, but
Her
she
little
fought.
soft voice.
That a bossy? That little the other one?
Oh, she was the truth. She came in there and went in. She wasn't playing.
She was like, okay, so wait, with the dude, the white man with the cowboy hat, he put in his lap. And
Hogan.
He had the
Hogan.
Who? And she was like, oh, okay, so you were too busy to try to investigate. You didn't go back. I was like, okay, let's break them down. But how do y'all feel about how the investigators didn't investigate?
Yeah.
He said, I didn't have time. I went on FedEx word. That was with the drinks murder. Oh, I didn't have time. I went with what the officer told me. That was with Lil Rod's,
I don't know how they didn't have time. They whole investigation was off Instagram anyway.
Yes.
Right.
You are, when you're investigating, you're supposed to
Instagram and
use
lyrics.
what somebody says. You're supposed to use it kind of like the groundwork,
Right,
like a map.
right.
But you need to go verify. Like even like one of the main things is like a domestic violence case, right? Nine times,
Hmm.
most of the time, that woman's gonna turn on you because they're gonna get back together. So that's why
Right.
Especially
they tell you take pictures, go back 2 days later, take more pictures because you know the bruising is good.
record.
Record, do all of that because that way, if they turn on you, which a lot of times they do, you have proof.
When she got up there and said, you said he went through this hallway through the apartments, and this picture you showed me, where's the air conditioner in the tree at? I was like,
Right.
Right.
oh, damn,
And
I didn't
still
even
in
notice
that video, oh my gosh.
that air conditioner or that tree was not in his evidence. It was no air conditioner up under that window, and there was no bush right there. And then when, our homegirl, that had the little boob job or whatever, and she out there with the binoculars, and she talking about Thug put a 20 million on somebody's head, didn't realize that a rapper put a $20 million diamond in his head, and Thug was
Yeah.
just talking about him. And then, no, was it still, or was it
No.
Shark that said,
It
so
was.
if
It
you
was.
still say that, I'm telling you right now that he said he had a $20 million in his head, you would still tell the judge this? She said, I would still say the same thing.
So he
I
said.
couldn't believe that.
So
But I told you
yeah.
they can't be wrong.
She.
At all.
They
Yeah.
can't be
She don't
wrong.
got no. She don't got no bitch. She look like she need to be on OnlyFans
That's
somewhere.
what I'm saying. And I want to know how many of them she slept with.
No, I'm
Because
gonna
she,
tell you
Right.
what she
she
did. She
said she
took
knew
that
Shannon
watch.
since he was 15. She knew Shannon since he was 15. She was his probation officer. You get what I'm saying?
Listen,
So
she
how
took
many
that
of them she
watch.
slept with and didn't sleep with, and now she holding it against them?
She took that
Yeah.
watch,
Oh, she
and
got
that's how
that
she paid.
watch.
And that's how she paid for that BBL.
Them
That's how she
boobs
paid
Well.
for
and
that
that
body she got.
that
Well.
watch
I'm
Last.
is the
telling you.
I
last
thought they
person
said
here.
Wade got the watch now.
Who?
Somebody said they had proof Wade got the watch. I don't know if that's true or
Oh
not,
Lord.
but it's
But
funny.
did y'all see when that black police got up there and he had the black one on? And just
Yeah.
kept on trying to make it be seen that he had
Kept
on that
trying to
Richard
show.
Mille.
The one that kept rubbing his hands.
Yeah, yeah.
Fake.
She kept showing that he on that black Richard Mille. Look, but she was the last one seen with that watch, and she gonna say, "Well, I put it in the top of the cabinet in the corner." Bitch,
Well.
y'all done took almost $4 million worth of items, including cars, out of
Did
this
you
man's
see?
house, and you leave
Did
a
you see Doug talking
$500,000
about
watch.
it though on with Cat?
Wait,
No.
who?
Yeah.
Did you see
Wait,
him
what
talking
happened?
about it? He was talking about it last night. Doug was talking about last night on Kayla's
I mean on the show, yeah, with
yeah,
Kayla.
WTF Wednesday.
Yeah, yeah.
Like prison party because
Oh,
he brought a
did
bunch
they
of people.
have a nice Christmas party
He
last
said,
night? That
It
shit was
was.
nice. Yeah, it was
hey,
nice.
Yo, Doug said
hey,
they
but
was. He said she lied. That shit was not on the video.
Look,
he said,
Absolutely.
he
She
said,
Doug
lied.
want to know. Weinstein wanted to know where that watch was. Still want to know where that McDonald video was.
No, but hold on. Hey,
And
That video was killing me,
hey,
man.
what'd he
That
say
video.
last night though, Prentice?
he said, he said, that's a lie. He said, that's a bunch of horse shit. He said, I watched that whole video.
Mm-hmm.
He said, and she never put that watch back up on that shelf.
Facts.
you gonna put a
That's
$500,000
that's
watch
why she
in a
did
corner.
that's why she didn't want to be seen on the stand because everybody
Yep.
knew who she was. Everybody
Exactly.
knew what she looked like.
Exactly.
That's why she didn't want to be seen on that stand because she knew that was going to come up because he had three. It's called Richard Mille. That's the guy's name. He had three of them, and one of them, the one that's missing, was the one that
That
Drake gave
Drake
him
gave
for
him
his birthday.
the pink one with the green on one side
Nope,
and white on the
it wasn't
top.
even the pink one. It was the all white one.
But it had pink on one side and green on the other side, on around the band with the diamonds. Am I correct?
I
Like,
think
you
what
know
they
how you had a face of the watch and like the frame of the face, like it was pink on one side and then on the bottom side it was that slime green color.
And then here's what make it worse. When Thug took his deal and got out, first thing be why the love say is they
Do
want to
we
seize
get to keep
property.
the property?
They want to seize his
But
property.
but see, this is the thing. So anytime you can tie property to a crime, especially when it comes to drugs, right? They can seize it. Now, what most of the time they'll do, and this is what I've seen a lot of them do. Like, let's say that they pull you over, you got drugs in the car, you got $100,000, right?
They gotta pull up your financial records.
No. I've seen that. I'm telling you, I've seen it with my own eyes. What they'll do is they'll say, we will drop the charges if you go ahead and sign this forfeiture form, right?
Yeah.
So now they just made it easy, $100,000.
But they never pulled Thug's financial record. Well,
Yep.
they
They
probably
never.
did pull them, but they never
No, they
presented.
didn't.
They never
But here's
presented
the
his
thing.
records. They never
If
presented his records.
If they could have slid it in and he signed it, they wouldn't have had to. He would have just, if he would have just signed the forfeiture paperwork.
So that
But
means he didn't.
he
Thug
didn't
wasn't
sign the
gonna do that.
forfeiture paperwork, but see, they were counting on the fact that he would be so happy he was going home. That's why she slid it in there real slick like.
They got Mercedes, they got Bugattis, they got Bentleys, they got, you know, all this stuff. I think they said that his assets was almost $5 million that they took from him. Him, not the rest of the clients, but
Like
him.
Duke and all that. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that was just from him. The little guy, the one I feel sorry for, the one that had the bachelor's degree, they said he just paid off a Maserati like 4 days prior to that. They got his car in on the state.
And when they said that they used that money they seized from Thug to pay Wade, and then you got this other person saying, I don't know how they paid him out of that fund because we don't keep that much money in that fund.
We seen
I'm
it.
telling you, people always love to say, oh, well, technically, it's supposed to be held. It goes through its process and this, that, and the other. But there's many times, I promise you, they've used them cars in some kind of whatever.
Did you not see the paperwork that the little, our little friend lady brought up and showed what stuff?
Did you take that stuff that was on the counter?
What stuff?
There was some lotion and
I only seen one bottle of like soap little thing by the air conditioner.
Hot mic.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sister, this lady brought up the financial records of the state, and it showed that Fanny's boyfriend was getting paid 36,000, 40,000, whatever, and then then it says out of seized property.
That was Thug money. And see, the reason that Love had to slide it in that way, I'm telling you, that watch is missing, and they ain't no telling what else is missing.
Right. That's what I'm saying. They took it out of seized property, and what they were saying was that's not the way that the money is supposed to be spent. Now, this man, who is not even a district attorney, was getting paid $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 a month, and it says account seized property.
But here's the thing.
Why she ain't in Rice Street?
If y'all watch that that video with Fit Lawyer ATL and Keith Adams, when Thug called him right before he hung up, he said, "Hey, bro," he said,
"You want his stuff?"
When you send me a picture of all the jewelry and stuff they took out my house, and he said, "Yeah," he said, I'm not going to talk about attorney-client privilege stuff right now." He said, "Give me a few minutes. I'll finish up this call." He said, "I'm gonna call you right back, bro." He said, "All right," because he thought he was in California, and Thug said, "No, I'm in Miami."
Now, remember when, remember when the officer was on the stand and they gave him the box or bag, whatever, because they didn't show his face or nothing, and you could hear it rambling, all the chains and stuff, when they was asking him to look for the rich shirt. Yeah, and he couldn't, like, oh, what? Come on now. And then let's not forget when girl, that was in the bushes with the binoculars, it was the 100,000, 150,000 cash banded up. Remember, that was also sitting in the closet. Where's that at?
Yeah. Yeah, because they showed that picture
Yes.
with some jewelry and money.
It was 150,000 cash banded up already. Where that at? But they want to make it. They want to make it a big point to show that he had that money counter on his kitchen sink. Remember?
Oh, you know they ain't getting that money back.
Yeah.
Oh no. You know what?
Oh, they split that up before they left, huh, Flash?
Hey, listen. As long as he can prove, and he don't have no problem proving where his money came from. What he did, he used his money from rapping, and that's
because
he was
clubs
buying.
pay you in cash. Clubs pay you in cash. That's why they walk
didn't
around
come
them
from
back
them nickel and dimes that Ticket them was selling.
Yeah, that's what
He'll
I'm
be
saying.
just fine. He should get his stuff back.
That's what
But
I'm
they're so
saying.
crooked. You know, you think you know how something's supposed to go, and then you look and they'll do something. You're like, how in the world did they get away with that? That's crazy.
That's what I'm saying. Not one time did the state bring up his financial assets, like his bank accounts, his, his nothing. They didn't bring up no bank accounts showing what he made for that year, what he did, how many shows he did. All they tried to do was try to prove about the shows was he in Miami during the time of Nuts undermising. You get what I'm saying?
It wasn't
They
supposed
didn't
to
try
go
to
that
say.
far.
They wasn't trying to
Listen.
say, oh, he was in Miami and he made this much every night. They was like, oh, he left Atlanta and went to Miami on this day, this day, this day. And it had nothing to do with his financial.
But listen, even going back to the Nut murder, what you just said, when Nut got murdered, when Thug found out about it, he went straight on social media and was like, R.I.P.
R.I.P. Yep.
That's what he
Sure
said.
did. Sure did.
He posted on social media, R.I.P.
Sure did.
You know, that man ain't had nothing to do with nobody's murder. Listen.
And the only reason why they going at I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry. We crossing I don't know if it's a delay. Go ahead.
No, them dudes didn't have nothing to do with. Now I ain't gonna say somebody didn't have nothing to do with Nut murder, but then because remember Reginald Lewis, he was the dude that was standing out there with Nut now. And he's the one
The
that
one
got
who
shot.
ran around the back of the car, then ran back around.
He got shot. Him and another dude got shot, and then Nut got killed. But he got on the stand and said, they kept saying Infinity. He said it was a Pontiac Bonneville that did it.
That was supposed to be Yak's. That was supposed to be a Yak car.
But at the end of the day, when
the state messed that up.
Even when you look at the video of Yak at the gas station getting out to Bonneville, that man wasn't dressed like he was going to hit no lick.
Right, and I was gonna bring Yak up, and I'm glad you brought him up. The only reason why they going at Yak the way he did is because the way he caught YFN Lucci slipping at the mall. Remember, he stood on the back of his car on the trunk.
Right.
He stood on his car, and he said, "We was just effing around, you know." I stood up, took a picture, smiling, and put it on the ground, So that's how he got involved. I mean, you know how they try to throw him in, but even on the Nut case, they wasn't even really tripping on Yak on that because they was focusing on Thug and Shannon. No, Thug and wait. Oh.
Shannon and Woody.
Got him there in a minute to shit.
Shannon and Woody. Because remember,
Woody got him there in a minute
happened,
to shit. They told Woody, if you admit to it, you going to jail. I mean, we gonna take that whatever they got Woody, that little case, they gonna take that away. Remember they had the little ex parte meeting.
Yeah, but Woody, even with that, when they kept saying, how did Shannon get in the Infinity? Because Thug rented that Infinity for Woody not to go do no crime, but because he had just got shot at with his baby in his hand.
And they had a wreck on the freeway. Him and who was in the car with him?
Him and Garlington.
Yeah, and Garlington.
No, it wasn't Garlington. It was
somebody he was in the car with, and they had a wreck, and they had to get out and put the bumper back on, fix the bumper.
And
back on the car.
With Lil D.
Took it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it was Lil D. Yeah. Sick D.
I stand on the fact that YSL is not a gang, because you will never ever show me a gang on this earth with that many talkers.
Listen, I was just going to say that.
Demetrius Garlington was the biggest talker in this whole case.
that's not a gang. Because I'm gonna
No,
tell
I'm
you
just
right
saying
now.
he was the only one that was the bigger talker in this whole. He talked to everybody. If they was in jail, if they was at home sleep,
Everybody
Young was
talking.
the one talking the whole damn time. But he was drunk the whole time he was talking.
But listen, even with that,
Hold on,
I'm
real quick
two
before
things.
you
Go
go,
ahead,
hold your,
bro.
keep your thought. Shout out to y'all being here. Y'all hit the like, hit the subscribe, tap in, share with a friend. Always lying love. No, that's not Alley Cat. This Joanna, Prentice, and Dee Dee. All right, my bad, family. Go ahead.
Hey, happy
Okay.
birthday tomorrow.
This is what I was finna say. One thing they should learn from this, because they talk too much. Anybody, I'm from the Midwest. I'm originally from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, which is about 80 miles north of
I just left there.
Chicago.
I'm from Los Angeles, California. Well, still is.
I was
from
there
Los
last
Angeles.
week.
Yeah.
I'm still in Los Angeles, California. So
I know the gang culture all too well, being from this area. I'm in Indianapolis now, but I know the gang culture all too well. I was raised up in that. Listen, you running your mouth, you talking. Listen, you gonna have a price to pay for that,
Daggone
because
straight.
they don't go. They do not play them games. You, I mean, the first rule they tell you, and I can guarantee you this with every gang: silence and secrecy. Keep your mouth shut. You start running your mouth. Listen, they gonna see about you. They gonna come take a look at you.
Always.
You know, and people that don't know, listen, we talking about Atlanta. Ain't no damn gangs in Atlanta. That's just like you talking New York out there in the East Coast. There was never gangs out there on the East Coast, New York. They were all neighborhoods, just like Atlanta. Like when you get to talking about 30 Deep and all that, the Rock Crew. Them are just dudes who grew up in the neighborhood together, and they just cool, and everybody. Listen, all friends gonna look out for each other.
But
that don't make you a gang because you look out for your friends.
You know what I found out? That LA did go to the surrounding states, Chicago, Atlanta, Texas, or whatever. Most of them was Bloods. They went out there, they literally got a book on rules or whatever, and that's how they all came up to this stuff. Because I think and I'm looking at them, they was like, oh, I'm from Road to 60s, or I'm from neighborhood, these are all LA gangs, this is stuff I grew up on. And I'm like, how the hell is these gangs in these other states? And then come to find out that LA did go and recruited these people. I'm saying, what the heck? So you got like, just say the baby from Lil Wayne, them, what's his damn name? They boss, whatever. He was 30-something years old and turned into a damn Blood. If you don't go sit your old ass down somewhere.
Let me tell you this.
So real shit, real go sit down.
Let me tell you this, especially. Let me tell you these two things. First of all, there's no Bloods and Crips in Chicago.
No, y'all GDs and BDs.
And
I
Vice Lord.
didn't say Chicago. I didn't mean to say Chicago.
Yeah,
I was married to
Vice Lords.
Can't wear your hat to the left or the right. Can't wear your earring in one ear. Can't wear your socks. One pants leg up.
In California, the blue rag is on the left side and the red rag is on the right side. So if you mix them up, then you getting fucked up. You get what I'm saying? They'll call you a fake Crip if you got your blue rag on the right side, because it's supposed to be on the left side.
Listen,
so
DDs, Vice Lords, BDs, all them Spanish Cobras, all them gangs like that out of Chicago, they do not represent colors. People need to get out of that. They don't represent because they represent the 6-point star and the 5-point star. West Coast, LA, and everywhere out there, you know what they do? They represent flags. Red flag, blue flag.
Red and blue. And then you got people that's from Figueroa, they do orange. You got people from it's different like that. But it's originally started out being Crips, blue. And then
you got some Crips are, and I'm not Crip blood, none of that, but I
Started off with
understand.
Tukey.
You
Yeah,
got some,
well, yeah. It started off being Crips, and then the Bloods
well,
came
no,
in.
even
But
before
then,
Tukey, even before
Tukey was actually like a little homie. He wasn't the originator, but he was there.
Listen.
He was around though.
One of the Crips founding fathers is Michael Concepcion. He had ended up paralyzed, but he ended up dying. You know, Michael Concepcion.
My mom went
from
to
my
school with
understanding.
Tukey.
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
I mean, we lived around them our whole life, so it's like we're just immune to it. Like if people would come out here, they'd be scared, like the Nicholson Gardens and things like that. It's like you just get immune to it. Like, what are you scared of? You know what I mean? It's like you just so. But now I'm not there. I'm suburb, right? I own a
Hey, real
home.
quick, let me ask y'all. Did it ask y'all
But
for
I never
a
would raise my
password or
kids
something
around
when
that.
y'all clicked the Zoom link?
Wait, what happened?
Did it ask y'all for a password or something when y'all hopped
No,
on?
it just said.
No.
To me, it just said join Zoom.
Right.
Yep, that's what mine said.
Yeah,
because
join Zoom.
when I seen it, I thought it was like Talk That Law. Remember
But they have
we
to
gonna
have
Talk
it
That
already
Law that night?
downloaded.
Right. That's what I was
Flesh.
gonna say.
They have to
Remember-
have the link already downloaded.
Remember we was on Talk That Law that night when you came up, Flesh?
Yeah.
And to get on there, you just had to hit the StreamYard. So that's what I was looking for with yours. But then yours said something else. Yours said Zoom.
Yeah, you got to have the Zoom app. You got to
Because every
download the
time
Zoom app. But Survivor Speak, she said she ain't been able to do it. She got the Zoom app because we talked on Zoom before. I didn't know that was you over here from Talk That Law. I hit him up to see if he wanted to join tonight, but he said he was busy.
Every time I see my
emailed
homegirl
him.
talk, her picture come up. Is my picture coming up? I don't see nobody's
No.
picture but hers.
Yeah, my picture, mine got a thing that look like the moon or something. Say
It's just the white. Yours is just all white. Flesh is all white.
No,
I only see
it's
her
no
picture when
pictures
she
on the
talk.
screen.
I
this
see
is
yours
just
with
only
the
for the
moon.
Zoom. It's no pictures.
yours
I
with the
don't got the Zoom connected to the screen.
No, her picture come up when she talks.
Mine?
Yeah, because
Yep.
that's her. That's just her cover photo. Y'all could change y'all picture. Y'all could put y'all picture if you want, but it don't show
I
on
ain't
YouTube.
tripping.
Though.
I'm just wondering how do it, But yeah, all it said was join Zoom link when I came in.
Yeah, that's what it said.
Yeah.
Because I was looking for the StreamYard, but it
Let me
came up
see.
with the Zoom thing. But hey, either way, it's all good.
Oh yeah. Okay,
No,
so I
was
see
asking
it
because
now.
some other people was trying to join, but they saying that it's asking them for a password.
Oh, look, it brought me up live. Can y'all see me?
No.
Nah.
Oh, it brought me up live when I tried to change a picture. It brought me up. I see myself live.
How do you change the picture without getting
Settings.
knocked off of the?
I hit settings and then
Yeah.
my picture came up. I mean my face came up live. I'm waving at y'all. Y'all can't see me.
Nope.
Nah, the video not on, but it's not gonna show on
But,
YouTube anyway
Dee,
though.
I
So
see
they
Dee
don't.
I see five.
They don't know what we talking about because they can't see us. So
A white face.
yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah. What's up, Prentice Jones? I didn't. My bad. I didn't recognize that was you. I was trying to get Talk That Law, but he said he was busy though.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I emailed him today because I haven't heard from him since that night. But I know he had a case somewhere outside of Houston down there that he went to. So I hit him up. I emailed him today and asked him was his case over, how it go for him. He haven't emailed me back yet. So I'm assuming he probably back at home in Houston. But yeah, but he haven't been live since then. I sure reached out.
What was the conversation I was having? If you don't mind me asking, if it's not too like.
Oh no. We was just talking about the because that was right after Shannon and Yak got acquitted.
Oh, okay.
So we were just talking about all of that, everything going with that case, and I hate to keep coming back to it, but I can't stay away from it because that dude has no business sitting in Fulton County Jail. I think they're trying to send him.
Shannon or Yak?
Yeah, Shannon at home.
Right, I'm saying that yeah. He
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
not walking in there with 9 staples in the top of his damn head.
And here's the biggest thing about that. Here's the biggest thing about that. Like, I think it's a setup because just 2 days before the verdict came out, he got stabbed in the head. Now, the case, here's what the case is that he called.
They're saying he initiated it, but
1 second, keep your thought. Don't lose your thought. So I just put the passcode in there. It's 348896. 348896. I put it in the chat, so y'all can try that for those who was asking for a passcode. All right, my bad. Go ahead.
Okay, 2 nights before that Sunday night, they came back with the verdict Tuesday. That Sunday night, that man got stabbed in the head. So
And it had to be something gruesome to get staples.
Oh yeah, but also the case that they got him in there on, it happened back in April. Now, why didn't they bring them charges up back then? Because they didn't bring them charges up to the end of the case. And then when he went for his bond here and McBurney told him, I think there's a probation warrant. Got him in there on. He said there was a probation warrant, but there wasn't even a probation warrant because they took it to 2 judges and both judges did not refuse to sign it. They wouldn't sign it.
And even Kayla said, what? A warrant? Even the judge said, what? A warrant? And then they was like, oh yeah, it's a warrant. What?
But it wasn't a warrant.
it was just a note.
It wasn't a warrant. I think what it was a note saying, hey, we're going to put a warrant out for him. Well, here's the thing. If the warrant ain't out, he's entitled to a bond because it's a probation holder on him. That's what it is. He has a probation violation holder on him. But at the end of the day, why in the hell didn't y'all bring that shit up back in April when he caught the case?
So this goes back to my question I asked earlier. Why doesn't Atlanta, well, even to the county of Fulton, whatever, allow bail?
Violation holder on him. Because of the probation holder he had on him. Like
no, it's like they don't allow bail. Everybody get denied bail. So that's what I'm asking. Why don't they allow you a bail? That's my question.
They do. You just gotta have they allow bail. You just gotta have a complexion for the connection. Because
all right. Real quick, let me welcome in Survivor Speaks and Blue Eye Hillbilly.
Hey,
what up?
Hey y'all. Hey, cousin. Hey, cousin.
What's going on, y'all?
I just kind of want to go back to the what's his
name?
Hey,
I'm gonna get the echo to go off. I forgot what I did the other day.
Make sure your TV's not on or
I'm on my phone and headphones.
But
okay, go ahead. What you was asking?
The net murder.
Mute your TV, babe.
I don't have a TV on.
Everybody who's not talking, mute. Everybody but Blue Eye Hillbilly, mute.
Make sure your TV is not on.
I believe my theory, which is just an opinion, and we all know that everybody has an opinion and blah, blah, blah. I believe that Shell Cal was the target, and unfortunately, Nut ended up getting hit. And I believe that it was Rudy and Threat initially that done the Nut murder. But that's just me.
All right, anybody who want to respond, y'all can unmute yourself. Y'all still here? Y'all can unmute if y'all want to hop on. Oh, go ahead.
Okay,
yeah,
can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, this is what I'm gonna say about that. I mean, I understand what she's saying, but I disagree. What I think happened, and we talked about this on Talk That Law, I think that was an inside job. Because if y'all remember,
Birdman?
I was just talking about Reginald Lewis, the dude that got shot that got on stand. When he was on the stand, he said this. He said there was somebody that was out there with them, and he was on his phone, and he was acting weird. As soon as he hung up the phone, within a minute, that's when the shooting happened. And also remember this with that shooting, because they say he got shot with an assault rifle, AR, I think they said it was. Remember the video in the barbershop with the dude got that AR-15 on him.
Yes.
That was Nut's brother.
Dun,
That was
dun,
Nut's brother in the
dun.
barber shop. That's an inside job.
See,
That wasn't a
at first I thought Birdman. Well, actually, I thought it was Nut or Woody and Threat, and then I was thinking maybe it was Birdman. But dude, don't. The plot thickens. I like that.
But do
theory.
y'all remember Woody saying me and Threat shot up the barbershop?
Yes.
No.
Okay. So I mean, he
They
admitted
shot
to
up
it.
Rick Homie Quan's dad barbershop.
Right.
That was a totally different
And he
barbershop.
said that he shot up what's his name, Mama House.
Lucci?
Yeah, Lucci Mama House.
Yeah, hello, can y'all hear me? I just want
Woody admitted to 2 shootings. He admitted to 2 shootings. And when they had that when they had that trial, that secret meeting, remember they was telling Woody, you better not go out there and admit that you did any of this. And then when he went, remember they said that they was gonna hold him accountable for it, remember?
Right.
Yeah, they said he could say anything.
Yep, but that.
But that he can't admit to killing Nut.
Yep.
Which I
But
don't
you
think
could
Woody
also
did that, no
equate
way.
that to her saying that you can't lie about anything, you can't commit perjury. So that could be saying that you can't say that because they know that that's a lie.
But why would he commit himself to M if he didn't do it? Why would he offer voluntary offer
he
information?
didn't know.
No,
He
I'm
didn't.
saying Kayla said that he said he was gonna say it when they was in that meeting, but they
He
told
said,
him
I
they
did these crimes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
and they
all he
told him
said.
if you get out there and say that you did, your offer is off the table.
Can y'all
Because
hear
they
me?
didn't want Woody. Remember, Woody said they wanted the big fish. They didn't want him.
Hold on. Go ahead, Survivor Speaks. What's up, real quick?
Hey, what's up, family? Everybody on the panel and in the chat. I'm talking to you all.
Hey,
your
girl.
family.
How you doing?
Hi.
Hey.
So I enjoyed your the conversation thus far. I was, having a little difficulty getting on the panel. So if I can just interject here for a moment about what you guys are talking about right now. I do remember them saying that he can say anything on his stand except that he unalived Nut and he couldn't plead the fifth. He could say I don't recall, but he couldn't say I plead the fifth because that was that was the whole reason for the ex parte meeting.
Right,
So,
because he that was a forced immunity. You know.
And I have a question about that. I don't know who knows. I was just gonna wait and because every now and then I talk to Kayla in the on Instagram. I want to know that, or if anybody is here that knows that, that's something that I wanted to know. Is that just a Georgia thing that if I don't want to testify and I want to plead the fifth, you force immunity on me? I think we have a attorney in the chat. Flesh said, how can they? I know they want to elicit the testimony from him from the lies that he told in an interrogation room. You can definitely tell the difference. But if he says he wants to plead the fifth or whatever, is that just a Georgia thing that they can force immunity on him like that?
Yeah, no, it's not just Georgia.
It's not just Georgia. Okay.
Yeah. But that's how they play dirty. But here's the thing with that, and not to get off subject, Woody reversed it on him. Okay, I'm gonna come in here. But he said he was lying. But even before that, if you listen to the jail call with his girl, that one jail call where he said, I lied on Thug. So when he got on that stand, and the jurors said, they said they believed his testimony on the stand. I'm gonna tell you when Woody became believable to me was when they got to talking about when he got shot at and he had got hit, and he was like, he said, he said my family, he said my baby, my girl, he said I will protect them with my fucking life. And you heard him, he broke down. He started to break down.
Shake, I'm gonna add to that when you're done, sir. Hold on. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, and he said That's when he asked Judge Whitaker, "Can I get a break?" And she said, "Yeah, she said, take a moment." And he tried to get up off the stand. And she said, "No, just stay right there, but you can have a moment." And then right after that, when
Yeah,
Hilton came back,
we just played that last night. I
she
mean,
asked him
2
one
nights
more
ago.
question, and then she said, "I was done." Man, I don't get notifications when you be on. Not to change the subject, man, because I be looking for you to TTL every night, man, and I don't never see it.
Every
I don't know.
Tuesday,
His
Thursday, and
schedule is
Saturday.
every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. But sometimes he likes
Yeah,
to throw a
Eastern.
show
Yeah.
in. Okay, family.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, that's when I believe Woody. When that man wasn't lying. When he got to talking about, he said, "I will protect them with my whole fucking life." Those was his exact words. And then he started breaking down. That's when I said, this man not telling no lie on this stand. But I'm gonna tell you the funny thing, when Hilton was asking about if Thug had a problem with Rich Homie Quan. And
Yes.
he sat there. I've never seen this a day in my life. I've seen many trials. He said, "Thug, did you have a problem with Rich Homie?"
Oh, that was funny. That was funny as ish. Oh,
Now,
I
how do you
died.
think Woody's going to handle this next round when they call him to testify?
Let me tell you something. I think that can I piggyback off of what you were saying about Woody, because I have chemo fog and I'll forget. I'm sorry, sir.
Go ahead.
What
Go
you were
ahead.
saying. Woody, he also said, I think Woody felt like they didn't look out for him also, even though we know Doug did. We heard him on the phone with Doug's sister. I don't
Yeah.
know who he's talking about,
I'm
and
gonna tell
it
you
could
what
be
that was
Doug.
about, right?
But what he said was, I'll go to jail. I'll do my time if I have to. But nobody protects my family when I'm inside. So
Right.
I gotta get out of here and I gotta do it.
Right.
So if
So
they
that
ask me to give them somebody, that's what I'm gonna do, because I want to go home.
that was about Woody
Protect
being.
his family.
He was one of their shooters or whatever. I ain't gonna say necessarily a shooter, but he was one that put in work for him. So then he felt betrayed when they didn't look out for him when he got in these situations.
Yeah.
Yeah, but let me say this before y'all continue. Here's the thing with that. What Woody said was, and he said when they said, "Well, why would you go?" He said, "Because I was letting people get in my ear. They was telling him stuff about Thug." Remember when he said he told Dolly, that Thug's sister Dolly, that he was gonna kill Thug?
Yep.
And she asked him, "Why was you gonna kill Thug?" He said, "Because I heard that they was trying to get me,
And him.
and I was gonna get him first."
Mm-hmm.
And trust me,
Yep,
people say what they want to
exactly.
say, man. People say what they want to say, but that Woody back then, that
Woody wasn't a joke.
young dude,
The man was
young dude
in
wasn't nothing to play
survivor
with.
mode. He was in survivor mode.
He's
Yeah.
in survival mode.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
Yeah, he
I
was in
think that
survivor
he's
mode.
still. I think that he's in. I truly believe that he gave, like I said, if you go on his page on Sundays here on YouTube, he's in church live streaming.
No, ma'am. I get everything you're saying. I'm saying back then he was in
No.
survivor
Yeah,
mode. You know,
yeah,
he was
I
young.
know.
He was
Yeah.
young. They were blasting at him everywhere he
Right.
went. You know what I mean? He was in survivor mode. And when he said they didn't want me, they wanted the big fish.
Exactly.
And that's what he did. You know what I mean? He was in survivor mode.
Well, I get that, because that's the same thing that Doug said.
Yeah.
So what I was saying, that I believe Woody made the change to grow up, right?
Yeah.
He shares, when he's in church every Sunday, he shares the church services
Yeah.
here.
He does.
But Woody already made it clear. I'm a changed man. I want to be better. Please don't, but I can always go back to being Woody to protect his.
Yeah.
So it's still in him, but he's trying to be somebody new, not trying. I'm not going to say he's trying, because he's doing it. But he still got it in him. Once you got it in him, you never use it. You learn how to
you can
control
leave
it.
the hood, but the hood won't leave you.
Exactly. You
I
learn
love
how
a
to
good
control
redemption
it. He
Okay,
in a
hold on
different
real quick.
place.
I want to keep the panel rotating. Blue Eye Hillbilly, you want to jump in here? And then y'all can jump right back in after that. I just don't want to leave nobody
I'm in
out.
here. I'm just muted.
Yeah, I hear you.
Do you want me to leave so somebody else can come in?
Oh no, I was just saying, is there some is there something you want to jump in, or feel free to jump in anytime. I didn't want I just wanted to let you know
No,
you can
I'm
jump in, but
listening,
if
and
not,
I
then it's fine.
agree.
Y'all can keep on going. My bad, family.
Yeah, I totally agree. But I'm keeping muted because I have fans on. I have like 15 fans on in my room, so I'm trying to keep muted so there's no background. But I will speak up whenever.
Okay,
thank
okay,
you.
yeah.
Y'all go ahead.
Hey, let me tell you something. I'll be 50 years old in a few months. Listen, I'm of the mindset to this day, and God forbid anything, because I don't put myself in them situations. But God forbid if anybody do anything to my children or one of my loved ones, and I'm not saying this as a tough guy because I'm not a tough guy. I don't even live that kind of life no more. I listen. I'll tell them, you do something to one of mine, I'm gonna come get you. I'm not going to get nobody. When I come, I'm coming alone, and I will get you and anybody you think you love. You know, and I'm not saying that as a tough guy because I like peace with everybody. I hate to see I hate to see these youngsters going at each other like that anyway over nothing mostly. You know, but yeah, you know, because I'm a father, a grandfather, and all of that. And I'm gonna say this, and this not to get off subject, and I'm not gonna get on it because I had a 4-year-old granddaughter murdered this April. It'll be 4 years
Oh
ago,
my goodness.
April 12th,
So
2021.
sorry.
So with that being said, I will protect my family with my life, and anybody get in my way, you ain't got to worry about me other than that because I'm not. But if you do something to my children, my grandchildren, my old lady, my stepchildren, anybody I love, you're gonna have to deal with me if them people don't get you first. You
I
know.
concur. I will be
I
60 February 3rd, and I'm an Army veteran, and I've got 4 kids and 4 grandkids, and a fifth one on the way. And I promise you, I know how to fire a weapon, and
all
I
right.
totally concur with you. Yes,
Tell them
sir.
why.
Yeah.
Well,
No.
tell them
That's
sir, I
that's
definitely agree with you. And I try to be peaceful. I don't bother anybody. Don't bother me. But if you come on my property, you leave in either two ways, in the ambulance or the body bag. And that's just it. And I'm not, I grew up around a whole lot of people like you guys were talking about. You grew up with, around a whole lot of people. I don't know if y'all heard, but Google Bilal Pretlow. I grew up around a whole lot of people, and then that's how I grew up. But I never had to go out there and do anything crazy. When it came to myself, I was a correction officer. And so yeah, I definitely know how to shoot daytime, nighttime, nine, rifle, shotgun, all of that. So
right.
we legally strapped in here because a lot of people do play games on YouTube, and I tend to stay away from those people because doxing
Right.
people's address and stuff is uncivilized. But I let people
Right.
know, and you can speak to my father's son. I blocked him, and I told him if I ever see him on my ring bell, he leaving the same way the other people's will leave, in a body bag or in an ambulance. Don't ever threaten my family, or because you mad at some chick, you want to talk to me 5 a.m. in the morning because you mad at some the girl now that's your side chick. I don't even have nothing to do with that, sir. But you was trying to play tough. I don't know who for. I don't know if you was trying to play tough for your wife that looked like I'm not going to say that because I'm trying to make it into the pearly gates, but I'm not sure if you want to, who you showing off for right now at this moment. But I'm telling you right now, I'm blocking you, and I don't. My block game is strong, regardless to whether or not you family or not, because your family will do you more wrong than others. But I feel so bad for Doug. I feel really, really bad for him because he did try to help those people, and
And
a
he
lot
was
of
done
people.
dirty. He was done freaking dirty.
He was done dirty, but you know what else? I'm gonna say, yeah, I was having a good conversation up here, and I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna even try to go up. I think that and they can do this until they can get Yak situation straightened out. Yak needs to be moved out of Georgia. And nothing to do with the freaking inmates. It has everything to do with the prosecution, Fulton County, the officers that's behind the wall with him, all that. I have a big fear, you know, and I'm going to pray for Yak every chance I get. That it doesn't make any sense. He would not have this probation violation, but for you brought a RICO case against, you know, you put him in this RICO case. So he beat every charge. Not one charge he was found guilty. How does another judge, I'm talking about the judge that signed this paperwork was not the judge that was a part of his hearing. The judge that was a part of his hearing.
It's called judge shopping.
Can I say something?
But how do you do that?
Follow the money.
How does it happen? I think we all need to make sure
Follow
we
the money. The money.
Exactly,
Follow the
of course.
money.
Here's the thing
It's
about
all
that,
about
y'all.
the money.
Here's the thing about that. When they first had his hearing and he came out and said there was a warrant, there was actually no warrant out for him, no probation warrant for him.
But the PO said
What
there
happened
was.
is they had no, it wasn't. They said it was, but what happened was somebody them slid that judge a note saying that, but the warrant wasn't out there because they had tried to get two judges. They tried to get two judges to sign the warrant, and they refused. And then listen, that was the day of the hearing. Then the very next day, which would have been yesterday, they came back and a judge signed the warrant. A judge
They're
signed
pissed
the
off
warrant.
because he was found innocent of all charges. They're pissed off.
Listen, it's all malicious because listen, even with the case, here's what his cases are. They got him for him, and he got 7 co-defendants. They went in somebody's cell and jumped on him. What they saying? But what happened was, say the guy had been stealing his stuff. Like he's entitled to protect. I don't care where I'm at. I'm going to protect myself and I'm going to protect my personal belongings at all costs, especially when you're in a place like that.
I believe that might have been a setup. If truth be known, I mean, think about it. I don't know. I
agree with you, boy.
It very well could have been a setup to keep him in jail for some reason.
Well,
okay, I am the queen of conspiracy theories, and I will go down any rabbit hole because I wrote the book on conspiracy theories. And listening to this panel, and I believe it was a setup. I truly do. I truly do.
And here's what it was. He got acquitted of every single charge.
Yep.
Fonnie Willis got mad. That's when they brought them charges up against him. You know, because if that's the case, why in April of 2024, when it first happened, and his other charges having an iPhone and some AirPods. And they say he's facing 6 years for that.
Jesus, are you
6
serious?
years. 6
Dang,
years.
I heard the iPhones part, but I didn't know they was talking about no 6 years though.
6 years, and his probation was ending August of 2025.
Let me tell y'all something. And I said this on more than one occasion. They can bring an outside crew. They need to move all of them out of there, and they need to do a thorough investigation. Let me tell you what's not, it is not acceptable anywhere. There is no way in the heck that you are working in an area and most of the locks are broke. I don't know about y'all, but I'm not closing my eyes in an area with a bunch of men are incarcerated, some for crimes they committed, a lot of them for crimes that they didn't. I'm not working in no jail and the doors don't freaking lock. That's unheard of. And I'm not down to saying that conspiracy theories or whatever, Blue Eyes, but you hit it right on the nose. But the state has everything to do with this. Who had the evidence of those interrogation tapes before they were released to the public? You have to put in a FOIA request to get that type of evidence. And sometimes they won't release all of it if, you know, they can't release it because of the case, if it will affect the case.
But
So
why Fulton County and why YSL? See, this is something else to think about. Why Fulton County and why YSL? So there's a little bit deeper layers of this situation.
I'm sorry, ladies. I just walked back in the house. Can you repeat your question?
That's Mr.
Why Fulton County and why YSL?
Why Fulton County and why
test
YSL?
run.
What?
It was a test run.
How y'all doing? I'm sorry.
A test run. Who said test run?
I did.
That's good. That's good. That very well could
a test
be.
run on the RICO, because as I was stating earlier, I don't know if you guys was here when I said that majority of the time, state doesn't do a RICO, federal does.
Correct.
Federal does RICO. And when the end of the trial came for Shannon and Yak, they had to go outside and find someone to come and explain to them how a RICO is supposed to be charged. Like, how embarrassing. How freaking embarrassing. Y'all been on this case for 2.5 years and y'all don't even know how this case is supposed to run.
Yeah, so how are you bringing trial? Let me tell you something
That
what
part,
I hope that happened. I'm
part.
gonna go down the rabbit hole. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go down the rabbit hole here, and this is what I hope happens to them. Because so far, who's been charged with these murders? Well, I mean, excuse me, unalivings. I'm sorry.
You had 2.5 years of trial, and guess what we got out of it? One case of possession of a parole with a firearm.
That's right, and all of the all of the pal pals and stuff. But everything
one case
else,
from
Shannon,
Shannon Stillwell, we got one case of possession of a firearm only because it was in his girlfriend's name. That's what you got at this 2.5 years. How many millions of dollars you spent? You got one case.
I'm glad you said
that. One thing they got is they got a bunch of plea bargains. So that was, flip the feathers.
Anybody go to Rice Street gonna take a plea bargain.
That's true. That's true.
Those plea bargains wasn't help. Listen, the reason those plea bargains even came in was because Hilton, as her and Love always did, was trying to goad a mistrial. And Judge Whitaker was willing to grant this mistrial just without prejudice.
Without prejudice.
It should have been it should have been a mistrial with prejudice from the opening
Glanville
statement.
was not going to allow that.
In the pockets of the government.
Glanville wouldn't even allow the defense to talk.
Yeah, but they ended up getting they ended up talking. And
that's why I said I was so happy to see Whitaker take on this case, because Glanville wouldn't let Steele talk. He wouldn't let Shark talk. He everything was sustained. And then when the defense would say something, Love would be like, but
yeah. Let me say this though.
And it go on for 20 minutes. Are you serious? You're arguing with the judge and he allowing it?
Listen, here's when it should have been a mistrial with prejudice from the beginning, and not because of something that was done. It should have been a mistrial with prejudice, and Bruce Harvey asked for it the first day they were back in court under Whitaker, because he told her there's so much that has happened in this case that you wouldn't be able to catch up with. So that was unfair to them from then. She should have granted that mistrial.
It should have been a mistrial at opening statements when Love brought in stuff she was told not to bring in.
When she brought in the Beauty and the Beast, not the Beauty and the Beast. What was it?
A Jungle Book.
Jungle Book.
No.
I got smoke coming out of my ears right now, y'all. That daggone opening.
That wasn't a mistrial in the openings.
Yeah,
the mistrial came when Love was in her opening statement, tried to burden shift.
Yeah.
She tried to shift the burden to the defense. When she
And
said
Bruce-
they will
Bruce-
present no evidence. When she said that, that's automatic mistrial. with
Exactly.
prejudice.
And all they had was Instagram.
And you know
But
what's the sad thing?
I thought
go
at
ahead.
the beginning in the opening statement, she brought in things that Glanville said you may not bring in, and she got an objection on opening statement several times because she
Yes.
brought in stuff she was not supposed to bring in, and that should have been a mistrial with prejudice right there.
You remember, because he was stern. He was like, no, I gave you a week. You will not bring that in. I'm not going to allow you. And she was like, what's that? And she got
That
up
was
on her chair.
horrible.
She got up to her chair. She went to the podium, and she was like, no, I told them 3 days ago. I told them 2 weeks ago. Did you remember that statement when she said that?
Yeah.
I wonder if Whitaker watched that video. I want to know if she personally watched that video that you're talking about right there. Did you watch that, Whitaker? Did you? Because if after Whitaker realized love was flim-flamming her and called her on the carpet, lets me know that she probably did not watch that video.
She said, I gave it to them 4 days ago. I gave it to them a week and a half ago. Judge, it's been 2 weeks since I gave it to them. She said that all in one sentence. She said that all in one sentence. I'm like, wow.
I did, and I did. He's like, bring the jury in. Sit down, man.
He
Sit
said,
down, man.
Jury in.
He said, it's not going to be admissible today.
The jury is coming in. And then look, this is his favorite words. Let's take a comfort break.
He's going to a comfort break
and be gone for 3
not
hours.
going to the bathroom. He's going to find some type of case law that can support the state.
Look,
that's why I be taking them so long.
The juror said, when the judge said, let's take a comfort break, 10 minutes, he said 3 hours later.
And I want to send a big shout out. Flesh, could you put Hilton on the screen, please? I want to send a big shout out to Hilton for getting up and being as ghetto as she was at the closing.
Oh my God.
Pissed those educated jurors off to the highest level of this.
If I were a
that.
juror on there,
Hey,
I would have freaking jumped up and slapped the shit out of her.
Hey, sis,
How
I just
dare you
said
talk to me like that?
Sis, I just said that like about 45 minutes to an hour ago. I said, how do y'all feel about Hilton coming up there being as ghetto as you? Nuh-uh. Y'all, they left the stove and they got in their car. They rolled up their blunt and they got out the car. They pulled out their gas and they did. I said,
you want to know why there wasn't no? You want to know why there wasn't no? Oh, what did she
How
say?
they still let
Gun
her teach?
residue? You want to know why? Look at there, water stain. Look at right there. Water stain. Look at, click that. Look at right there. Water stain. Look at right there. That's the car.
She was pointing at her.
He shot the pow from inside the car. The residue is going to go all over everywhere. Then you said he put it out the way count. He still would have had something on him.
Breaking here at 11, closing argument.
He didn't shoot it out in the driver's window. The passenger did it out the way. Okay, so now all of a sudden we got this one in the back seat. Y'all done gave the other 3 passes. Now the one in the back seat, the little young one who got his master's degree, bachelor degrees, now he the scapegoat. Get the fuck out of town. Get out of here. Get out of here.
She would never be able to get me less than an A in her class. I wish she would.
Like I was saying earlier, you know how people be pocket watching. They said Love in 2022, they said Love was making $46,000 as a district attorney, $46,000 a year.
60.
When this,
I think it was 60, and then this year
60. Okay, she went up to 145,000.
Something like that.
I think she went to 145,000.
Somewhere.
Yes, just absolutely crazy.
What about the time she threw her hand up at Moontook? Bitch, shut the hell up.
That's what you're not gonna do. That's what you're not gonna do is talk to me about Moontook.
That's why Moontook is in jail.
For
That's
5
why
years.
he's in jail.
for 5
Right
years
there, what
for
you just
telling
said.
her that he ain't her damn son, and you ain't gonna talk to me like that.
And he's got a shirt. He's got a shirt that says, I ain't your child."
Yeah,
I
and you ain't
saw
gonna
that.
talk to me, and you ain't gonna talk to me like that. And then the next day, we see Mutung getting charged with 5 years.
And
They go to ghetto
Hilton
clip.
saying we have to respect the law. Really?
But you
had
you
those
know
bitches
what?
up there lying to you this whole
But
time,
the one
and
thing
you're
I
gonna put
enjoyed
him in
about
jail?
Whitaker said she could have gave him 10 years, but she didn't. She gave him 5. But still, I still think
She
it
could
was
have gave him
messed up.
20 years.
How much?
She could have
27.
gave him 20,
27?
27. Because
Yeah.
listen, he was facing 30 years. He
Yeah.
had
Yeah.
So he took the plea bargain. He had 2 charges.
Mm-hmm.
15 years and 15 years, plus he got time served. He had like
You're right.
almost
You're
2.5
right.
years here. So he had 27 months credit, I think. And he still had 27 years and like 7 months that she could have gave
That
him.
shit is ridiculous.
Right.
And then you
But
come face a man whose mom is on her D-bed, and you
That's
tell
what they
him
do.
he has a chance of getting out, and if you admit to this, and
Well,
then
listen.
they backdoor you like that. They backdoor you like that.
But listen.
That shit was fucked up to me. I'm sorry. Excuse my French, Flesh. Sorry
If I
about that.
make sure to say free Muntuk, am I going to get a RICO charge?
Ha! You better not wear no slime on your head.
Did you see? Wait a minute.
Mhm.
When was it? The guy that came up and gave Jeffrey those pills just before he came up. Did you?
The one who walked by and handed it to him?
Right.
Shut up.
Before he walked up there, did you see that bailiff guy, whatever sheriff guy that's always in the video? Did you see him do the slime?
Yeah, he was on he was on Kayla's show. That tripped me out.
And because I watched the replay and I'm looking at that, I'm going, oh my God, freaking setup right there. So
what about the other what's his name, the little young guy attorney who had his own medication, but he had separate medication in his medication bottle, and they tried to say he was in possession.
Farley's attorney?
Yeah, that was
Farley's
attorney.
Little Rod.
Yeah.
No, that was Miles Farley's attorney.
Not no Rod attorney. The one who made the t-shirts.
He was just listen.
Farley.
He was just
Farley,
that same attorney was just in the courtroom the other day with Miles Farley when he took the plea.
That was his medication. They upped it 5 milligrams, he said, and he just had it in that one bottle. And the pills were a different color. So they charged him with the Atlantic state law of possession of a controlled substance.
And it was wrong. And the way they charged it, it was wrong. They didn't even have the charge correct. And he knew the law, but it goes to show you that they don't care about anybody except
and he had to go hire an attorney.
I'm glad Doug Weinstein called their behinds out in closing, because y'all all wore red for what? So since y'all talking about colors, are you a gang?
We already know.
Where's Doug at? Where's
Tell
Doug?
me,
I can give him
tell me what was the whole point of the first day of the trial, the jury trial, when they all walked out in red? What was that all about?
Is that the beginning or the closing?
No, closing. On closing.
The closing,
please.
No, they told the jurors they couldn't wear red.
Okay, but why did all the prosecution team walked out in red?
Every one of them.
Look at her
red
face.
tie and all. Every one of them.
Look at him face. She's like, I better get it right, because
I want to know, why did they all walk out in red? So couldn't they not call them a gang?
They were mocking the defendants that's on trial. They were trying to show their unity as a gang, because they are a gang, and they should be charged with a RICO. And I'm being serious when I say that.
I wouldn't even charge them with a RICO, but I just want them bitches to go spend 1 month in Rice Street.
So they can charge, and they should be charged with a RICO, because what they did is RICO. Let me tell you something. When you are a law enforcement officer, it's worse for you when you get on the stand and perjure yourself versus somebody that's an ordinary citizen working a regular 9 to 5. Everything for you doubles. They teach
Mhm.
that in the academy. Listen, if you are off duty and you get caught in a situation where you know you shouldn't be, and it normally the sentence is 1 to 2 years for a normal citizen, it's 2 to 4 for you. So
But
I'm telling you, because you know you guys are law enforcement, you need to be careful. Make sure you
but
keep.
did y'all crack up like I did when we stopped seeing your stop seeing love in the courtroom?
Love
I didn't crack up.
I
I
knew
was
what
like,
it was.
oh my
I
God,
cracked
so
the fuck
thankful.
up because I
So
said they got
thankful.
rid of that bitch. I said they said nah, ho, you gotta go.
Wait a minute, has anybody seen her surface since the verdict?
No.
Not since
Listen,
the last time I seen her is
I've been looking.
the last time I saw her was
at the verdicts.
the on Shannon and Yak's verdict. Yep. She was just
Yeah,
Let
I
me
sitting.
tell
haven't
y'all
seen
this.
her
No,
since.
actually she wasn't even there on Shannon and Yak.
Yana,
She
we
was on the
Yes, she
one
believe.
was.
before that. Yeah. Not even Shannon
She
and
was
Yak. She
there.
wasn't even there.
She was there when Shannon and Yak got found not guilty.
Yeah,
I
she
didn't
was
see
there.
her. I
She
didn't
sure
see her.
was.
No, she was there on she wasn't there on Shannon Yak. It was just
Yes,
that
yes.
one man.
Yes,
He
she
was there by
was.
Yes,
himself.
she
No,
was.
no.
She was there.
Listen.
Oh,
Hey,
where
y'all,
she was on the
listen.
back table?
Mm-mm.
Listen. Let me tell you what happened. When the verdict came in, she was in there
Mm-hmm.
because remember Judge Whitaker told them if they wanted
That's
to stay
right.
for
She was. She
16.
was pissed.
Wait,
Yes.
say it again. If
Let
Judge
me
Whitaker asked
finish.
her what?
Can I finish? Hold on, real quick.
I couldn't hear you because she was over. You said if
Listen,
Judge
when
Whitaker asked her something, and I couldn't hear you.
she told the jury if they wanted to stay for Shannon's sentencing,
Oh, the sentencing. Yeah.
they were more than welcome. But she said if not, they can go in the back, but don't leave, because she wanted to come back
Yeah.
and talk to him. And what
Y'all
happened
correct.
was
Y'all
what
correct.
happened was
I do remember that. And they said
what
everybody
happened,
showed up but Love
but
back there with the jurors.
Love, the only one didn't go back there.
Yep. And
You know,
then come to find out they all left his ass at the table by himself.
right? They left him sitting at the table, but that was after that.
Yeah, after they talked to the jury.
Hey, y'all,
Yeah,
hold
that
on
was
1
after
second
that.
real quick. I just want to play this little clip. It's like 5 seconds. Y'all won't be able to hear it, but then y'all could finish going right after. It's
Do I have to mute or something?
Huh?
Do I have
Nah,
to
you
mute
don't
or
gotta
something?
mute. I'ma just play it.
Okay.
Y'all might not be able to hear it, so I was just letting y'all know. It's just a clip when Weinstein said Love could talk the ears off the donkey, and it got a picture.
I love that man. Okay, go
Your Honor, I
ahead.
apologize for interrupting the state earlier, but the state can talk the ears off a donkey. This continued filibustering has got to stop.
This little clip. It's like 5 seconds. Y'all won't be able to hear it, but then y'all could finish going right after. It's the and it got a picture. Y'all go ahead. Let me check if it played.
Okay, hey y'all, I'm gonna tell y'all something. I don't know if y'all even remember this, and I think it was in opening statements when Love was up there talking, and Young Thug was sitting at his at the table, and he yawned, and she told her, "Look at him, he's yawning." Did y'all see that?
Love was out of control.
No, I didn't see that, but I know I heard those jurors, those three ladies said that they heard every little smirk and smack and head shake that Love was doing when she was sitting at that table.
She said, yeah, and they said they asked the bailiff
Could
to
she
tell
stop
the
it?
judge
Because it's
to have them,
distracting.
to ask the judge to have Love stop making all those faces
Yep,
and
because
all
they said
that
it was
goofy stuff.
distracting. Yep, it was
Yeah.
distracting. And then remember, Adam stood up. He said, Your Honor, he was talking to Whitaker. He said, I heard it myself. I know the juror can hear it.
Right.
And that's when what's her name? The little fat black
Burrito.
No, the black one.
Oh.
That's the super guard for the basketball team now, the security guard. What's his name? Gaither.
Yeah,
That when she was
yeah.
up there, it's like
Yeah.
when
She's like,
Sharp got
she
up
said-
there, she was like, "Now here he go." Remember? She said, "Here he go."
She said, "Oh my God."
Yeah.
Horrible.
Oh my God. Here he
She
go.
said that right after Max, when Max got finished and still was coming up.
Horrible.
Her and Dennis, Gaither, and that little bitch in the bushes, the little
Viverito.
Viverito ass.
BBL, box BBL
Okay,
burrito.
no, I got four.
Big burrito.
I got four. Dennis, Gaither, Vimerito, and the white man with the cowboy hat who didn't want to investigate.
Nah, but you can't forget about Quinn and Robinson L though.
What's his name? The white guy that didn't want to
Mrs. Brown.
investigate.
Hogan.
All them motherfuckers, they was just all useless. And Dennis just thought he was a superstar because he was on First 48. You know, he just thought he was Magnum PI.
That was Quinn that was on First 48.
Who?
Yeah.
Quinn. That was the one with
Dennis
Bean.
was on First 48 too.
Gaither, they said.
I seen Gaither. I had Gaither clips from Dennis.
On the same episode that Gaither had, Dennis was playing along with her Fletch. I remember.
I'm gonna have to catch
Dennis
that
and Gaither were both on 48.
I think I did play a little
they
clip
were.
with them walking away from that. I think I did play
they
that
was
before.
on the same
actually.
episode. They thought they were superstars.
Yeah, I think
But
I
you
did
know
play
what?
that before.
Straight superstars.
So you know what, and the reason why I think Gaither didn't want to be shown on the stand, because she's the guard dog for whatever team she's the guard dog for.
The Atlanta
Falcons.
Whoever
she's
that
the guard.
basketball team is, it's the Hawks, right?
Yeah, well,
It's not the Falcons. It's a female team that nobody watches.
Right.
No,
So, but
she
she
do security for the Atlanta
It
Hawks.
ain't even the man team, it's the lady team.
No, listen, she does security.
Oh,
She does security for the Atlanta Hawks.
Yeah. That's what
Oh,
I
yeah,
know.
y'all can't forget about Sprinkle too. Can't forget about Deputy Sprinkle.
Now, come on now. They
Sprinkle.
started off making 30 G's.
And don't forget about Squirrel Brain.
Right. They started off making it, but if they get so they done up their game for the but what the point I was making was she didn't want to be on camera because she know that they wrong. She know that they are wrong. And if somebody's not paying attention to this case, which I don't think is anybody, how could she walk into to be the guard dog at her new job and not feel a type of way?
Let me give you my opinion why I don't think go ahead, finish, man. I'm sorry, sis. Go ahead.
No, you good. So
I'll give you my opinion. My opinion why I don't think she wanted to be shown is because she on them steroids, she more manly looking now. So we seen her on the First 48. We seen her once at the beginning of the trial, right? Now, because she even stated on there, or I don't even know if it was somebody asked her something about steroids. She's on the steroids, so she's more manly looking now. So we don't know her face as we knew it.
No, I don't think it's because of her looks. I think it's because how crooked she is, and she know people gonna be wanting to whoop her ass.
That's what I think that's more of it.
True. That could be true also, Flesh. But I'm telling you, it was mentioned because she said it out of her mouth that she's on steroids and her looks are different. She said that.
No, I don't think that's it.
She got that BBL. She on the screen right now. I don't think it's nothing to do with her looks.
That's what she said.
No, she's talking about Gaither.
That was her words. She
Listen,
Gaither to me, you can tell she's the same person. So if she did say that, I mean, honey, you're not fooling anybody because
she did say it. That she did say
but
that.
She still looks like Gaither, regardless.
Ugly ass.
Yeah, women cut their hair short every day. Women wear short haircuts every day. Sometimes they wear braids.
Nah, she looking like a whole dude though right now. She looking like a whole dude.
But what my thing is that I think that she knew also because the way that came out looking on this trial, it was crazy. And the way Glenville let her testify the first time, disgusting. I think she wanted to detach herself from that. What does what difference does it make whether they see you or not in the arena being a guard dog?
Right.
Regardless of whether or not she's taking steroids or not, you look the same as you did when
you sound the same. You sound the same.
You're here.
So and you sound the same.
Yeah,
could it be because there's behavioral analysis? People that can look at your thing, look at your reactions and make a determination. What behavioral panelists is what I'm trying to say.
But here she goes.
Did she take the stand? Did she take the stand the second time before or after Quindarius Zachary?
Why this thing say I got an iPhone 7?
I think she took the stand after. She took the stand after the second time. It was after.
She
Okay,
was on
so
there 4
she
times.
hold on. Let me say this. She didn't want to get on that stand because she seen when Zachary told them
When
that
Lil
she was
D,
messing with
yep,
Garlington's
yep.
auntie. So that's why she didn't want to be seen. Because the first time she was on the stand, they showed her.
Well, how about we just pile them all together? She got plenty of reasons. Ain't none of them a
Look,
valid
and
reason,
then
but she got plenty of personal reasons. But go ahead.
when Lil D said, you know, she was effing, you know, the homie's auntie, you know what I'm saying? And then Love said, well, why didn't you tell on me? He was like, because I was effing you.
No, that ain't what he said.
What he
He
say?
said he said, she said, who picked you up? He said, you did.
You
He
did,
said, I
yo.
did.
Oh man.
She said, I did. He said, yeah.
She said, you
He
ain't
said,
tell nobody?
why you ain't tell nobody? He said,
I
'cause
ain't
I ain't
gonna
want
nobody know we was messing around.
Yeah.
I'll teach you
Hey,
motherfuckers to take me out the hospital.
he made love
Oh
look
my
stupid
God.
when he said
That
that.
shit, I would never ever forget this.
But
Literally,
listen, but you know
2024
what?
has been crazy.
You know what though, family? So
Uh-huh.
Quandarius Zachary, right? For them, y'all went to the hospital and arrested this man.
He in the
He
courtroom
was
with
not charged with anything.
he in the
On top,
courtroom with 2 hospital bans on one hand and 2 jail bans on the other hand. Like, come
Y'all
on.
That
heard what
boy was
Ashley
done
Merchant said.
dirty.
And he
That
still had the
Merchant said
IV.
that
Did
was
y'all see that
illegal.
he still had the IV? You know how they had the IV needle in you and they just
Yeah,
disconnected, but the IV unit still hanging. Did y'all notice that he still had the IV unit stuck
Yep.
in his right
yeah,
arm?
right?
because
It
yeah,
probably was.
they
It
done
could have
him
been a shunt.
dirty.
Yeah, they
they
still
But
had
took
the
him.
still, it didn't matter if it's a shunt. It's still. They don't even like to
yeah,
put
they
shunts in
still
you
had the
unless
IV
it's
unit.
temporary.
When I
But
saw
what I
that
was saying,
shit hanging from his arm, I said they still got the IV needle stuck in his arm. So when he leave there, he got to go back and get hooked back up to the IV. I thought that was so messed up.
No, what it was, he still had that IV in his arm because they took him from the hospital after he
Yeah.
had just had blood transfusions
Yes.
for a sickle cell.
They
so
said he
That
was getting
you
5 a
you
year.
you you
5
remember
a
when
year.
you remember when he said, "Man, I need drugs." He said, "I've been on drugs all my life, prescription drugs." Not that he was out there getting high in the streets,
Right.
but that sickle cell had him. Remember the next day he came in the trial and he was mad because he said, "Man, my head, my chest
Yep.
hurting, man. I need drugs."
But guess
And
who?
they
Hey, bro, guess who wasn't fucking with his father though?
love.
but you know
Right.
what? Let me say. I want to say something. Can I interject here? First of all, sickle cell is a very, very it's a disease. A lot of people don't live a long time with it.
Oh.
There is 2 things. They have a sickle cell trait in in sickle cell.
And then
He
the
has sickle
majority
Anemia.
happens
cell.
in African Americans, right? Am I
Right.
wrong?
It's
Yeah,
more
it's African
hereditary. That's
American
what
disease. Yeah.
you'll notice that what is her name? I'm thinking of her real name, but
Lupus and sickle cell is mostly an African American disease.
that's what they that's what they
That's what they
say.
Really?
claim.
And so the girl T-Boz, that's it.
Yeah.
T-Boz has been dealing with sickle cell her
Sickle
whole
cell
life.
and lupus.
I have the trait. I used to be sick as a child, but the trait is nothing like
Well,
the
I hope you beat it. I hope you beat it.
Well, the trait is nothing like the disease, but it's very important for your children. It is this
Right.
important, and I'm getting ready to tell y'all. So when I got pregnant with my children, they tested their father to make sure that he did not have the trait. Because if I have the trait and he had the trait, then our child will have sickle cell. And I lost a friend in high school to sickle cell. She was gone.
Me too.
Time, and then we found out why she wasn't there, and in our senior year she passed. So loving him played a dirty game with him, and I don't even his father has a right to speak up for his child, but however, Quindarius Zachary is a grown man.
Let me
It's
tell you
a
something.
law
I have
for
3 children, and my youngest is 31, and I will speak up for them every day of their life.
That's
I
not what
got
I'm. That's
27,
not what I'm
25.
saying. What I'm saying
Absolutely.
is, I'm going to speak up for mine and take care of mine every day. But in the eyes of the law, love, the father could have told Love anything he wanted to tell her. Quindarius wasn't coming to jail. He wasn't going to testify. All of that. That didn't mean anything if it didn't come from Quindarius Zachary.
Right, because he's
Now,
an adult. He's an
adult. That's what I was. Yeah. So now
Yeah, no, you're right.
the father said that he told Love that his son was going to come and testify because they subpoenaed him, but he is not testifying on behalf of the state. She took that, twisted it around, and brought it in and packaged it like this. Now, let me tell y'all something else. Ashley Merchant went across these streets, setting up a nice case for Quindarius,
Yep.
Lil D.
They better leave
I
Ashley
hope so.
alone.
Wait 1 minute. I'm gonna finish. Just my last point. I hope that he got an attorney. But you know what's going to be the crusher of this? Whitaker signed that arrest warrant. Love, remember, Love was supposed to be bringing in the 2 people that was there in the meeting when they spoke to the doctor.
Right.
Before they got the doctor on
remember
the
when
phone
she
or
grabbed the
whatever.
phone? Remember she
She
grabbed
is
the
the
phone and
queen
tried to
of
run it up to the
deflection.
judge. And she tried to
She's
run
the
the
queen
phone
of
up to the
deflection.
judge.
She never produced those people.
At
And
all.
then they went and brought the doctor in. I still don't think the right questions was asked. He was
Well,
under the
no,
influence on this stand. He was sick. He wouldn't take no medication from them because he think that
He said, I don't trust y'all. Y'all might try to kill me.
unalive him, and he had every right to feel that way. But I hope that a great lawyer will take his case pro bono. Justice for Shane. I'm tired of Love getting in this courtroom acting like she went to med school. You stupid as heck. You should feel away. Whitaker.
So is Kayla
Anytime the lead, you're supposed to be the lead. She made y'all go take courses on Brady. Lady, you should go find another profession.
So is Kayla Bunkis, is the fit lawyer, is something to the 7th power. I can't forget her. I can't remember her first. AV to the first power.
AV to the 7th power.
All them ladies has agreed to do pro bono for these men. Oh,
well,
I love
here's
it.
the thing about AV. AV not practicing. She has her law degree, but
Yeah.
she's not
Yeah, she
practicing
don't
law.
practice.
You know why she said it? I heard it. She said it
No.
out of her own mouth. She said because she was over there messing. What's the old boy name? What's the
The
old
lead
boy?
attorney.
Yeah, the lead attorney. You know, she hooked up with him, and she seen the little chili, like in LA we call chili money. She seen the chili he was making, right? And she stopped her fucking practice to get this money, YouTube
I
money.
don't think she's taken the bar.
No, she
she's
said
not.
it. She said it. I
passed the
heard it out of
bar.
her mouth, but I was
She
like,
passed the bar.
wow.
Passed the bar.
She's not
She
going to
passed-
practice.
She said that the money she's making on YouTube by taking the leads, his little stuff that he helping her out with, she making more money than she would do in practice. And
But
I'm like,
I would
hey,
still take the bar
that's what
just
I was
because.
saying. I would like, girl, go
Jeez.
chill,
Took
go
the
get
bar.
your
She passed
degrees,
it.
go get your degrees, and don't
Right.
this shit is
Listen.
not guaranteed. You know what I mean?
Li-
But that
listen.
came out of her mouth. That came out of her mouth.
No, listen. She passed the bar. She
Yeah,
just
she does
haven't
not
practiced.
Right.
Yeah,
That's what I
she's
just
not
said.
When did she pass
need
the
to-
bar?
She
Because-
passed the
it
bar
was
when she
like 3 years
graduated.
ago.
Had to be.
3-4 years ago.
No, because you've got several months after you graduate to pass the bar.
Okay.
Because
No,
she's
she
in
didn't-
Massachusetts studying. Because when I started watching her a couple of months ago,
Who is
she
this speaking?
said-
Who is this speaking?
Blue Eyed Hillbilly.
Oh, okay. Blue Eyes Hillbilly.
A
Hey, girl.
couple of months ago, she said that she was up in Massachusetts or Boston studying to pass the bar. And then I have not heard anything from her taking the bar.
I just think
But
she's making a big
listen.
mistake, like
No,
trying
listen.
to
I
take
do
off this
too. I do
YouTube
too.
money.
She
I just think
passed
she's
the
making a
bar
big
and
mistake.
she passed the bar in Georgia. Then, because she was living in Georgia, then she moved up
To San
back
Diego. She went to, she was in
Boston.
San
No,
Diego.
she moved to
Boston.
Boston, because
Boston.
I've been on there talking to her and lead too, and she's getting ready to go back to Georgia.
Well,
She
good.
said but she said she haven't practiced. She has her license. She passed the bar. She just haven't practiced because once she got with a lead attorney, he schooled her.
He put her on to that chili.
Yeah, well, yeah, right. But here's the thing: she didn't have to take the course because he offers a course, one
Yeah.
for, and then he offers an advanced course.
But
It's
he's
two.
not offering a lawyer course. He's offering a YouTube course.
Yeah, it's YouTube. Yeah,
Correct.
that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
that's what I'm saying. But I hope she don't let her lawyering stuff fall back. You get
Right.
that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm
I
trying to
don't
say.
think that she is, but what I am going to say is she's not only so when you start, it's so many layers to this thing, and as a matter of fact, shout out to Lead. I took the beginner's course.
Yeah, I think
It's so many layers to this. She's just not banking on the YouTube money. She's making that type of money on YouTube, but she has a whole
I haven't
company,
heard
and I
anything
forget
bad about his
what.
courses. Have y'all heard anything bad about his courses?
Nah,
I have nothing to say bad about his course. His course is 18 hours, and I
Yeah,
binged it
I haven't
in
heard
one
anything
day.
bad about his courses.
Yeah, he put the course together because when he started, I remember when Lee came to YouTube. So he put the course together
Yeah.
because he doesn't do all of the fancy stuff like other people do. He stayed too old for that. So
Yeah,
he basically just records. He does have like sounds that everybody knows. He has a
Yeah.
soundboard or whatever, but that's it. But he gives you the game on how to do things.
I literally watched him rise. Literally watched him from like a $200. I mean $200, 200 subscribers to where he at right now. I literally watched him, and I'm saying to myself, "Girl, why didn't you take that damn course way back when?" You get what I'm saying?
No, you still have an opportunity to take it, and I
what's
would.
the man that died?
Can I throw my 2 cents worth in?
No, hold on, sis. Don't throw me off. You know how we is when we get old. What's the black man that died that you gotta be with the upper black man? What's his damn
Kevin
name?
Samuels.
Kevin Samuels, yeah. See, I watched him from that point until where he at right now. And then he's giving courses. But what I'm saying is I kind of low key wish I would have took that course way back when it was less expensive. Way less expensive
It was
than
more.
it was now. You know what I mean?
It was more back then.
No, when I first seen him doing it, he was just starting off, so it was less expensive. But then it started rising.
I thought it was like 8 something back then.
No, it could have been. I don't know, but
Yeah, it was 8 something back then. Yeah, he dropped the price on it, and
what is it now?
He drops the price, and then now what he does is, he's always offering a code to use so you can get money off of it, and so even if you can't afford it still, his supporters was requesting that he implement a payment plan if possible, and so that's what he did. But
what is the price?
I can't.
It's like 5 something for one or 8 something.
Yeah, I think it's 5 something, and then if you use.
Hey, bro, I don't mean to be shitting on your channel because we talking about other people. I don't mean to be shitting on your channel. My apologies.
I'm just sitting here like, dang, he must have paid for a commercial or something over here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh,
I just thought about it right now. I was like, we up here talking about him on somebody else's panel and shit. Let's move on.
I mean,
Can we take a moment?
But
I wanted to say,
hey, ladies,
what I want to say is, what I wanted to say, the reason why I brought his damn name up, what doggone it, what the heck was I going to say? You know how it is when you get old and somebody over talking, you just forget. That's how I am.
AV.
We just want to appreciate the beauty.
Oh, AV. Okay. When she was talking about her, like, stopping her, her, like, practice to do this, I was like, no, AV. You know what I mean? That's why I was like, no. But hey, she must be making a little bit of chili, you know what I'm saying, for her to stop all this. You know what I'm saying? So her chili must be up.
She has
I just want to say, I just want to say, can we appreciate the beauty? First and foremost.
Of AV?
No, the lead. And I don't mean to be weird or anything, but we can appreciate the beauty of the Flesh of the Gods, his cartoon figurine. It's really
Oh, the
pretty.
Gods is my homie from
I'm just
Wyoming, even
saying.
though I'm from LA, but she my homie from Wyoming.
You just got to
Oh, look
appreciate
at
beauty
young
where you see it.
chef.
I appreciate
Young
y'all.
Oh
chef.
no.
Appreciate
Oh,
you.
let me
Every
tell you
time.
something. Flesh of the God is a godsend. He already
Mhm.
know. He already know what it is with me. It's just like if anybody else is on that now, him and Cat now Williams on together, that wouldn't be. So that's why
I've
they
been
don't
on
do it together. So,
YouTube.
but no, I definitely appreciate Flesh of the Gods. I have my first channel mascot. Courtesy of Flesh of the Gods helping me, and we're going to continue to work together because that's what it is.
And what was your name again?
My name
Survivor
is Survivor
Speaks.
Speaks.
Okay, I'm at Survivor Speaks, so I'm gonna have to go. Wait, I'm
Right.
writing it down. So I'm
And
gonna have
so
to go.
I will never take for granted
I'm gonna
Flesh of
have
the
to go
Gods.
sub up.
Yeah, thank you. But I would never
She's
take
got
for
some
granted.
awesome content. She's really good.
I think I'm
love
already
Why?
subbed
Somebody
to
gave
though.
you a free membership.
No,
I don't
I
know if
think
you, I
I'm
gotta
already
check to see if you're
subbed to
still
you,
on there.
Survivor
But,
Speaks. I think I'm already subbed to you. I think I'm already subbed.
Flesh of
But
the
my
Gods.
whole thing is, I came on YouTube like 8 or 9 years ago, and when I came on YouTube. Do you all remember the young girl Tanika Jenkins?
Oh
Tamika
yeah.
out of
In
Chicago.
Chicago? Okay, so
Chicago.
I came on as an investigator, and I was solving that crime, So we did that for like 2 to 3 years, and then you know what happens after that? You're getting doxxed. I got doxxed. They doxed me. They doxed my kids. They doxed my auntie. They doxed, you know what I mean? And then it's like, you get what I'm saying? Y'all know how it goes. So that's what happened. So
Hey, what is your YouTube channel?
my name is my name.
Well, yeah, because I will go
No,
right now.
it's my name, Joanna. Joanna what?
Can you spell it?
JAWANNA.
If you still on the YouTube, you could drop the
Joanna
link.
Man?
And Joanna, you know you
No,
can
it's
drop
not
your
Joanna
link every
Man.
like.
It's Joanna.
Okay, just
Okay,
Joanna.
hold on. Let me go to my lap because I'm talking to you on my phone. Let me go to. I'm on the
Yeah,
desktop.
when you be on here, you can
looking
drop
at,
your link like every 30 minutes. As a matter of fact,
Oh, okay. I didn't want to be disrespectful and do nothing like that.
Survivor Speaks, you too. Let me go on and
See, look, I
reach
am
you up.
subscribed to you, Survivor Speaks. I am subscribed to you already.
Oh yeah, that's good. Thank you so much. So if you see the mascot, that's Flesh of the Gods. Help me with that.
But
Anybody
Joanna,
that's
if you can drop your chat, if you can drop your
Okay,
link, or at least spell it
let
out.
me see if I can go and drop it. Let me go to my channel and see.
Anybody?
Yeah, Survivor
You
Speaks.
could you got your wrench too. So if you need to drop your link, if you want to drop your link, feel free.
Look at that. This is my first wrench.
Look at this.
Oh no,
Survivor
somebody
Speaks.
gave me a wrench before. This is my
Survivor
second
Speaks,
one.
I'm already
I
in.
really didn't.
Who would have thought it? Survivor
But
Speaks. I
thank
am
you so
already
much.
survived.
Thank
I
you
mean,
so
I'm already
much. Oh, I see
subscribed
it
to
right
you.
here. Okay, the monitor. All right, I just got
You
the
see it?
FAQ, but
You
anybody.
see me already subbed to you?
No, I didn't. I'm not looking
okay.
at because I'm up on the panel, so I'm not. I have the chat, but no. I'll see you. I'll probably.
No.
Yeah,
I just
I'm
said
gonna-
I'm on my phone and my
I went
tablet.
to go subscribe, and it says you already subscribed.
Yeah,
Okay.
you probably are because
Okay, so let me go back to where we at, back to Flesh's channel, and I'm gonna drop my link. Thanks, Flesh. I don't like to do it because some people be like, "Oh, that's so disrespectful."
I saw your comment.
We want to get you supporters, and it's a supportive channel. So if you a mod, feel free to drop your link. And also, when you want to share other channels, I don't mind as long as it ain't back to back.
I don't do like I used to do back in the Gap. That old messy shit. Me and Flesh is almost the same. Like we make dominoes, we make tumblers, we make stuff like that. So I don't I just try to move away from all that old messy shit. Because like I said,
I'm not like
when
that.
they dox me,
It's enough for us. It's
damn
enough for
family.
everybody. So
Yeah.
I don't mind. Like, shoot, if I got clients, I'll send them your way. You got them, you send them my way. I ain't one of those that feel like I need every dollar. Like, we build more by building together and showing love to each other.
Can somebody tell me? Because right now it look weird. Because it says YouTube Joanna 1.62 subscribers, 71 video, 18,250 was joined. That look weird. Do that? Is
Let,
that
let,
the right? Is that the right thing I just posted?
No, I don't think
Because it looks
that's it.
weird to me.
Oh no, you put your.
Here, don't trip.
Yeah.
I got you,
Is that
Joanna.
my information? Should I delete that? Because that look weird.
Don't
let
trip.
me
I
say
got
this
you.
to y'all.
Should I remove
Let,
it? Remove
let
that?
me.
Because it looked like that's
I
all
got
in
you.
my
I removed it already. What you was saying,
okay.
Prentice?
But anyway, it's just Joanna
Hold-
one.
Most content creators, if you go on their page and you talk to them, they will put your link to your page in their chat.
Yeah.
Most of them do that.
In the
I
bio.
haven't ran across not one yet that I see who hate on another person. From Lee good at it.
I always do it.
I've seen Flesh do it. Cat Not Williams does it a bunch.
Even if I don't drop down, I'll at least sub you. I'll post you out. Even if I don't drop down your link, I'll post you.
Yeah.
What's your
I'll be
picture
like,
look
pull
like?
up. I'll be like, pull
Joanna.
up.
I just posted her link in the chat in the YouTube chat.
So
Okay,
that,
I'm talking on my cell phone, and then I'm looking on my tablet, and it keeps taking me to Siri.
I'm trying to find. I'm trying to do
Oh,
it because
okay,
that
there you
looked
are.
that
Gotcha.
looked weird to
Gotcha.
me. Like, oh, you see it?
Yep.
Yeah. Even if like sometimes like because I'm in Cali, like I said, we like probably
Well, I'm in
we probably
Medford,
like on a
Oregon.
3-hour time difference. So I'm gonna say Kendrick all day. But
You and I are on the same time leak because I'm in Oregon.
okay, so you the
Let's
West
get
Coast.
it,
Okay,
AK.
so but even if I see Flesh live, even if I don't drop down, if I'm busy or whatever, I'll still post them and I say pull up cousins. I always say pull up cousins, you know what I mean? And I might not even drop down, you know what I'm saying, because I'm probably busy or something like that. But I always try to share you out. I always share you. I always try to share people out.
Appreciate you, family.
That's what I do. I try
You
to
got
share
some
you out.
cool stuff on here, Joanna. You got some
Thank
cool
you.
stuff.
Yeah, me and Flesh gonna have a fight. He gonna have to go head to head with me. And then Flesh, cause I forgot your IG.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
No, I need it. Okay, hit me up. Somewhere on here. My IG is Joanna P.
All right.
This one is on YouTube is Joanna 1, but my IG is Joanna P. So hit me up in my inbox, cause I purchased something for you before Christmas.
Okay.
I like the support.
Okay, so
I like to
seriously,
support something. All right.
I would like to ask you and Flesh, Joanna and Flesh, and
Mhm.
anybody else involved, is it worth it to start a live? And here's the thing, I don't want to show my face. I love the graphics that Flesh does, but
that should be driving my old ass crazy.
Yeah, I'm probably older than you and more crippled. I mean, I'm just saying.
But I love him. I can't stay away.
Blue Eyes, not to bring him up again, but that's why.
No, wait, let her finish. Let her finish what she was saying.
No, go ahead. It's all good. Go ahead.
So Blue Eyes, not to bring him up again, but that is the reason why Lee started his channel. He recommends that anybody that is, up, getting up there, that you start a channel, because the point of why he says that is because he just gets on and goes live. And it was awkward for him at first. So just basically just close your eyes and do it. You've been on my stream sometimes. I struggle stream, but I let the people know, listen, hold on, I'll be right back. I'm struggling. I'll be on there mute, everything, but everything is gonna come together. So I recommend that you do. I'll definitely follow you, and I'm sure the rest of the family from all channels will as well.
So that's the Bible that's speaking right now?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Who's the other lady I'm talking to?
Well, it's Blue Eyed Hillbilly.
Blue Eyed Hillbilly. Do you have a channel?
I do.
Is it EYEZ or EYES?
It's like it says in the description.
Blue Eyes. I can't see.
No,
shit. On here.
It is
Blue Eyes
capital
Hillbilly. No, I wanna sub up to hippie, not hillbilly. Oh Lord, here I am being racist. It's hippie.
Please.
No, it's
Blue eyes
blue-eyed
hippie.
hillbilly.
But there's only one E. It's BLUEYE.
Oh, Y. YE.
HILL.
Okay. Wait. Blue
That's why.
eyes. Blue.
No. It is
Go ahead. Blue. You even know, ma'am?
ED.
Okay. Oh, eyed. Okay. I got you.
Hillbilly.
Okay,
And
I got you.
a lot of stuff I have on there. It's
I'm
like,
I'm in LA. I'm using a black hippie. You know, that was with Kendrick Lamar and all
it's
them.
all good.
It was black hippie. You know.
So it's well.
Okay, I
as
got
long-
you. I'm about to sub up to you right now.
Oh, well,
I
thank
already got
you.
Survivor
And
Speaks. I've been subbed up to her. So
and I will open up some of my content. And I kind of want to do this, but I want to do the flesh of the God thing. I don't because I'm old. I'm wrinkly.
how old is old? What's your old?
My old will be 60 February 3rd.
Girl, if you don't go sat down. You
But
know
I'm
how
crippled.
long black people live?
Well, my dad's a third black, so yes, I do.
Yeah, we live to like 90, 102, 103.
But you look better than I do.
Do you know how old I am?
No, how old?
57.
I'm still older.
Have you seen a picture of me?
All right,
okay.
we ain't gonna go
It's on my
into
thumbnail, but
all
you
the
guys,
old
we
the
all look
ages
good.
and stuff. We're
My
gonna
whole
get ready to
my whole
wind
point
it down,
is
so we're gonna
all
let
look
everybody do their closing remarks. But y'all go ahead and
Okay.
say what y'all want to say one at a
So we're going to
time.
swap pictures on our private
Squabble
thing.
up.
That'll work.
Squabble up.
All right.
Up. All right, Flesh. All right,
No, go ahead. Y'all can say what y'all want.
Right.
One person at a time. You can say what you want. If you got something to say on your way out, if you want to shout out your channel, or if you want to finish anything that you wasn't saying,
Okay,
then
I'll
feel
go
free.
first.
But we just gonna close it up after this.
Okay, I'll go first. Hit me up on Instagram or YouTube. On Instagram, you can hit me up at Joanna1, JAWANNA, with the number 1 behind it. On YouTube, it's just Joanna, plain Joanna. You can hit me up on YouTube. On Facebook, you can hit me on Joanna P. I have all my products on there. If you would like to order, I do ship. And thank you, Flesh, for allowing me up here. I want to say happy holidays to all my cousins, and y'all be good. And guess what? Don't let the smooth tapes fool ya. Stay sucker free. Toodles.
Right. Appreciate you, family. Next up.
Yeah,
Knock me off. I don't know how to get out.
I'm just
I just want to say thank you, Flesh. I love you. I enjoy your content.
Knock me out, homie. Knock me out.
okay, Flesh. I'm just tell y'all yeah, I haven't started my channel, but Talk That Law been trying to get me, so I'm gonna work with him. I'll get with you too, man, and I'll come back. You said Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday.
Yep, at 8
Okay.
p.m. Eastern.
Okay. Yep. So
I'll definitely sub up, Princess. I think you got some. I'll definitely sub up when you do. I'm waiting for your channel too. I'll know about it when you start it.
Oh
Yep.
yeah, I'll be on here every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. So yeah, we gonna get to it. And hey, I wish y'all all a happy holiday. I'll probably see y'all again before the holiday get here. But just in case we don't, happy holidays to all y'all and your families. Hey, y'all have a wonderful night till we see each other again. Didi, we didn't hear from you much lately. I mean, well, me and you didn't get much in anyway. But Survivor Speaks, I'm gonna go look you up. I'm gonna find your channel. I'm gonna subscribe to you. I'm always gonna support. And we'll get back at it again Saturday. Y'all have a good night.
You too, thanks.
All right, appreciate you, family.
Flesh, has been nice. Most of the time I'm listening to you, I'm driving. I'm an expediter, so I drive all over the United States and Canada. So
Ooh.
most of the time I'm listening as I'm driving. Like today's been a long day. um, I guess just as a quick thing while I'm up here, um, if you look at people always talk about Love's conviction rate, but what they don't look at, you need to see how many of her cases are being overturned.
Mhm.
They don't care about the overturn. All they care about is being able to brag about that conviction rate. Um, this case had to go all the way through because it was a test case. Um, anytime, like DAs know they're strong investigators and they're weak investigators. There's no way they didn't know how horrible this case was. I think that this was a case that they sent through in order to see what kind of kinks that they would have. Hence why all the extreme things happen, such as, the motions being done and then Whitaker putting them aside until she fixed it and then ruled on the motions. It had to go all the way to jury. I think that this is going to be a quick money grab for Fulton County. Um, this was a test run. I think each time they're going to get better. And I just think it's dirty, it's wrong, it's absolutely horrible. But it's just one. Think about it. Think of how many rappers live in Georgia. If they can get this thing working like a machine, everybody has a deficit. It's definitely going to be a quick way for them to start uh, fulfilling that void that they have. Um, Thanks for letting me up. I appreciate you. And, I don't always be in the chat because it just depends on where I am. But I really enjoy your show and thanks for having me.
Thank you, thank you. I appreciate you joining and appreciate your support, family.
All right.
Have a
Night,
good
Dee
night.
Dee.
Night.
And so I just want to say thank you to
Hold on,
all.
before you say something, shout out to Survivor Speaks. Make it rain with the gifted membership. Appreciate you, family. That's Survivor Speaks. My bad to cut you off. Go ahead and do your
Nah,
outro.
hey, you know what it is. You know what it is, family. Thank you for the wrench. I don't mind wrenching. I get with I don't know, maybe Chad D. Somebody give me some links, ideas to put some stuff together to drop in the chat. I'm always here. I just want to say to the chat and to the Flesh of the Gods family, thoroughly enjoy you all. Thank you so much for embracing me the way that you have. Um, and it's been a wonderful experience over here. I'm looking to do, more things with Flesh of the Gods and whoever else that comes on. And thank you, because me and Flesh of the Gods, normally we're not going to be on at the same time. We kind of have like the same mods. But I just wanted to say thank you to everybody, and also I just want to show my gratitude and thanks to the man of the house, Flesh of the Gods, for being so patient and give me my first mascot. I'm still overjoyed. I don't know, did you see the video I put on Instagram? Well, you probably didn't go on my page because I'm trying to upload it here as a trailer. I made a trailer out of Mini Survivor, and it's
I do
actually
not
dope.
be
And
on
I'm just
social
like,
media. My bad. Go ahead.
yeah,
I be meaning to go. I
I
be
go
telling
on.
myself I need to check it more, but I do not never be on none of these platforms. But I
Yeah,
need
you
to
know
though.
what? I don't be on IG like that. I do go over there and chat. I may just upload something over there. But like if I'm on, I'm normally watching the trial or or making my own content or whatever, or interrogations. I'm into those. I got an interrogation. I just got back. I put in a FOIA request 3 months ago. So I'm gonna be putting that up, but it has to be done like in one shot, just to give you a heads up. Like if you're doing interrogation, for some reason YouTube doesn't like you to break your interrogations up into parts. So I understand now why those guys do it the way that they do it. So yeah, I got one that just came in, but I'm gonna drop it for members. But thank you so much for having my back, Flesh of the Gods, and we need to set up a Zoom if we can. I just have a couple questions. um and also y'all hit Flesh up on the membership level for you know, to learn to do what he does. Support. That's all. And I'm signing out. And y'all make sure y'all get the mammograms. Fill your boobies to make sure that you are all right. And men in the chat, I just want to let you know, I know that you don't want to think of this in that way, but you also can get breast cancer as well. So I gave it a new name. It's called PEC and/or chest cancer. Just make sure that if anything doesn't feel all right, just ask your doctor to take a look at that. And that is it. You know, I drop down after I give my cancer spiel. Thanks, Flush. I'm out.
I muted myself. All right,
I'm in the meeting.
Survivor
I'm in the
Speaks.
meeting.
Huh?
I didn't leave yet. I'm leaving now. Let me see, give feedback.
Okay, all right, Survivor Speaks. Appreciate you, family. Appreciate everybody. I'm gonna play this little last clip of EPPINGER in the courtroom with Whitaker, and then we gonna get up out of here. I appreciate everybody for being here. Appreciate all the love and support, family. Shout out to everybody, man. Much love to all y'all. Let's get it. Oh yeah, I gotta. Okay, here we go. There go Farley real quick that everybody was talking about.
Is under Alford. The state, in that respect, did the right thing with its discretion, dropping the murder case.
Oh, my bad. Y'all can't
Mr.
see him.
Farley
Hold
had
up.
nothing to do with the death of Mr. Drinks. And so, Judge, he's been on house arrest. He's been totally compliant. He's not a gang member. He's never committed a crime in his entire life. But he is wearing an ankle monitor. He is confined to his home. It's better than jail, but I think we all know after COVID that that's not necessarily ideal, and he just doesn't want to go to trial, and that's why I think Alford is a textbook case for this type of situation. And so if the court has any questions, we just ask this honorable court to accept the plea as negotiated.
Okay, well, I mean, you know, it would be determined by a jury at trial whether his involvement in the case is only because of his marketing and business acumen or something further than that, something criminal. But in tendering a guilty plea under Alford, Mr. Farley, you are admitting that while you do not believe you have committed the crime of conspiracy to violate the RICO Act, you are acknowledging that there is sufficient evidence that the state could present to a jury from which a jury could conclude that you are guilty of that crime. You understand that, right?
Yes.
All right. All right. I find there to be a factual basis for this plea. I will accept it under Alford, and I'll permit it under the First Offender Act. And I find the plea to be freely, knowingly, voluntarily, intelligently entered with an understanding of the consequences, and in accord with the negotiated recommendation, I am going to sentence you to 5 years probation. And as we discussed before,
I apologize for interrupting the state earlier, but the state can talk the ears off a donkey. This continued filibustering has got to stop.
What ultimately the opportunity, what is if so, right, also be run consecutively. Count, but Mr. EPPINGER is facing.
Okay, here go EPPINGER. We're gonna play this last one before we get up out of here. Appreciate y'all, family.
Approximately 15 different felony charges on this indictment. Is that right?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. All right. And if he were to proceed to trial and be convicted of all counts, in addition to everything running consecutively so that it would be...
What's good, Andrea? I see you, family.
Life sentences plus 100 and... How many?
165 years.
165 years. That time could also be run consecutively to the time that Mr. EPPINGER is already serving on whatever he's convicted of already. So have you explained that, Mr. Johnson, to Mr. EPPINGER?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that, Mr. EPPINGER? Okay. All right. And Was there something else you wanted to
Oh,
say?
no, just based on the circumstances, I came to the podium
Okay.
to make an announcement. But given the state's offer, Your Honor, at this time, we would reject that offer based on our view and our view of the evidence in this particular case.
All right.
So, yes, we would reject that matter and like to proceed to trial.
All right, and once I get through everybody, or maybe everybody we can get through right now, I'll talk about trial dates, and I'll talk with y'all first about in the immunity hearing date as well. All right, thank you.
Your Honor, I believe that motion can be held as close to trial as possible.
Well, I mean, it could be, but I'm not interested in doing that. I'm interested in getting that taken care of as soon as possible.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, not December though, not that soon. Okay, so have we covered everybody other than Mr. Mender at this point? Yes. All right, so let's talk about then the number of witnesses. I would think maybe about 4 or so for.
No. Why didn't you, as an officer of this court, tell me? And that's not what the point is. The point is, you as an advocate, is you should have told me. I got a problem with you now. I got a problem with you now. I would suggest you don't say any more. Now you want to have it both ways. You can't. Both sides have an equal responsibility under the rules. It's a professional responsibility. All right, have a seat, sir. Thank you.
How fast things have changed. How fast things have changed. How fast things have changed.
Now I see you running, coming for my come up. Broke out all your shackles, turned it to some armor. Used to be the judge, but now you have no honor. To die with your pride is to live with all your karma. Now you understand. Now you understand.
Have a good night, Allie.
Another night of fun. There's a lot of fun else about it. All right. Anybody else have any other issues as to?
Uh-oh. Fulton County has no problem coming in here and cuffing all of us, okay? Don't be an idiot.
Are you trying to tell me about myself? You homeless, Ern. You don't even have a mirror to look at yourself.
Watch your mouth! Cause I know you all about your principles. But can we just please just listen to Ern so we can get out of here? It's 4 cops on the other side of that door. You know if they come in here, they're gonna get your ass on a whole lot of other shit.
You lying ass bitch.
You knew it. Mama, I hate you.
Don't you never come back to my house,
And
no.
I hope they blow your motherfucking ass to smithereens.
You better hope they do, bitch. You better hope they do.
This nigga kidnapped me.
I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth! What are you, fucking nuts? You thought? Oh.
What y'all thought it was over? It ain't over yet. Let me send my shout outs. Shout out to Survivor Speak. Shout out to Joanna. Shout out to Becky Einhorn. Chloe Albert's Revenge. Appreciate y'all family. Shout out to Jerome Street. Jerome in the hot.
Watch your mouth!
Watch your mouth. Shout out to FFS. Appreciate you family. Shout out to Becky Einhorn, Jerome Street. Okay, I'm seeing doubles now. Chada Scottum. Allie, I appreciate all y'all. Appreciate you. For sure, I'll hit you up, FFS. All right, family, we out. Peace. Peace out.